Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Too much, man!
Come on! What?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich way, man.
I'm staying in the race.
Would you jump up?
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Don't even play. Rid of the Second Amendment. Your name, please?
Fucking bitch.
Don't talk right now.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
A what now?
Jesus, I say that.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Oh, hello, Kurt. Interest. Just craziness to work, yeah.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing?
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
You are fat, you are a joke, you are stupid, you are not funny. You are not funny.
How rude!
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
It's science. Break now.
Facebook, Zuckerbucks.
China. I have to have my China. China.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Winter is coming.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Weak.
This is ridiculous.
Precision of language, please.
Welcome to the resistance.
Cacao.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Aren't I a good guy?
Give me a joke.
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
China.
Well, here we are, once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot for us to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I suppose we get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Unless you'd prefer to go floating off into that deep, dark void of space. Well, good to see all the Space Fams here on this Friday week-ending report incoming. Better do some shout-outs first. Joe47771, Mozart, The Lucky Minute, 123 in the YouTube chat with Moa Noip coming in a close fourth. Hermit Horologist also here. Nederb, The Bovine, Chuck L, TB, Epimew, Christopher Tablante, J-Rock 420, and Bob Carmody. Oh, and Arvin Trevino as well. Good to see all of you here. Hopefully I didn't miss anybody. Yeah, well, it's been a very busy week. A lot of things happening out there. We may have a lot to talk about today. Epstein files, updates, continued martial law in the United States, Chicago and Donald Trump's crosshairs, but others also on the potential chopping block. ICE, a federal law enforcement force with a budget the size of most militaries on the planet, continuing to do very questionably and probably unconstitutional things. Economy getting worse. Terrible, awful jobs report.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
RFK Jr. gives a shameful testimony to Congress, and a hell of a lot more happening this week. Let's start in the United States. In the Congress, where Representative Jim McGovern had something to say to Republicans.
Fuck yeah!
Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Virginia for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Here we go again, Mr. Speaker. Here we go again. This rule is insane. And notwithstanding the gentleman's monotone delivery, there's a lot going on here in this rule, and much of it is not good. What are Republicans doing the first week back? Something to lower food costs as Trump's tariffs drive up prices? Nope. Something to fully fund the government before it shuts down in less than a month? Nope. Something to help with skyrocketing health care prices or reversing their devastating cuts to Medicaid? Nope.
Not going to do it.
None of that.
At this juncture.
Nothing to help regular people, nothing to help workers or families or people struggling to get by. Instead, Mr. Speaker, these guys are continuing to cover up the Epstein files. Republicans are deeming as passed, which means no debate, no hearing, no markup. They are deeming as passed a new fake Epstein resolution and killing their last fake Epstein resolution. All the while, we already have a real bipartisan bill to unseal all these files. It's the Massey Connor bill. And last night, every single Republican on the Rules Committee voted against that bipartisan bill. Every single one.
Come on!
And as if that's not bad enough, every single Republican on the Rules Committee also voted to create, out of thin air, a brand new committee to rewrite the history of what happened here on January 6, 2021. They are so desperate to paper over what happened that day, to whitewash it, and to pretend it was a normal tourist visit. I was here,
I don't
Mr.
want
Speaker,
reality.
here in this chamber where you are sitting right now. And you can be damn sure I'm not going to let anyone pretend that January 6th was a normal tourist visit. But Republicans, the gentleman from Virginia included, refused to even display a plaque to honor the police officers who were here that day. I'm so sick of this BS about how Republicans support law enforcement. Mr. Griffith and every other Republican on the Rules Committee voted against displaying a plaque to honor the law enforcement officers who were here on January 6th. That plaque, Mr. Speaker, already exists. Congress already passed a law to create it. The Speaker just refuses to display it. Why? Why would he refuse to do it? I know why, and we all know why. It's the same reason why every Republican voted against releasing the Epstein files. It's because Rules Republicans are scared as hell. This is not a deliberative body anymore. Under this Republican majority, Congress has become a rubber stamp for Donald Trump. This is all about the ego of the man who lives at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. You guys think you work for Trump.
Right, and they
You're obsessed with him. It's pathetic. Republicans are ruining this institution, Mr. Speaker, destroying this institution. Again, let me repeat, every single Republican on the Rules Committee voted against releasing the Epstein files. Every single one. I mean, we heard last night that all Republicans want full transparency, but that's just not true. Let me read you a quote from the top Republican in this country, President Donald J. Trump. This is what he says about the Epstein files, and I quote, "It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats and some stupid Republicans," end quote. And at a press availability just minutes ago, the president again said that this is all a hoax. Now, what do Republicans think of that? Donald Trump says this is all a hoax, and if you want to release the files, you're stupid. Now, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that the guy who once called Epstein a, quote, terrific guy, and who Epstein considered his, quote, closest friend, is not actually interested in getting to the truth. But you know when this clicked in for me, Mr. Speaker, and for a lot of people? It clicked after Trump won, and then the backtracking began.
Immediately, it's
it
not
clicked
sooner.
again yesterday. It clicked after Republicans. It clicked after the same Republican leaders who invited influence to the White House and then passed out binders about the soon-to-be-released client list suddenly changed their tune. And it clicked again yesterday when phase 2 of the binders came out. More information released that's already been released. 97% of it has already been released. It clicked when the same...
Yes, indeed. A third fake Epstein files released from the Trump administration, hoping that this time it'll stick. We just release the same thing with the same face every time. And we say this, and we say, this time, this is the one. People will take us seriously. Even if it's not at all true. No one's going to read 33,000 pages.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Who the fake news is going to read the 33,000? Well, we'll just say that that's the fake news. That'll solve that situation. See how we did that? Now, earlier this week, some of the victims of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell spoke. This is Lisa Phillips.
Be here today. My name is Lisa Phillips, and I am the host of award-winning podcast From Now On, where I interview survivors. In the year 2000, I was taken to Jeffrey Epstein's island while on a photo shoot in the Caribbean. Who I saw and what I experienced there would change me forever. For months, I had to avoid Jeffrey But he told me that if I wanted to succeed as a Ford model, he could make it happen. And he was right. He introduced me to Katie Ford and many others in the entertainment business. His grip on the modeling business was undeniable. Not just the Ford family, but Victoria's Secret, Faith Cates, Jean-Luc Brunel, Victoria's Secret. Epstein's reach went to the very top of fashion. He could make a model's career. What I didn't realize then was that once he lured someone like me in, he could also destroy my career if I did not do what he wanted me to do. In New York City, countless young women were abused by him. Everyone in the industry knew, yet he was too powerful to stop.
Follow the rich white man.
He had friends in all over entertainment and arts, and his value to those friends made him untouchable. But I ask you why? Who was he to our government that he was allowed to operate openly for decades? Why was he allowed to sponsor visas for young models, using their immigration status as leverage to abuse them and silence them? Epstein was not just a serial predator. He was an international human trafficker.
Illegal.
And many around him knew this. Many participated, and many profited. And yet he was protected. I know what it's like to be trafficked to others. I know that the files contain the names of powerful men who have been shielded because of their fame or their fortune. So I stand here today, not just for myself, but for every woman who has been silenced, exploited, and dismissed.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we are not asking for pity. We are demanding accountability.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Congress must choose. Will you continue to protect predators, or will you finally protect survivors? Transparency is justice. Release the files, end the secrecy, and stand with us in declaring that no one, no billionaires, no politicians, not world leaders, is above the law. And let me announce now, several of us Epstein survivors have been discussing creating our own list of names. Yeah! We know the names. Many of us were abused by them. Now together as survivors, we will confidentially compile the names we all know were regularly in the Epstein world. And it will be done by survivors and for survivors. No one else is.
There we go. Lisa Phillips here saying that she and other survivors will be compiling a list themselves.
Follow the rich white man.
Okay, what I'm gonna do right now, because I started late, I didn't intend to start as late as I did today, but Adobe Services is down right now. The entire thing. The entire thing is down. The web app, as well as like the mobile. I even tried to make a fucking thumbnail on mobile. That didn't work. That's why I'm using this jinky old thumbnail. That's not how you spell. Okay, goal started. I'll extend it when it gets done, but I want to at least give people, for those who might go to bed but want to contribute to the goal, the opportunity to do just that. All right, let's go here. Another Forbes breaking news clip from the same conference.
Survivor who just spoke. The last survivor who just spoke, she said that Epstein would brag about her relationship with Donald Trump. Could she please elaborate about that?
Shante.
Illegal.
Get close.
Yeah, I did say that. My first trip to the Palm Beach residence, I drove there from the airport with Ghislaine Maxwell, and Jeffrey and Ghislaine were always very boastful about their friends, their famous or powerful friends, and his biggest brag forever was that he was very good friends with Donald Trump. He had an 8x10 framed picture of him on his desk with the two of them. Like,
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Go ahead.
Survivor who just spoke.
Okay, well, there we go. Directly from the mouth of one survivor, Jeffrey Epstein's biggest brag was that he was best friends with Donald Trump and even kept a beautiful 8x10 photo of the two of them on his desk, a place of great honor, one would think. At least in the mind of, Jeffrey. Guess you could call it a place of great dishonor. Really, it's up to you. You pick, chat. Okay, let's see here. What next? This is where things get interesting on the Epstein files today. Or last video on the Epstein files, I'd point out. The wine moms over at iHip, the I've Had It pod, have found a very interesting clip about the Epstein files, how they're being released, whose name is being left in and whose is being left out. The journalist apparently did some real journalism. Got this clip.
Confirmation of the MAGA movement's moral duplicity has arrived. They don't care about any crimes committed unless their adversaries commit them. Even if it's pedophilia, even if it's sex trafficking, they don't care. And breaking yesterday is a headline coming out. Kylie popped this up. DOJ deputy chief admits government will redact every Republican on the Epstein client list. And this really comes as no surprise to me. I mean, you know that this was a very important issue in MAGA. Trump and the people surrounding him ran on this. You have the FBI director, Kash Patel, his deputy Dan Bongino saying they're going to be released. We're going to get to the deep, dark bottom of it. You have Pam Bondi lying and saying, oh, it's on my desk. I'm reviewing it. It'll be out any minute. You have Speaker of the House saying, oh, yes, we're releasing it. And then they start digging into it. And none other than Kanks is in the epicenter of it, and a lot of donors to Kanks. And so they're trying to cook the books, just like they're trying to do with the economy. So let's play this video.
Files do exist.
Yeah, thousands and thousands of pages of files. They'll redact every Republican or conservative person in those files, leave all the liberal, Democratic people in those files.
I think they visited that Maxwell person.
Yeah.
And also involved.
Got transferred to a minimum security prison too recently, which is against BOP policy because she's a convicted.
I'll go back because I know it was difficult to hear. So he says, yeah, we went through thousands and thousands of pages of files. They'll redact every single Republican or conservative person in the Epstein files. One would assume that obviously includes Donald Trump. Leave in all the liberals and Democrats in the files. And then he goes on to say that Maxwell's transferal to a minimum security prison was incredibly very much against policy.
Against BOP policy because she's a convicted sex offender.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
That was the
Did you catch that at the end?
All right. So, I mean, we all kind of...
I feel like that Alex Jones sound shot might have gotten in the way.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Hear that at the end? The DOJ, according to this guy who is an Office of Enforcement Operations at the DOJ, is offering her, not this man, but the DOJ, someone at the DOJ is offering her something to keep her mouth shut, that being Ghislaine Maxwell.
A fucking bitch.
That was the
All right. So, I mean, we all kind of knew this, but to actually have somebody go undercover and find this out, and this guy, you know, talking about it on tape, this is exactly what they're doing. But this is indicative of what they're going to do across the board. Facts and integrity and shining the light on the truth is not important to this administration.
Indeed. And in the words of Jennifer,
we have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
it's true. That's one of my new favorite sound shots. That's one of my new favorites. Gotta be. Because it's oh so true. And it really works in most situations these days. Like, I could use it like probably 1,000 times per stream. I'm going to try not to because I think that would be overboard. But just saying it could be done. It wouldn't be crazy, I don't think. Let's go here. It is the week ending report, so we're going to cover a few things that we have covered throughout the week. Oh, actually, I just forgot. I was going to let them segue us into the next video. Here, I'm going to switch over here. I'm going to move us ahead to this topic.
Remind the states' rights people that this is federal overstepping. He has not requested this. He is not, the president of the United States, Kanks, is not trying to work with Pritzker on this. This is complete overreach, which I'm old enough to remember conservatives opposed. Play the clip.
Well, it appears that they are amassing the ICE officers at the Great Lakes Naval Base, along with some military vehicles. It's been reported that there are about 300 of those officers that are planning on coming in and doing what they did in Los Angeles, which is terrorize the neighborhoods and cause mayhem. They're hoping in the end, their plan is to cause enough mayhem on the ground that they'll have to call in troops to protect the ICE officials. So that's what their aim is. It's not actually to effectuate removal of violent criminals. So, what they're doing is dangerous. What they're doing is un-American. And the idea that you're going to call military troops in to an American city, you can't fathom it. You couldn't make this up, but here it is. And the question I think for all of us is, are we going to stand up and let it and push back? Or are we just going to let it happen? And at least in Chicago, I think there's a common belief that I think people will protest peacefully. I've encouraged people to get out their iPhones and their Android devices and film everything they see from the ICE officials. And then we've made sure that people on the streets know their rights. I'm talking about the people who are being gone after just because of the color of their skin. They're being targeted by ICE, or whether they've got an accent when they speak.
All right. So the Trump administration, you guys, overnight, it broke that 450 people were detained in an...
Okay, we'll get to that in a second. Now Jennifer's getting ahead of me, so I'm going to hold off on that. Let's move it on from the iHip podcast. Something that was going on earlier this week. Protests against the Trump administration in the Capitol. My God, Narwhal by nature with a massive super chat over here. Hold on, I gotta read it over here. The white text is almost impossible to read against the orange background. That Joseph asshole sent a tweet to the DOJ recently saying that he went on 2 dates with a woman from Hinge in August. And she asked about Ghislaine. He said she turned out to be an undercover reporter and recorded their date. Oh, they went on they went on some sort of romantic they were in a romantic setting, and she tricked him into foolishly revealing that information. I do believe that he responded as well. Now that we're on the topic, I was going to move past it, but I do believe that he responded like on Twitter or something, saying that everything he said was a lie. He was just trying to get laid or something. I don't remember the exact. Don't quote me. That's not an exact quote, but something to that effect. Thank you for the input, as well as the beautiful super chat that gets us immediately,
if not sooner,
to 4 of 10 on our goal, which has only been going for a short period of time. 12 minutes, and we're already 4 of 10. Big moves. Big moves. All right, to DC, where people are protesting, or were protesting on Labor Day, the authoritarian crackdown of the Trump administration.
Shame! 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 Our bodies! Our bodies!
There's like almost no cars coming through here. I'm worried too much.
He's on the list.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Perfect sign. Great, to the point. I gotta say, I think that the Handmaid's Tale outfits are very much on point at this moment. The Shame of Thrones. Shame of Thrones. Well played. Somebody wrote something in chat that I wanted to respond to. You're all chatting so much, I have no idea where it went. So many beautiful chats going by. It's all gone. Oh yeah, no, it was that. It was actually 2 things. It was Bob saying the kind of stuff you talk about on first dates, and then somebody else said, I can't remember. And then Shade Dragon saying, yes, that's an old tactic. Yes, the old tactic of pretending that you did something illegal at your job, when in fact you didn't do that illegal thing at your job. It's kind of the plot of that movie. Oh God, what is it now? The one, it's got George Clooney, Brad Pitt, and John Malkovich. I cannot think of it actually, but it's kind of got similar vibes to that, if in fact that's true. But the fact is, this is just confirming what was already a real story. So, the fact that he's a DOJ official, I think it's much more likely that he just happened to let something slip on a date when he was trying to impress them, and is now attempting to redact that statement after realizing that that date was less of a date and more of an interview. Let's go back to talking about the federal occupation of cities. Leaving Washington, D.C. to talk about the earlier occupation of L.A. this year, which a judge on Tuesday declared to be unconstitutional.
Illegal.
We have some breaking news. A federal judge just ruled that both President Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth violated the law by using the military and the Los Angeles area over the summer. The Trump administration deployed thousands of federalized California National Guard members and Marines during an immigration crackdown in June. And this decision comes as the president weighs, as we were just talking about, whether to send National Guard members to other cities, as he has done in Washington, D.C. Joining us now is former federal prosecutor and Politico magazine senior writer Ankush Khardori. Ankush, thank you for coming here. So what is the judge's reasoning here?
Well, the judge's reasoning is fairly straightforward. He says that the Posse Comitatus Act prevents the deployment of the military on U.S. soil for normal law enforcement operations. And he held, after conducting a trial on this matter, that the National Guard was deployed in California for normal law enforcement operations, arrests, searches, stops, helping execute search warrants and things like that. And he said that this is illegal. And one thing I would point out that may get lost in the shuffle as we cover this is not really going to be relevant given the president runs the Justice Department effectively, but violations of the Posse Comitatus Act are a crime under ordinary circumstances, a low-level crime, but a crime nonetheless.
So what would the consequences be potentially for the president or defense secretary? Also, given the fact that this is after the National Guard had been deployed there and then left.
Yeah, so as to the criminal side, I mean, again, I don't expect the Justice Department to do anything about this since it's now the Trump Justice Department. With respect to the civil, on the civil side, though, you're right that most of the National Guard members are gone, but the judge said that there's still some remaining here. So even if it's in the low hundreds, his order requires them essentially to leave or to stop engaging in the conduct
disperse,
that was at issue here.
Cease and desist. Immediately cease and desist and disperse. Leave now. That is the plan, essentially, it would seem, for the National Guard, at least in Los Angeles. Now, it's very clear that the Trump administration is going to continue to do this until the Supreme Court tells them, just across the board that they cannot. I mean, that's been their strategy this whole time in every single avenue that they have been stopped by a lower court. It's just to continue doing it, or to change venues and continue using the same tactics, and while also taking it to the Supreme Court and trying to get the, try and get the Supreme Court to just green light everything they want to do. I got another J.B. Pritzker clip here. He had some things to say about Stephen Miller, the shadow president.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Are people having problems with sound? I'm seeing varying reports in chat. For anybody who's experiencing sound problems, do you try reloading your app or your browser? Because I have sound on my levels. So I think that the clip wasn't, I know the clip wasn't muted because I could hear it. And we still had, levels on the stream. All right, now let's go to the guy who was standing behind JB just now. Chicago's Mayor Brandon Johnson, who had some things to say to Donald Trump and Republicans.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
Illegal.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
Okay, hold on. I don't want to listen to this whole thing. I want to get to the end of this. Probably starting around here.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Okay. Oh, actually, you know what? He didn't say the thing that I was actually hoping he would say. Hold on. There we go. Mayor Brandon Johnson of Chicago speaking directly to the President of the United States of America, telling him to stop posting truth socials and just do his job.
Come on!
Oh, Megastar with a sweet super chat, getting us to 5 of 10. Sweet and simple. ICE, leave Chicago alone. Censored face. All right, now let's talk about the impetus behind all of the things Trump is doing. He's claiming it's about crime, claiming it's about public safety, even though crime statistics are all pointing down in all of the places that he is threatening with or has already implemented National Guard troops at.
I don't want reality.
We begin today's show in Chicago. On Tuesday, President Trump said, quote, "We're going in," when asked about federal troop deployments to Chicago and Baltimore. He repeatedly called both cities a hellhole.
There's no place in the world, including you can go to Afghanistan, you can go to places that you would think of. They don't even come close to this. Chicago is a hellhole right now. Baltimore is a hell.
The impotence? No, not the impotence. You see, you're just playing. You knew what I was saying. You knew what I was saying, Shade Dragon. 10 seconds later, typing the correct word.
Jesus, I say that.
Oh, Megastar with another sweet, sweet super chat, getting us to 6. It's all AI. Everything is computer. The robots are here. Did everybody hear what Melania had to say earlier today, or no, yesterday? It was I think it was yesterday. Everything is robot.
Even come close to this. Chicago is a hellhole right now. Baltimore is a hellhole right now. Parts of Los Angeles are terrible.
Make your mind up on Chicago, though?
Well, we're going in. I didn't say when. We're going.
This comes as
I'm just like imagining this like dystopian future where robots are like walking the street in this sort of like Minority Report / like Blade Runner type dystopic like present, you know, Melania's face up on a billboard, you know, lights flickering, and Melania's face. Everybody wasn't best. Now the robots are coming.
to federal.
Morbius Dragon gifting a galactic membership to Thomas Walker. Thomas Walker, the recipient of that galactic membership donation from Morbius Dragon. Very much appreciated, Morbius. Very much appreciated. That gets us to 6.5. Or it would get us to 6.5. If a megastar didn't immediately get us to a 7.5.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Beep boop. Yes, beep boop indeed, a megastar. Beep boop indeed. Wow. We have made a lot of progress on this goal in a very short period of time. 7.5, did I just say that? 34 minutes. Less than 34 minutes, actually. 33 minutes and 26 seconds.
Judge ruled the Trump administration broke the law when deploying the National Guard to Los Angeles to quell protests against immigration raids. U.S. District Judge Charles Breyer, the brother of retired Justice Breyer, raised concerns the deployments are, quote, creating a national police force with the president as its chief, unquote. Yesterday, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker was joined by Chicago officials when he reiterated his opposition to federal troops in Chicago.
In the coming days, we expect to see what has played out in Los Angeles and Washington, D.C., to happen here in Chicago. First, Donald Trump is positioning armed federal agents and staging military vehicles on federal property, such as the Great Lakes Naval Base. Second, unidentifiable agents in unmarked vehicles with masks are planning to raid Latino communities and say they're targeting violent criminals. As we saw in Los Angeles, a very, very small percentage of the individuals they will target will be violent criminals. Instead, you're likely to see videos of them hauling away mothers and fathers, traveling to work or picking up their kids from school. Sometimes they will detain, handcuff, and haul away children. Third, as lawful citizens exercise their First Amendment rights, Trump and his team will be looking for any excuse to put active duty military on our streets, supposedly to protect ICE. We have reason to believe that the Trump administration has already begun staging the Texas National Guard for deployment in Illinois.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker said federal agents have already begun staging at a military base near Chicago. He was joined by Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson.
Instead of using militarized ICE agents to terrify our communities here in Chicago, instead of sending in Border Patrol to our city to detain mothers and fathers who have called Chicago their home for decades, working class people who pay their taxes and make our communities stronger, they should direct those resources to taking down gun traffickers so that we can finally put a stop to the violence.
Okay, hold on. We already listened to all of these comments.
Democratic Illinois Congress member Jesus Chuy Garcia, who represents Chicago. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Congress member. So can you first respond to what is happening? How advanced are the troop deployments to your city? And what's your message to President Trump?
Good morning, Amy and Juan. Glad to join you. Unfortunately, we don't have a whole lot of information about the deployment of both federal agents, or how many of them will be deployed. And then, of course, the even greater fear that the National Guard would be deployed. We get little bits and pieces of information, including a tip that Texas National Guard elements might be used in the mobilization. But clearly, this is not about public safety, and it's not about law and order. It's a show of force meant to intimidate, to create fear, and send troops to occupy cities because people in those cities largely and overwhelmingly oppose Donald Trump and his policies. That's really what's behind this, as well, of course, as creating distractions from the Epstein files. There's great fear in the White House that there could be implications for the administration. I think the California redistricting response to the illegal, blatant gerrymandering in Texas, and the fact that we hosted much of the Texas delegation, and of course the DC mobilization, militarization that also rejects Trump. And as we saw this weekend on Labor Day, on Monday, there have been protests against the Trump policies all over the nation, and those will continue. That's what this is all about, distracting from the fact that the cost of living continues to rise, and that people are hurting, and that no legislation has been introduced, no policies have been rolled out seeking to control the cost of living and provide relief to the American people.
And Congressman, I wanted to ask you on Labor Day, I was at the march that was held where you spoke in.
Okay, we're gonna move on from the Democracy Now clip to now go to from Chicago to Philadelphia, where this troubling story popped up. This was 22 hours ago, right out of 6 ABC Philadelphia. Military helicopters spotted in Philadelphia during supposed training drills. Oh, that sounds bad. Training for what exactly? And why would they be training on the streets of Philadelphia with helicopters? It's a Black Hawk. Why is there a Black Hawk in Philly?
New video tonight shows a military helicopter in Chinatown. It comes as the Department of Defense is conducting training and drills in the city through Saturday. An Action News viewer sent us this video of a helicopter near 7th and Race Street tonight. We also spotted 2 helicopters near the United States Mint in Old City. This is close by to some residential areas. Officials say the exercises are to prepare for several events related to the nation's 250th birthday next year.
Well, we're being invaded, folks. All across the land, all across the United States, the President of the United States has apparently determined for himself that he can enact military rule in what used to be a democracy and just occupy every Democrat city from New York to L.A. That was a very creepy video. All right, let's go here. Now, we talked about how a judge ruled earlier this week that the occupation of LA was illegal. And DC has followed suit and is in fact suing the Trump administration for their occupation of DC.
Illegal.
DC sues Trump for deploying the National Guard. Washington, D.C.'s Attorney General sued the Trump administration and the military Thursday, claiming that sending the National Guard to patrol the nation's capital earlier this year violated federal law prohibiting the military from being used in domestic law enforcement, echoing a federal judge's recent ruling in a separate case in California. Washington, D.C. Attorney General Brian Schwab, a Democrat, accused the Trump administration in the lawsuit of having run roughshod over a fundamental tenet of American democracy that the military should not be involved in domestic law enforcement. The suit comes after U.S. District Judge Charles Breyer ruled Tuesday the Trump administration violated the Posse Comitatus Act that prohibits the military from being used for civilian law enforcement when it sent the National Guard to patrol protests against Trump's immigration policies in Los Angeles. Yes, we know. Okay, well, there you go. D.C. hitting back at Donald Trump, finally. Omega Star with another super chat, getting us to, I believe, 8.5. He's gonna occupy every sanctuary city. It does seem like that is the plan, quite literally.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Are we really at 8.5 already? We've only been, the goal has only been going for a very short period, for 43 minutes now. With we only need 1.5 super chats, if I've done the math correctly, to complete the goal. We haven't even finished the first half yet. This is ridiculous. Okay, let's move on from DC back to from Forbes to Democracy Now. Talking about DC, we're talking about the failure of America on immigration policy.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. As President Trump threatens to send the National Guard to Chicago and a federal judge rules against their deployment to quell ICE protests in Los Angeles, we turn now to Jean Guerrero, contributing opinion writer at the New York Times. Her new essay is headlined, "The Border is Invading America." She writes, quote, "The U.S.-Mexico border is no longer just a line on a map. It's a roaming force drifting through our cities and ravaging schools, courthouses, and workplaces. It's become unmoored from geography, dragging its violence and impunity into the heart of American life." Jean Guerrero is author of Hate Monger, Stephen Miller, Donald Trump, and the White Nationalist Agenda, and a visiting professor at the University of Southern California Annenberg School of Communication and Journalism, joining us from Los Angeles. Jean, welcome back to Democracy Now! Why don't you elaborate again on your piece, "The Border is Invading"?
Before we do that, I just want to say thank you to PB for a super sticker. Is that a Mudang? That's a Mudang racing across my screen right now. Very cute hippo. Moving at very unhippo-like speeds. Getting us quickly to 9.5 of 10 on our goal. We are so close. We are so close to completing the goal already. It is shocking. Unprecedented quickness. And I just realized the volume is too low on this clip, so I'm going to restart it from the beginning with full volume.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. As President Trump threatens to send the National Guard to Chicago and a federal judge rules against their deployment to quell ICE protests in Los Angeles, we turn now to Jean Guerrero, contributing opinion writer at the New York Times. Her new essay is headlined, "The Border is Invading America." She writes, quote, "The U.S.-Mexico border is no longer just a line on a map. It's a roaming force drifting through our cities and ravaging schools, courthouses, and workplaces. It's become unmoored from geography, dragging its violence and impunity into the heart of American life. Jean Guerrero is author of Hate Monger, Stephen Miller, Donald Trump, and the White Nationalist Agenda, and a visiting professor at the University of Southern California Annenberg School of Communication and Journalism, joining us from Los Angeles. Jean, welcome back to Democracy Now! Why don't you elaborate again on your piece, The Border is Invading America?
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Amy. So what we're seeing across the U.S. is that the Border Patrol is now operating deep inside the country alongside ICE, and it's bringing its Wild West mentality. You know, they're wearing cowboy hats, and they're treating Los Angeles and places across the United States like lawless outposts on a hostile frontier. They've been deputized to carry the border with them and to enforce its racialized logic wherever they go. As we know, the administration has asked the Supreme Court to allow it to continue to use racial profiling in immigration enforcement. And in Southern California, we are routinely seeing people targeted based on their skin color, which is why I wrote that the border is no longer something that only divides countries. It also snakes between white and brown, between families and neighbors, between citizens and the rights that they once thought were inviolate. And the brute force that the border once unleashed out of sight in the desert or behind the locked doors of detention centers is now erupting on our streets. For example, in Southern California, we're seeing fathers killed while fleeing immigration raids. We recently saw a family shot at in their car while trying to get away from agents. We are seeing people violently tackled and disappeared into unmarked vans.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
And too many Americans continue to believe that the border is meant to stop a quote-unquote invasion. But the reality is that the border...
Yep.
border is invading us.
I like the way she puts
it's coming not only for the rights of immigrants and for immigrants.
The border is not being invaded. The border is invading us, the people. As our rights are being taken away to justify, or our rights are being taken away as they're being justified by that supposed border invasion that there's really no evidence for. When Donald Trump entered the presidency, border entries were already at a very, very, very low rate, because the Biden administration shut down the border in the spring of 2024. I also want to say thank you to Mish for the sweet super sticker. The super sticker which got us over the hump, completing the goal, which means that we are going to get all of the sweet, sweet content that we deserve tonight. And we know it very early on. It's rare that we know this early on that we're going to get all of the content before an hour of the goal being around. Before even an hour and 15 minutes transpired, we had completed the goal. It's truly incredible. The epicness of it does not go past me. I'm very much cognizant of that. You should be too. It's incredibly impressive effort from all of you. Your generous donations have helped make this happen. It's all made possible. The content which is going to be brought to you, your eyes and ears, for the rest of the evening and part of the morning. Should I end the goal or should I leave it up? We have 2 hours and 10 minutes. Maybe I should. Here's what I'll do. I'll end this goal and I'll restart a goal for more confetti. How do I do it? Should we do it? Because it's a 5 of 10. I could start a new goal, of any size. I think that's what I'll do. I'll end this one. I'll restart it. I'll do a confetti-based goal of any size. I mean, we could just leave it up. 1 in chat if you want me to leave it up, or 2 in chat if you think I should make a new goal. I just don't want anybody to be confused to think that they're contributing to the content goal. You know, I'm just going to make an executive decision. I'm going to end this one. I'm going to start a new one. Because it's just as easy. And it removes any possibility of confusion. Because that's one thing I don't like thinking, is that somebody presumes to be contributing to ensuring that we get all the content and instead contributing to something less important, albeit still great, that being confetti. It's just not the same thing. Okay, I don't know. What are you doing here? Let me start the goal. What is happening? Oh, son of a... Really? Doing that undoes everything I just did? How does that work? How, in fact, does that work? Everyone seems to think that I should just leave up the goal, but it's too late for that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's too late. We've gone much too far. All the colors. 5 chats. Just confetti. Okay, new goal started. 5 any size super chats for the confetti of it. All right, people, that's the end of the confetti party. Let's get back to the content. I'm still sort of blown away by how quickly we completed that goal today. You like the new confetti colors? I was already considering changing them again for fall, to make some sort of fall, you know, like auburn, something with some auburns and some reds and things like that in it. Thankfully, I still have all the Halloween decorations and Thanksgiving decorations and Christmas decorations ready for this year. Well, at least, I mean, to some degree. Like, I have the backgrounds all set. So a few things I have to add on top of it at the end of it all. I'm kind of excited. I don't know about you all, but I'm pretty excited for the holidays to come around. We can start putting the holiday sets back up. Everybody remember the holiday sets from last year? Come on. Come on! Come on, you can't tell me that's not exciting. Okay. Well, let's talk about how that border is invading us a little bit more by looking at this clip, which posted 3 days ago to the Guardian News YouTube channel, showing the FBI arresting a U.S. Army veteran for supposed conspiracy to protest ICE.
Illegal.
Conspiracy to use the First Amendment.
I want the search warrant before you go in the house. That's my house, not his. Hold on.
Okay, just we're gonna put it in this truck. I'm just saying, if you can just step back, we're gonna come around here. Thank you.
I'm an Afghanistan veteran. I'm an American citizen.
Do you have anything, any weapons we can show up in your pockets, anything like that? I might have a I don't think I do, but I might.
There we go. This guy was arrested a month before these guys ever showed up to their house. How did this happen? This man is a U.S. Army veteran, minding his own business, using the Constitution in his fullness, exercising the First Amendment by protesting the actions of authoritarian government, and a month later gets picked up by the FBI. These two should be ashamed of themselves.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Everybody involved in this should be ashamed for having made this happen. But one thing I keep asking myself is, how did they figure out this guy was at this protest in the first place? Well, this next video from Taylor Lorenz could possibly explain it.
Imagine the government being able to break into your phone without you doing anything at all. You don't have to click a link or open a file. Just getting a text message can be enough. Once the spyware has infected your phone, they have access to everything: your messages, email, photos, real-time location, and even messages on encrypted apps. This new spyware uses what are called zero-click exploits, and it's a sprawling multi-million-dollar industry. Now, the US government is buying this exact type of tech. Welcome back to Free Speech Friday, my series covering the fight for free expression and civil liberties online. Just this week, it was announced that U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement officials, aka ICE agents, will soon have access to one of the world's most sophisticated hacking tools, thanks to the Trump administration lifting a hold on a government review of a contract with Paragon Solutions, a company founded in Israel that makes spyware that can hack into any mobile phone, including any application, even encrypted apps. This new agreement between Paragon and ICE gives ICE access to the Israeli spyware's platform Graphite. Unlike old school wiretap programs, Graphite doesn't need to break the math behind encryption. Instead, Graphite infects a phone directly, and once it's inside, it can see your messages before they're scrambled into encryption, or right after they've been unscrambled to display on your screen. This means photos, texts, calls, literally everything, including the microphone on your phone, can be exposed. Paragon software turns every single personal cell phone into a surveillance gadget working against the person that owns it. Now, this ICE Paragon deal has had a very strange journey. The contract was initially signed in late 2024, but then it was quickly put on hold by the White House because the Biden administration had sort of made a show of limiting federal use of commercial spyware. In fact, in March 2023, President Biden signed an executive order called 14093, designed to restrict agencies from buying tools that pose national security risks or have been used to target dissidents, journalists, and U.S. personnel abroad. The contract with Paragon looked like an early test of whether they would basically be enforcing these rules or whether this was just another meaningless declaration for the government. So for almost a year, it's been sitting basically under review. Now, just this week, it's been announced that the pause was lifted quietly and the deal went live. ICE's cyber unit, Homeland Security Investigations, suddenly had access pretty much overnight to one of the most powerful spyware systems on the entire planet. Now, Paragon is often compared to the NSO Group, the Israeli company behind Pegasus, which is the world's most famous spyware. Pegasus became really famous initially back in 2016, but then again in 2021 with the Pegasus Papers, when watchdog groups found the spyware on the phones of journalists, activists, and even heads of state. Like Pegasus, Paragon Group's Graphite doesn't crack encryption on the wire. It compromises the phone itself, giving the person operating the spyware information to messages, calls, etc., everything on your phone, basically. So let's talk a little bit more about
Okay, that's all we're going to get from Taylor on this particular subject today. Just a horrifying and fucked development. The fact that they would, that ICE is going to use spyware, just sort of willy-nilly on Americans, people in the U.S., like, I just want to remind you of what this means, because let's think about this for a second. How has ICE been behaving up till now? Well, ICE has been, rather than getting warrants from judges to target, single individuals for immigration enforcement, What are they doing? They're doing broad sweeps. They're doing broad sweeps in areas where they wind up picking up American citizens and all these other things. And then they wind up having to release some of those people due to the fact that they are not picking up just, undocumented immigrants. And so I think it only makes sense to expect them to behave in the exact same way with this software that they've just picked up from the Israeli government. A fucking spyware, the most powerful spyware supposedly on the planet. They've just picked up, and now, what do you think? They're going to go to the judge every time they want to put it on somebody's phone? Figure out whether or not that person is you think they're going to do that? Or maybe do you think that now that they have the access to this technology, they're just going to use it with impunity and avoid any sort of oversight on it? I would like to point you towards door number 2, because that is almost definitely how it's going to be utilized. Considering people like this next guy we're going to hear from run the agency. Let's see what Tom Homan had to say. Here is Tom Homan from yesterday.
On appeal.
The president today previewed sort of a law enforcement action in New Orleans. Is that an immigration related?
Pardon me?
The president today previewed law enforcement actions in New Orleans, similar to what might happen in Chicago. Is that going to be immigration related?
Yes, it's going to be immigration enforcement. I mean, that's what I'm involved in, right? So, the president said weeks ago. I said weeks ago that with sanctuary cities, how we're going to address it, we're going to flood the zone. We got 10,000 more agents coming on. We're going to flood the zone. We don't have a problem.
Well, there you go. And of ICE, Tom Homan said, we're going to flood the zone. We're going to flood it, and we got 10,000 more agents now, and it's going to be flooded. Okay? We're going to flood the zone. Get all that money. Get all that fucking taxpayer money. We're going to flood the zone. Well, they've been doing exactly that, and also ignoring recent federal rulings on how they're supposed to be conducting these raids. Let's start in California, where they're definitely not allowed to do what they just did, fairly certain, which is raiding workplaces.
Illegal.
NBCLA.
New tonight, this video of federal agents detaining several employees at a car wash in Chino Hills today. Cell phone video shows them inside what is called the Chino Hills car wash just before noon. The business is located off Pipeline Avenue, that would be near the 71 freeway. Immigration activists say 5 people have been taken into custody.
Right, so a California federal judge ruled earlier this year that they're not allowed to raid workplaces, not allowed to do these broad brush raids. They're supposed to be getting warrants for each one of these, technically. They're not doing that. Now, I don't know what happened with this one. But they did the same thing in Georgia. This time at... honestly, this next one is somewhat shocking. And this, I think we should pay attention to this. This is going to have implications for the future. But it seems like the Trump administration has run out of mom and pop shops to go and raid, weed farms to raid, or just people on the streets, since everybody's holed up trying to avoid going out into public now that they're so terrified by ICE. They've decided to move on to major multinationals. That's right. A Hyundai car factory in Georgia was raided by ICE. You'll be shocked to hear that in this sweep, Americans were once again detained by immigrations and customs enforcement.
We're following a massive
something they do not have the authority to do.
Illegal.
We're following a massive ICE raid at a Hyundai plant in Georgia. Officials say roughly 450 undocumented migrants were apprehended. Now, Thursday's raid was carried out by multiple state and federal law enforcement agencies, including ICE, the FBI, and the Georgia State Patrol. I want to bring in CNN's Isabel Rosales, who's been monitoring this. So, Isabel, what is the latest this morning?
Omar, good morning. With more than 450 people apprehended, this marks what appears to be one of the largest ICE raids at a single site in the 22-year history of this agency. Now, here's what we know. This happened at the Hyundai Meta plant site. This is in Ella Bell, Georgia. This is just 25 miles or so west of Savannah. And according to the Associated Press, this raid stopped construction of this factory that's being built to produce batteries for electric vehicles. This same site, the same project.
Incredible. I mean, this is one of those things where it's like just the amount of what do you want to call it? Like the paradoxical nature of all of this. They just raided a work site that was building out one of the factories that Donald Trump says we need to build. Picked up, hundreds of people in this raid and halted work on a manufacturing plant, which would have, I assume, provided decent blue-collar jobs. Probably would have paid decent, generally speaking. Instead, I guess, I can do that. And at the same time, also raiding some manufacturing plant in New York.
Stopped construction of this factory that's being built to produce batteries for electric vehicles. This same site, this same project, this was touted by Georgia's Governor Brian Kemp, who called it the largest economic development site in the state's history. Now, we have video that we're showing in pieces here of masked and armed agents there at the site, giving out orders while officers raided the facility. We can also see workers here in hard hats and vests. They were lined up as this was ongoing. On site was ICE, Georgia State Patrol, FBI, DEA, ATF. They were executing, Omar, a search warrant that DHS says is part of an ongoing criminal investigation into this, quote, allegations of unlawful employment practices and other serious federal crimes. They're saying that this sends a clear and unequivocal message, too, that they're taking this very serious. And here is the special agent in charge, what he had to say about this raid.
We are making many arrests of undocumented individuals. We have encountered many lawful employees working here, United States citizens.
Just the implications of this one raid is going to ripple throughout the U.S. economy. I can tell you that right now. Because Hyundai is not the only one using immigrant labor, undocumented immigrants to build factories, to work in factories. People were already scared enough to leave their homes at this point. You had this, and the Hyundai is not off. A multi-billion-dollar company like Hyundai, not off of the potential raid list. Oh boy. But Stephen Miller has a quota that he needs to be has to have that fulfilled by ICE. What would happen if Stephen Miller's quota wasn't fulfilled? I mean, my God, the earth would cease to turn. Now, one man is doing everything he can to prevent that quota from being fulfilled. Let's go here to Reuters from 19 hours ago.
Southbound on the 710.
It was just after dawn in Los Angeles earlier this summer, but Francisco Romero and a dozen other immigration activists were already gathered near an ICE staging area, alerting the public on the agents' locations as they set out in marked and unmarked vehicles.
What we're working to do is create a listing of all the... We're trying to create a listing of all the types of vehicles they're using. License plates, license plate numbers, description of, again, make, model, directions they're going, right? Where they came off of, where they headed. And we're trying to document it. And because they do the same to us, right?
At times, Romero...
That's a very good point. They are doing the same thing. Doing the same thing to us.
And because they do the same to us, right?
At times, Romero, known as Chavo, and other activists tail the agents' vehicles.
Yeah, so right now we're on our way to Home Depot here in our neighborhood of Huntington Park. Yesterday, there were some kidnappers there in plain clothes that were...
Yes, that's exactly right. That's right. We should be calling ICE, all ICE agents, just kidnappers. Got a bunch of kidnappers over here.
Illegal.
Yesterday, there were some kidnappers there in plain clothes that were looking to take some of our people. But we were able to get volunteers out to kind of stay the whole day and into the night, sort of monitoring the situation.
As President Donald Trump ramps up his mass deportation efforts, civilian surveillance of federal immigration agents like this is becoming increasingly assertive. In Austin, a technology worker created an app to report sightings of agents. It has over 1 million users. On Long Island, New York, another activist developed a similar app to report immigration enforcement raids in local areas. Romero says he's protecting the Latino community.
Yeah, and we've seen like a handful of these apps pop up. I think the thing is, I think that people just got to keep making these apps. Because some of them are either like shutting down or getting flooded with like bots and or like disinformation. Once the law enforcement like gets a hold of these things, like ICE I think is doing everything they can to try and sort of stop people from getting the word out. But I love this guy. It's a great plan. He's just hanging out, writing down vehicle make and models, ICE agents, license plate numbers. It's completely within our constitutional rights to do that on public property. Now, Donald Trump has been losing in the courts all over the place, although not so much in the Supreme Court. Let's go here to Democracy Now! From Wednesday, excuse me.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We look now at a slew of legal developments with the Trump administration's deployment of National Guard troops to U.S. cities and his broader immigration crackdown. On Tuesday, U.S. District Judge Charles Breyer, the brother of the retired Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer, ruled Trump broke the law when he deployed the National Guard to L.A. to quell protests against immigration raids. Breyer expressed concern about the deployments are, quote, creating a national police force with the president as its chief, unquote. Meanwhile, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has authorized up to 600 military lawyers to serve as temporary immigration judges. And in more immigration news, the Fifth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals issued a 2-to-1 ruling that blocks President Trump from using the...
I just want to point something out. Like, Donald Trump deciding to use military lawyers as immigration judges wouldn't have to do that. Wouldn't have to do that if you didn't get rid of all the immigration judges, because the second Donald Trump took power, he fired 2 dozen immigration judges right off the bat. And I guess we could fund immigration courts better, get more judges, but just randomly taking people that are not prepared to do that job is idiotic. Rather than just leaving the people there who were completely qualified and were already doing their job with great merit.
Court of Appeals issued a 2-to-1 ruling that blocks President Trump from using the 18th century Wartime Alien Enemies Act to deport Venezuelans accused of being gang members because, quote, we find no invasion or predatory incursion had occurred.
I don't want reality.
The Fifth Circuit is considered to be one of the most conservative appeals courts in the United States. The case is expected to head to the Supreme Court. For more, we go to Washington, D.C., where we're joined by Aaron Reichlin-Melnick, Senior Fellow at the American Immigration Council. Aaron, welcome back to Democracy Now! Let's start with that last overnight court decision. If you can talk about this very conservative court ruling against Trump using the Alien Enemies Act, the AEA, and then just go through these latest decisions in the last 2 days.
Yeah, well, first starting with the Alien Enemies Act, we saw the Fifth Circuit in a 2-1 decision ruled that the Alien Enemies Act is a wartime authority, which is what everyone has been saying so far. The judges' panel's rule, it was a 2-1 decision. They joined over a dozen other federal judges to rule that this law, adopted in 1798 during the quasi-war with France and that has only ever previously been invoked during declared wars, is in fact a wartime authority and not something that can be used to deport Venezuelan alleged gang members without any due process whatsoever. So this is yet another blow for the Trump administration in their efforts to use the Alien Enemies Act. And though we know that this case will eventually make it to the Supreme Court, at the Supreme Court as well, the Trump administration is 0 for 2 in their efforts to use the law without any due process. Beyond that, of course, we had Judge Breyer's decision in California finding that the president violated the Posse Comitatus Act when the military was used for domestic law enforcement, things like riot control or crowd control in Los Angeles.
And for those who are not aware, what is the Posse Comitatus Act?
The Posse Comitatus Act is a 150-year-old law adopted after the Civil War that says extremely clearly that the U.S. military may not be used for domestic law enforcement unless explicitly authorized to do so by Congress. And here, Congress has never authorized the military to be used for basic law enforcement tasks like crowd control.
Also, if you could comment on the federal judge decision over the weekend stopping the Trump administration from illegally deporting as many as 700 Guatemalan children in the middle of the night back to Guatemala?
Yeah, that's another case that looks very suspiciously similar to the kinds of things the Trump administration did in the Alien Enemies Act case. They adopted a very out there, bizarre legal interpretation that had never been put forward, and then tried to execute mass removals in the middle of the night or very early in the morning before a judge could stop them. In this case, a judge acted at 2 a.m. to put forward an order to block the Trump administration and continued forward that order and her actions throughout the day, so they did in fact prevent the planes from taking off. But at its heart, this was a result of the Trump administration's bizarre claim that the Office of Refugee Resettlement has an authority to effectively run its own shadow repatriation system and has the ability to send children home outside of the normal constraints of immigration law, which include things like the right to seek asylum. So those flights have been blocked.
Yeah, that story is incredibly troubling. I mean, every single parent in the United States should be utterly horrified by what the Trump administration tried to do. I mean, in the middle of the night, at like 1 or 2 in the morning, while these children were sleeping, in the dark, under the cover of darkness, basically went into these children's rooms, woke them from their slumber, packed them into buses, I guess, and then drove them to an airport where they tried to load them all onto a plane and kidnap them to a different country.
Illegal.
They tried to do some child trafficking. And the fact is with the way that the ICE is being just completely flippant and disregarding the law in general, due process, ensuring people have the ability to contact family members and things like that, and on multiple occasions having now accidentally detained American citizens. You know, I hate to even think it, but you know, at some point, an American child, perhaps one who struggles to speak English, but is in fact an American citizen, will accidentally get put onto some flight by the by the U.S. government, and then who knows where they'll be, you know, Guatemala, I guess. Now, some protesters have actually been trying to work with and protect ICE in, sort of revolutionary innovation.
Any opportunity you have to embarrass an ICE agent, I think is honestly like near medal worthy.
Right.
You got to be careful because they're starting to like charge people, protesters, with all sorts of stuff.
Don't touch anybody.
Don't touch anybody. Don't interfere with their work, but belittle them in any way you can.
Although maybe you can interfere with their work by maybe kind of, encouraging certain people not to go and warning folks.
Oh,
That's
no, you can do that.
interference.
Yeah, you can do that. That's not interference.
Blocking them from service.
You're telling other people to do stuff. That's not true. You're not inhibiting their actions. You're just encouraging other people to behave in a certain way that makes them avoid them. Here is some protesters in LA, and I appreciate that they did this. Somebody, you had ICE, and they were at a parking lot,
federal building.
A federal building. They were assembling there to go out on their runs, and
nothing more useful we can use our federal buildings for.
Oh, of course. And someone, it seems, accidentally put a bike chain on the door.
You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid.
Oh, you trying to act all hard for a fucking game? Yeah, acting all hard.
Monopoly.
You guys are locking yourself up.
Fucking horrible, right?
Yeah, it's not very fucking fun, is it?
They look like my new cats when I put like a box in front of the side of the couch so they can't scratch at it. Like, what? What do we do here?
Now, physically blocking them from doing their job is
illegal.
Is dangerous. It seems like somebody maybe accidentally put that chain there. That happens all the time. Sometimes you chain your bike up and you don't realize what you're doing. Also, we also have to concede that it is quite possible that there is a mom or a dad who is being prevented from being taken away from their children at that moment. And these federal officers need to be able to get out to arrest that mom or that dad before they make dinner for their kid or take their kid to school or something like that.
Yeah.
So there is a price associated with that.
Right.
I got audio of the moment the chain went around the gate there.
I like the passive language.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, yeah.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
We have to realize this comes with a price. There's going to be a kid who's going to be driven to school by their parent without being terrorized because of something like that. So this is not, it's not like it's expense free.
I mean, and also, you don't know that person wasn't trying to keep them safe from the other protesters. Like, locking them in, just like, wait, just stick around. I'm protecting you by incarcerating you, which is oddly, a flipping of the logic.
Yes. Role reversals. Emma's making a lot of sense right now.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
A lot of sense Emma is making over here. Those protesters are just trying to protect ICE from an unseen danger, and by locking them in, they've actually ensafened ICE rather than endangered, or perhaps prevented them from doing their job. They're preventing them from dying, possibly. Who knows what's out there? It's a world full of possibilities. Now, of course, while, the Trump administration is going after immigrants and covering up for sex offenders, they are, in fact, trying to usher in American theocracy.
Fuck yeah!
Where in Texas, they have been trying to put the 10 Commandments in every classroom, K through 12, across the entire state.
As of today, most public schools across Texas are now required to display the 10 Commandments in every classroom. The new state law is going into effect despite a legal showdown. A federal judge is temporarily blocking the legislation in 11 school districts while it remains in effect for the rest of Texas. The state's Attorney General Ken Paxton appealed that ruling. He says that, quote, "The woke radicals seeking to erase our nation's history will be defeated. I will not back down from defending the virtues and values that built this country." There's no timeline set for an appeals court to decide if the law violates the Constitution. Joining us now is Rabbi Mara Nathan with Temple Bethel in San Antonio. Rabbi, thank you for your time. So your family is one of 16 opposing the 10 Commandments.
Okay, there we go. That's all I wanted from that story. But one thing that I just want to remind Christians, specifically right-wing Christians who approve of the 10 Commandments being put into schools. I would like to remind you of, first off, the Constitution, which strictly prohibits doing this sort of nonsense right here in a public space, regardless of what religion you happen to be. The government is not allowed to show any kind of, honestly, any interest really in religion. Not supposed to show any favoritism of any kind towards any religion, or use any federal tax dollars for promoting any religion in any way, shape, or form. And doing this using the Protestant, specifically, that's what they're doing in Texas, the Protestant version of the 10 Commandments they are trying to use. Now, we just got done talking about how the Republicans are going after immigrants for being too brown from a different country. And I just want to remind all those Christians out there that, of course, Jesus was an immigrant himself. His family went from Jerusalem to Bethlehem and were not allowed into any of the lodgings in that town in Palestine. And, his family went on to be exiled to Egypt after King Herod's authoritarian crackdown. And was very much a welcoming to immigrants. And it was one of his foundational principles of being welcoming to strangers. So don't forget that. Okay? Just want you to all write that down. While you're hyperventilating over the existence of immigrants. Maybe we want to think about what would Jesus do? Okay, WWJD. This is not a galactic promotion of any religion. I'm just so sick of Christians being so goddamn hypocritical. As a person who's read both the New and Old Testament, the Quran, and a number of other religious texts from East Asia and things of that nature, I'm just so tired of Christian hypocrisy. It's just really gotten out of control in this country. All right. Now, that's going to be a perfect time for us to take a quick break. But do not fret, space fans. We'll be right back after these brief space messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so you don't miss a single show. While you're at it, do not forget that we are completely funded by individuals like you. So, let me list some of the ways in which you could show your support. Help fund the Galactic News Network. Things like YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships. You can start a membership for yourself, only $3 a month. It's just a bunch of cool benefits, like 18 sweet emotes, feeling of galacticness, a few secret videos, and you could help the rest of the community get us closer to 19 emotes. Or if you already have a membership yourself, you could gift it and pay it forward. Pay the galactic love forward with a gifted membership to one of the community. But of course, if YouTube donation's not your vibe, you also have Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of YouTube. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a galactic patron. Just $3 a month over there as well. Get you a whole bunch of other sweet benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. And I will not bore you with what those benefits include. I think most people know what they are. Avatar, shout out, secret Discord channel, and much more. Anyway, everyone, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. And I will be right back. Space Fams, you know what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream. And for you to get back in your seats, otherwise you're gonna miss the beginning of the second half. And you wouldn't want that. None of us want that. For you, that sounds terrible. Missing the second half. Oh, God, I can't even imagine. But I'll give you all a little bit more time to get back to those seats. Then we're going to get back to it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
By the way, I just want to remind any and all new patrons to please remember to message me what you want your galactic patron avatar to be. If I don't know what your avatar is, I can't make it. I can't put it on the stream. And then you don't have an avatar. And that means you're missing out on using one of your benefits that you're paying for. Sure, it's not a lot of money, 10 cents a day, but unused benefit nonetheless makes me sad inside. And also, in a way, it makes the Space Fam sad, because then they have less beautiful galactic avatars to look at during these break screens. And I do feel the avatars really do add something to all of this, the togetherness of it all. Also, I just noticed that we are like 3 subs away from getting to 1,100. We've been making some moves here on YouTube. We got to 1,000 earlier this year. Now, earlier this summer, actually. I think it was like the end of June, right? That we actually finally got there. So 2 months. Now we're at 1,100 almost. 1,097 to be exact. Okay, we left off talking about immigration. Let's start off this second half. Listen to part of this interview done by Amanpour and Company of Robert Reich, former labor secretary under Bill Clinton, now YouTuber. Also, fun fact, father of Sam Reich, owner-operator of Dropout Comedy, formerly College Humor.
Well, since President Trump returned to office more than 7 months ago, the U.S., as we know it, has been undergoing some dramatic shifts. As we mentioned earlier, prominent hedge fund billionaire Ray Dalio warned this week that the nation is sliding into a 1930s-style autocracy. So how did we get here? Former Clinton Secretary of Labor Robert Reich believes what we're seeing today is the result of a series of economic and political choices made in the last 50 years. He chronicles them in his recent memoir, Coming Up Short. It's a great title, I have to say. He joins Walter Isaacson to discuss what Democrats should do to respond to Trumpism.
Thank you, Bianna and Robert Reich. Welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you, Walter. It's good to see you.
Your book is Coming Up Short, a memoir of my America. I want to focus on that subtitle because one of the things that struck me when I read the book last night is that you take your own life story and make it into an allegory about America in that period. How'd you do that and why?
Well, first of all, Coming Up Short is indeed a double entendre because, as you know, I'm very short. But also America, I believe, came up short in the sense that I was privileged to be a member of the post-war baby boom. I don't presume to know exactly how old you are, Walter. I think you're younger. I'm sure you're younger than I am. But that post-war baby boom generation, the year I was born, featured just within a few months of my birth, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, and Donald Trump. And the book focuses really on what we did, not necessarily those individuals entirely. I also include Clarence Thomas and many others of us who came to our our adulthood in the 1960s, 1970s, and had an opportunity to take the legacy we were given by the so-called greatest generation and continue that legacy in terms of building a very strong American middle class and a stronger democracy. But we came up short in the sense that we ended up with Donald Trump as president. And I think that Donald Trump is not the source of our problems. What I say in the book is that Donald Trump is more the consequence or the culmination of a lot of failures over the last 40 or 50 years to deal with widening inequality and the problems faced by the American working class that ultimately chose him as president.
Well, let me talk about the baby boom generation. Talk about somebody born the year you were born, in the late 1940s, had about an 80% chance of being financially better off than their parents. If you're born in the 80s or 90s, you have less than a 50% chance of being better off financially. That seems huge to me. What happened? Why?
In the late 70s, there was kind of a giant U-turn, and I get into this in the book. We, instead of continuing to grow the middle class, we actually decided, and I say we figuratively, it was not everybody in America, it was actually an increasingly politically potent corporate culture, big corporations and wealthy individuals whose money began to dominate American politics in a way that did rig the market. Now, I don't want to be too dramatic about it or sort of parrot exactly what Bernie Sanders and others have said, but there's a lot of truth to it. The market did change. And that meant that if you were a non-college graduate, and if you were brought up in the Middle West or in the South, and you didn't have the opportunities you had. You were.
Hold on, we can't listen to this whole discussion here, but I figured we'd try and hit some of the finer points of all of this.
Very difficult to fulfill what you're referring to, and that is the social contract that we had coming out of the Second World War.
One of the themes in your book is bullying, and you were bullied as a kid. And in some ways, you say that's what's happened to the average American. Explain that.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
I became quite sensitive to the issue of bullying because I am short, and I was, like many children are, bullied in school. But one of my protectors, one of the older boys I kind of leaned on or relied on to protect me from the bullies, himself was bullied in a much more profound way when he was registering voters in 1964. His name was Michael Schwerner. He and two other civil rights workers were murdered by the Ku Klux Klan. And then, in many ways, Walter, changed my life and my view of bullying. I began to see that bullying was about power. It is about power. It's about people with power abusing that power and treating others without power in ways that exploit them. And I'm talking about employers and employees, or men bullying women, or white supremacists bullying black people. I mean, you see bullying all over. And as inequality has widened in America over certainly the last 40 years, the opportunities for the bullies, those at the top who have a great deal of resource, to take out their bullying on people who are weaker than they are, have increased. Donald Trump is the bully of bullies. I think that he was elected in part because a lot of people who felt so bullied by the system saw him as somebody who could bully everybody else. he.
Yes, indeed. And one thing that I think many Americans feel bullied about... I put these in the wrong order, didn't I? I'm going to move... Hold on. I got to do something. Put this... here. Yeah. That makes perfect sense. Okay. Yeah, one thing people in America feel bullied about is their health care. People, feel, you know, they work their whole lives and they pay their healthcare premiums, and then when they actually have a healthcare problem, all of a sudden the insurance company doesn't want to insure the thing that they're supposed to. That's a problem for many people. Oh, wait a second. Oh God, what did I do? Wait, why did I put this here? This is supposed to be way down here. Son of a bitch. God damn it.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
How did I do this? All right, we're going to come back to we're going to come back to that. Okay? We're going to come back to that. I don't know how that video got where it is. I wasn't paying enough attention. That should have been way further. You know, my lists haven't been great lately. I've been fucking up more than I'd like to. I hate when I put things in the wrong order. It really bugs me. Sort of throws off my whole flow. It's very frustrating. It's very frustrating, you know what I'm saying, chat? Okay, well, I guess let's go here then. All right, let's go here. This is from earlier this week. One man is slated to receive the Presidential Medal of Freedom from Donald Trump. That man is a man who leaks what appears to be oil from his forehead, was involved in the attempt to overthrow the election results in 2020. Yes, of course, I am talking about Rudolph Giuliani, former mayor of New York City.
President Donald Trump says he's awarding former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Trump announced the honor 2 days ago after his longtime political ally was badly injured in a traffic accident. Giuliani was once lauded for leading New York after the September 11th attacks. He was later sanctioned by the courts and disbarred for amplifying false claims about the 2020 election.
Illegal.
Giuliani was also criminally charged in 2 states, but he has denied wrongdoing. In a statement on social media, Trump called Giuliani the greatest mayor in the history of New York City and an equally great American patriot.
Great, great patriot, just like Elon. Just like Elon, who I also called a great patriot earlier this year. Rudy is also a great patriot. Loves America and crimes.
Illegal.
2 things we have in common. But there you go. Rudy Giuliani, for some reason, receiving the Presidential Medal of Honor. For what? Being a patriot or being a good mayor? I don't know. Could be both. Could be neither. All right, let's go to let's move on to talking about this issue. And of course, like we were just mentioning, Rudy Giuliani has been dealing with a number of lawsuits in recent years. And now one liberal YouTuber is threatening legal action himself against other content creators and journalists. One specific journalist in mind, Taylor Lorenz. And that man threatening litigation is one David Pakman. Background thief. If you know that reference, you're an OG, and good job for that.
How do you say this guy's name? Is it David
Yes.
Pacman?
David. Yes, that's correct.
David Pacman? Anyway, here, let's play this.
This is David Pacman responding to the Taylor Lorenz recording.
Some creators in the first 48 hours took the Wired story and expanded it with even more outrageous claims, suggesting that it's APAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced.
How do you say that? APAC, IPAC, OPAC, RPAC, GPAC. I don't even know how you say that.
I don't want reality.
Jesus Christ, Pacman. Oh, Pacman has fallen so far. Jesus Christ.
Suggesting that it's APAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. That is funding this show or other creators. Of course, not true.
Can you go back a little bit?
I don't even know APAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. APAC. IPAC.
How do you say that? Oh, it's like I've never.
Play
it's
it
like
one more time.
It's almost like, you know, it's almost like David Pacman's. He's never heard it, but he's never even heard of it. What? Who? Are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Like, that's the same vibes. It's the same vibes. It's like, who? Are we still? I don't even know. I've never even heard of APAC. Michael Zingle with a sweet, sweet super chat. I just finished editing the beginning of my epic fantasy trilogy. 58 pages of awesomeness. Tomorrow I'm going back to the folks to harvest my pepper and cannabis crop. That's how you say that, right? Feeling pretty good, folks. Hey, congrats, Michael. A lot of good stuff going on in your world right now. Great way to start off the fall, gotta say. Some exciting stuff going on over there in your neck of the woods.
It's APAC, IPAC.
Just play it one more time.
With even more outrageous claims, suggesting that it's APAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. APAC. Whoopsie. IPAC. That is funding this show or other creators. Of course, not true.
Oh,
he's got to be joking. He's got to be doing some sort of dry humor bit there. I refuse to believe he doesn't know how
shot there, Bender. Shot. Now chaser. I bring you.
What's a funny joke?
It was a good joke. Hopefully, it was a joke. I bring you this montage that many wonderful.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted over here. I'm reading your chats right now, noticing things I want to respond to. Michael, Zingle. Start a Discord thing. We have a Discord thing. We are we have a very, very functional Discord thing. I think we're approaching like 125-ish members or something like that right now. Somewhere in that range. Fully functional, good Discord. We have it available. We just need one of the mods to put the link in the chat. It's not live. It's not a public Discord. It's set up as a private Discord. So the only way to get in it is by clicking a link in the chat or by being a patron. Although actually, technically, being a patron doesn't change anything because I don't have an auto link set up in there yet. I keep thinking that I've done it. I don't know why. My brain is very dumb. But yeah, is there a mod in chat? I guess I can just link it. I don't see any of the mods. What are the mods doing right now? Where are you, mods? Oh, there's a link. Oh, somebody already did it. Oh, okay. I thought it was set at mod level. I guess somebody changed it. Somebody must have changed it.
Social media users. Who is this person here? Full Slack went back into the archives. All you got to do is probably Control F AIPAC. Here it is 6 years ago talking about Ilhan Omar.
AIPAC. From AIPAC. AIPAC support AIPAC.
Oh, no, wait.
Okay.
No.
So
I mean,
Say it ain't
it has to
so.
be just a joke. I mean,
Say it ain't so. David Pakman knows how to pronounce AIPAC.
I mean,
no, we got to watch that again.
AIPAC.
Control F AIPAC.
Oh, no.
Here it is 6 years ago talking about Ilhan Omar.
AIPAC. From AIPAC. AIPAC support AIPAC.
Okay.
Wow, so that's how you, I guess that's how you pronounce it. AIPAC. AIPAC. I guess that's how you, yeah. Huh, I guess David Pakman should look into this David Pakman guy to help him explain how you pronounce AIPAC.
I mean, it has to be just a joke. I mean,
yeah.
What?
Not a good
it's
one.
Not a joke. It's not a
He
joke.
doesn't joke. He's
not a
humor.
joke. He's
This
obfuscating.
is, what's
He's playing
fascinating-
dumb. He's hoping his audience is very, very stupid.
about this though is what he says before, which is he's threatening lawsuits about this stuff, implying that the Wired article is like so defamatory and huge problems with it. He called it fully debunked in what I would call a Trump-like turn of phrase.
Oh, that was that statement that was like copy and pasted by a bunch of creators, calling it wholly and fully debunked or something like that. When not a single thing about it has been debunked. It's the article is still up in full, unchanged, on no corrections. The article by Taylor Lorenz in Wired is legit.
And the thing that's telling in this thing here, Pakman says, and I'm just gonna play the audio here. Listen to what he says.
First 48 hours. Took the Wired story and expanded it.
So that is slimy, what David Pakman did right there. Because he doesn't address ever, and none of these people do, the Wired story and the thing that's wrong with it. What Pakman does right here is moves on from that.
48 hours. Took the Wired story and expanded it with even more outrageous claim.
I don't know anybody who said explicitly David Pakman is taking AIPAC money.
No.
People were concerned about the money from Chorus he wasn't disclosing. Right. The only thing people said about Israel at all is that Pakman has a major blind spot in the issue, which is evident by the fact that
I mean, the fact is it could be AIPAC money. It could be anybody's money, and that's what is inherent about dark money groups, is that you don't know where that money is coming from. And that is inherently part of the problem.
AIPAC money.
No.
People were concerned about the money from Chorus he wasn't disclosing. Right. The only thing people said about Israel at all is that Pakman has a major blind spot in the issue, which is evident by the fact that he either sincerely, jokingly, or is a lie, acts like he doesn't know how to pronounce AIPAC. That is disqualifying. The Democrats should not be paying anyone, whether they disclose it or not, who doesn't know how to pronounce fucking AIPAC in 2025. They're their top 5 PAC spender in our elections, David. Do you care about elections?
Right. Yeah. Well, also,
but yeah, I mean, David's intentionally pretending not to know who AIPAC is so he can avoid discussing this with his audience anymore. He's just trying to find a way to end the conversation as quickly as possible. Basically pulling a Trump. He's like, fake news. Can we talk about something else? I've never even heard of. What is this? AIPAC? Never heard of it before. Let's move on. Better. Are you the fake news? Oh, okay. Next question, please.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
We should say that, you know, I personally don't believe that David Pakman took any sort of guidance on his content from Chorus because he didn't need to. David Pakman was already not covering what's happening in Gaza well before Chorus even came into the picture. Chorus didn't have to tell David Pakman not to cover Gaza. He was doing that himself on his own.
Yeah, well, it's a chicken or the egg situation, right? Where it's like, did Chorus, and by the way, Chorus is the group that is essentially the middleman in between the dark money billionaire-backed fund, which we do not know where that is coming from, the 1630 fund, and the creators. So yes, it does have a public-facing element to it where they also recruit some of these people to sign up. but what was unearthed by Taylor Lorenz's reporting, again, gone over by Wired's editors, by their lawyers. This is a paper that has published stories that have been unimpeachable about very serious topics about the Trump administration, including them editing out minutes of footage of Epstein's cell, including Doge's activities. They have to protect themselves legally. And they did so not just in their critical reporting of the Trump administration, but they did so in this case as well. And I'd encourage people to listen to Taylor went on the Vanguard yesterday, and I was listening to a bit of it, and you know, she speaks about her history of reporting on libs of TikTok. I think she did a lot of critical reporting on Charlie Kirk, and she focuses on the influencer space in the political realm.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I respect Taylor Lorenz. You know, I think her journalism's quite good and important in this era. I mean, she focuses pretty heavily on tech, but she also works for a tech publication. Wired is a tech forward focused publication. But I find her insights into tech fascinating. We already watched one of her stories earlier today talking about how ICE bought Israeli spyware to implement in its immigration enforcement efforts in the United States. And I found that to be quite illuminating. I can't remember, was there another piece of this that I wanted to watch? I think there might, was there? I'm trying to remember. Actually, no, oh, that's right, I have another video on this situation. Let's go to the Vanguard boys, Zach and Gav. They too were talking about David Pakman. Let's go here to the Vanguard from 5 hours ago. Wow, this is a recent post.
The top comment says, "This is disgusting. You will never be trusted again by this household. Show us the contract or stop whining that you were caught in a scandal." So again, these aren't just a bunch of like radical Vanguard fans. These are people from David Pakman's community that ostensibly probably agree with him on a lot of stuff. But they're like, bro, don't treat us like we're fucking dumb. Don't act like, oh, what? APAC? IPAC? Like, I'm too fucking stupid to even know what's going on here. This screams desperation. It's painfully obvious that that there is more to all of this than you're willing to get into. If you had irrefutable proof that what was in the article was wrong, then you would come right out and say it. Yeah, let's take a look. Zach, do you want to take a look at David Pakman leaving the left?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We got to hear this shit.
Okay, cool. I have it right here because, yeah, David Pakman, again, after being roundly criticized by not just radical fucking commies like, you know, me and Zach, but also his own goddamn comment section, which we'll take a look at in a second, because they all have just been completely in revolt, roasting him for pretending to not know how APAC is pronounced, you know, calling him out for trying to gaslight them, saying, do you think we're fucking stupid? Do you have zero respect for this audience that you've cultivated? Like, what the fuck?
They were watching the Vanguard because that's what we told them to say.
Exactly. But it genuinely is crazy the degree to which he's condescended and gaslit his own audience, to which, again, they said, fuck you, bro. You're not independent if you're taking this kind of money.
Exactly.
You know, it's genuinely crazy. And that's not even to mention the fact that Joe just
and
straight
that's
up
been my
sucks.
main, like, that's literally been my main focus on all this, is that, like, look, if you want to take money, it's your prerogative to do so, okay? You want to take money from some dark money funded group or whomever, it's your prerogative to do so. But if you are taking money from a political organization, you are being sponsored by a corporation or anybody that would have some sort of interest in your content changing in any form or fashion, you shouldn't be calling yourself an independent organization, right? Like, you know, you need to make clear, you know, what, you know, like, in my opinion, it just bastardizes the independent content creator space. And to come from a guy like David Pakman, I think is maybe the most offensive part of it, because David has been talking about independent content creators for the last, I don't even know, like, what, like 15 years? How long has this guy been on YouTube? Like, literally since the beginning. And, like, he's been saying independent content, this and that. Oh, it's going to save the world, blah, blah, blah. And that's why you need to support people like me out here doing the good work. I won't let any outside influence cause me to change my opinions and all this other shit. And like the fact is he's the most set up person on the fucking internet when it comes to leftist creation. It's people like like him, TYT, Sam Cedar. They all got in like early days of YouTube. And to think that he needs an extra $8,000 a month is just disgusting. Like what the fuck is going on?
You agree with his shitty opinions, even if you're also a Zionist. His show sucks. It's basically just like his show would just exist to sell ads. You watch a David Pakman clip and there's like 2 ads in it, even though the video is like 7 minutes long. Like he literally just spits out whatever the fuck he has to say in order to sell ad space, like he's a fucking billboard company. That's what his show is. It's a billboard company for a bunch of these random corporate sponsors, and so that he can get $8,000 a month, even though he doesn't fucking need it. Arguably, some of the smaller content creators, like Ariana was talking about, she's like, oh, they have to fight for survival, and they can barely pay rent or whatever sob story she was going on.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm saying. And like the fact, the fact that they were talking about this, like they were incubating content creators when you got people like David Pakman under the incubated list. This dude is as incubated as you can fucking get. Okay, dude's cooked. Okay, you leave him in the incubator any longer, he's gonna come out all purple.
Maybe those people could use $8,000 a month. Pakman, what a fucking gross misuse of funds. Seriously. What a just disgusting waste of money to throw $8,000 at this guy who already has 3 million subscribers.
17 ad sponsors already on his platform. Yeah, he really needs a scholarship for $8,000 a month. It's absolutely pathetic. And he sounds just like Cenk Uygur in this clip, everybody. I want you to think about it hard. And already, David Pakman is like the weenie version of Cenk Uygur, right? He stands for nothing. He just goes where the wind blows. He really just wants to be mainstream and sell ads. Unfortunately, he went down the I stand for nothing, I'm just a liberal who cheers on the blue team, instead of where Cenk went down the rabbit hole, which is I want to, arm wrestle with Republicans and then pat them on the back for not being as bad as I thought they once were, right? David Pakman, much more profitable PAC, but they all end up saying the same thing, which is what David Pakman's about to reveal here.
Yep, let's take a look at this whiny ass bullshit where he essentially leaves the left.
Have not changed in terms of my views. What has changed, as I pointed out yesterday, is I no longer believe we are all part of the same movement. There's the governance-focused, big tent, win.
And by the way, I agree. Everyone who criticizes me is also not part of my movement.
You are also not part. You are not in the movement.
How rude!
You get out of here.
Elections and pass laws left. That's where I am. And then there's this purity test left. The ones who don't really care if we lose and sometimes seem to like it so they can say, I told you so, as long as they feel morally untainted. They treat compromise as corruption. They think we need a better media ecosystem must mean install CIA-approved thought leaders or something like that. So maybe we were never really part of the same movement. If I've been red-pilled about anything, maybe it's that. We overlap.
The guy taking money from a dark money funded political group that is not being disclosed publicly, which includes daily and weekly messaging sessions, is making jokes about CIA thought. Like, I mean, what the fuck?
This is crazy because people have said it's unfair to categorize it as David Pakman taking the red pill and leaving the left, but that's explicitly what he says here. He was like, guys, if dark money and corporate funding isn't leftist, then you know what? Maybe I'm a Republican.
Literally. Isn't that
Follow
crazy?
the rich white man.
I mean, again, like, if you're going to be in movement with people, you have to be able to accept their criticism and respond, and at least defend yourself. This isn't even that. You're just saying, okay, well, if you're going to expose my corruption, then I'm out of here. I'm going to go find a new party to show up to. Like, where you're not going to be wanted either, by the way. No one gives a fuck. You're so smug and unbearable. It literally is fucking melting the screen I'm watching this on. Either way, Jesus Christ.
Convenient movement. If I've been red-pilled about anything, maybe it's that. We overlapped when convenient, and that was it. But I'm not getting red-pilled. I'm done pretending that everyone with a left-wing label is on the same page. You can stand for progress in a lot of different ways. You can want change without torching everyone who's only 98% on your side.
It's all these people
literally wouldn't draw a line in the sand.
They're just not on. We're not on David Pakman's side enough. Okay, we haven't moved to the center enough. We haven't taken enough crypto money yet, or gotten excited over, supporting a genocide.
Illegal.
For ethnic cleansing. He was like, you know what? We need to have a big tent. People are free to disagree, right? We need to all rally behind this, right? He wouldn't say... I think he supported the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, if we're just being real.
He has to be quiet about how much he supports it, because he knows if he was actually honest about the degree to which he's a genocidal fucking maniac who supports the bloodshed and slaughter of Palestinians, that he would not have a career in this space pretending to be a leftist. But
I was about to make the point that, he didn't draw a line over the genocide because he was like, oh, I want there to be such a big tent. Like, I have to support the Democrats. Like, but I'm drawing a line over my ability to rake in corporate cash. But you're right. He 100% is a rabid Zionist and on the side of cheerleading for the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. There's no doubt about it. And you know what? Fine, David, get the fuck out of here. If you want to cheerlead for Zionism and take corporate money and immediately punch left whenever it's convenient for you to, and be misused by, it's funny. He was accusing Taylor Lorenz, and Brian Tyler Cohen were accusing Taylor Lorenz of being friends of Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson. This man is literally going to get picked up and dusted off by Tim Pool, everyone. Okay. Yeah. It's absolutely nuts. We don't have to play the whole clip.
I mean, to think that Taylor Lorenz is somehow an ally to people like Charlie Kirk or Tucker Carlson, I think is laughable. I don't think I've ever once seen her suggest that they were allies, or her having ever said anything that I would see as being in line with a Tucker Carlson or a Charlie Kirk or any of these right-wing influencers. I think it's sort of fascinating to think that to think that you would even get to that place where you would be suggesting that is a little ridiculous.
But I did take a screenshot and tweet it out, right? Birds of a feather. David Pakman has left the left, says he is red-pilled on some issues. Timcast IRL. And, Tim is reacting to that exact clip we just reacted to, and he's claiming David Pakman. He's saying, yeah, dude, they tried to smear me over the same stuff. They tried to smear me over tenant media, right? I know exactly what it's like. These...
It's fucking hilarious. Oh god, Tim Pool coming out to the defense of David when every single word that Tim in fact further indicts David. David, I know exactly what you're talking about. People were doing this to me back when I was taking all that Russian money. Oh god, all those millions of dollars I was taking for not not criticizing anything Russia was doing. And then people were like, that's not cool. And I was like, what? Look at how much money I'm making. What's not cool about this? I totally get that. David. We are basically the same person.
Aww. Lazy lefties don't know what it's like to try and make some money off of your platform, bro. They're all nuts. And because Taylor Lorenz also went after Tim Pool, he's ready to have an excuse to go after her again, right? Because that's red meat to his audience too. And so now him and David Pakman are joining forces to punch down on the left, the actual left. All right, you're seeing the real merger, which is corporate Democrat and corporate Republican joining forces to punch left. And it's exactly what Gavin and I constantly warn about. David Pakman is an enemy of the left. Make no mistake about it.
Yep. And you're very quite literally correct about the merging between the corporate Democrats and the old school anti-Trump Republicans. It's these people that hold up the bulwark, and Tim Miller, this neoconservative anti-Trump Republican. It's these people that love to invite guys like that on to chit chat. It's these people that defended Kamala Harris campaigning with Liz fucking Cheney and gaslit their audiences endlessly about how that actually was a good idea. So yeah, quite literally, you are correct about that.
How much money did Tim Pool get? I heard it was like $4 million or something like that. I could be wrong on the exact figure, but it was some obscene number for like practically nothing. That story really bugged me back then too, because I'm just I was struggling more then than I am now, and I'm still struggling right now, thinking about having an extra, $8,000 a month like the chorus guys and gals, let alone a few $1 million in a year from just posting one video a fucking month. I mean, it's fucking insane. It's fucking insane. Be damned, ethics. Fill up my bank account. That's the new meta.
Let's take a look also at this, Zach, because it's not just that Pac-Man is mad that he's been exposed and that this dark money slush fund is now out there, but it's also that, again, his audience is too smart for him to just incessantly beat over the head with his gaslighting. His audience sees
even though he
for
talks
what
to
it
them
is.
like they're 7, they're not.
Yeah, exactly. And we showed you guys the comments on one of his other videos where basically everyone, again, was like, we're not fucking stupid. Stop treating us like we are. You can't claim to be independent media if you're taking this sort of, dark money in this amount. But this is the video where he infamously pretends to not know how to pronounce APAC.
Suggesting that it's APAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. APAC. That is funding this show or other creators. Of course, not true.
I'm sure you guys have all seen the clip now. We reacted to it in real time on the show, and we're like, what? But either way, that moment went viral on Twitter, and this is the video that it's in. Let's take a look at his comment section, because it seems like instead of whatever stupid bullshit he wanted them to, have the takeaway from this be, it seems like everyone wants to, make fun of him for that.
Section.
APAC. Who is that? Never heard of him. So it's everyone is fucking roasting him. This guy says, I live in Sweden and English is my third language. Even I know what APAC is and how to pronounce it. The top comment says, this is disgusting. You will never be trusted again by this household. Show us the contract or stop whining that you were caught in a scandal. So again, these aren't just a bunch of radical Vanguard fans. These are people from David Pakman's community that ostensibly probably agree with him on a lot of stuff, but they're like, bro, don't treat us like we're fucking dumb. Don't act like, oh, what? APAC? IPAC? Like, I'm too fucking stupid to even know what's going on here. This screams desperation. It's painfully obvious that that there is more to all of this than you're willing to get into.
Well, first of all,
proof that what was in the article was wrong, then you would come right out and say it. We have seen you've been super confident when someone is spreading lies, and this isn't super confident. This is scared out of your mind. And again, this is in the context, this is in the comment section of a video where he's threatening to sue freelance journalists.
Yeah, they're not buying any of his bullshit.
No one is buying it. And I think he published this video being like, oh, this will be a flex. I'll come out here with my might and assert myself and be like, see, I'm so innocent that I'm going to fucking maybe sue. I might get the lawyers involved to prove how innocent I am. And I guess he thought that his audience would respond to that.
Aren't I a good guy?
Like Trump's audience respond to his threats towards journalists, because they love that in MAGA. They love it when Trump threatens journalists. They love it when at his rallies, he literally intimidates them and threatens them and makes it seem like they're in physical danger and turns the crowd on the people with the cameras and calls them fake news. That's what David Pakman is. But guess what, David Pakman? I'm sorry.
Guess what, David Pakman? Go fuck yourself, background thief. Now, before we leave the discussion of David Pakman, I would like to talk about David Pakman's audience, who, as we noticed in his comment section, seemed very upset. Comments like, we aren't stupid. Please stop trying to gaslight us, please. Stuff like that. And just generally, his audience seemingly being very upset. Actual Pakman fans not taking this super good. Perhaps that's because David Pakman has been, well, this is all really, in many ways, sort of the doing of David Pakman himself. Because he's been telling them and their children to be little detectives and think critically. Don't let other people just tell you what things are. You do the work. He even wrote a book about it.
All right, this has been a long time coming, and I'm super excited and nervous about this because I don't know how it's going to go. I've teased for a while that we've been working on a children's book on critical thinking. As so many of you know, I've identified one of the many problems we have in education in the United States is we're not teaching critical thinking to kids nearly early enough. I've written with our team a book for kids on critical thinking. I have the first proof right in front of me, and I'm holding it up. This one labeled not for resale. This book is now available on Amazon.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And the copies are flying off the shelves. It is unbelievable what's going on. I don't pretend for a second that this 40-page book, including illustrations and dedication and everything, that this 40-page book is going to solve the critical thinking crisis we have. But this is a book that 6, 7, 8-year-olds can read with their parents. 9, 10, 11, 12-year-olds can read by themselves. It is about starting to think critically. When someone says something, how do we know that it's true? How do we know that we know anything? I can't tell you. I've heard from people saying, David, I'm buying 25 copies. I'm going to bring them to my local libraries and give them away. I'm buying these as gifts for, I don't have kids, but I'm buying them for my nephews and so on and so forth. It's available in Kindle and in paperback. The Kindle is pre-order. It's going to launch Tuesday. Pre-order it now. Please help us with the pre-orders. Only a couple hundred pre-orders can put us at #1 for the category. This is, we're used to hundreds of thousands and millions being the numbers we talk about on YouTube and podcast, etc. A few hundred orders of this book today will put us at the top of the category.
Oh, just a few hundred.
All bets are off.
It's just a couple grand, folks.
I want to.
It just says like a couple $1,000s. That's all we need.
This
guy needs an extra $8,000 a month. This guy. It's like, look, folks, you can just spend. Come on, people, spend $2,000 in the next 24 hours.
Mention that this copy I have here is the first proof. We're going to call it like proof 0. I am going to give this proof away to someone who buys the book. I'll tell you how to take advantage of that in the future. Everybody who buys it will be eligible. So I'll be doing that. I'll give this copy away. I got 2 proofs. One I'm going to save for my daughter, who, by the way, loves the book already. She can't read. She just loved the pictures. Probably is going to rip the book up very, very soon. So I may need to get a couple more proofs. You go to davidpakman.com/book. That's it. davidpakman.com/book.
There you go, David Pakman shilling his new book 2 years ago now. This literally was almost 2 years to the day that he put this book out. I remembered him releasing this. This was before I realized, I had been watching Pakman for a long time, but I had been losing faith in Pakman for some time after he started shilling things like Bitcoin. And then when October 7th happened, and I realized that David Pakman was actually pro-genocide rather than anti-war. I stopped watching him, but I did see this this video before I unsubscribed from him earlier. And I just remember that when we were talking about this. I was like, wait a second. David, you've been telling your audience to think like detectives, think critically for all this time, and that was going to save America. And then I don't know if I don't know if Taylor Lorenz happens to watch David Pakman, but one could say Taylor acted like, no other way to put it, a detective. Found out some stuff about what David was doing, told people, including David's audience, about this. And all of a sudden, Pakman's like, why is everybody trying to think critically about us taking all this money from this dark money group?
How rude.
That's incredibly rude. I don't know why you would do that.
Come on.
Okay, let's move it along to talking about Democrats, not about dark money Democrat groups, but about what Democrats are doing to fight against Donald Trump's intentions to steal the 2026 midterm elections.
Illegal.
You got a piece coming out in the beginning of September in Mother Jones, and it is entitled Project 2026, Trump's plan to hijack the next election. And we're seeing it, right? Like, I mean, we're, you know, the ink was probably not dry, and you already had to probably go back in. I would imagine you're going to have to do that at one point. You know, it's in the magazine, so it's locked in. But they are moving so quickly. This Texas situation, and we should say, you know, we're doing this interview in the second week of August. By the time the third week of August or the fourth week of August comes, when we play this,
immediately, if not sooner.
The Texas situation could be changed. And this is a prime example of what you were talking about earlier. We have Texas wants to go to special session. They want to essentially do gerrymandering, so they pick up 5 seats. It will shrink the margin in which a lot of these Republican districts have a majority of Republicans, in a wave that could expose them to some electoral danger, but probably not. It'd have to be a pretty big wave. But it will also dispossess a significant portion of of Latino voters in some way. Walk us through this, but walk us through it with an eye to your larger piece, which is basically that Trump has a quiver full of arrows to help sort of rig the election. It's very important for them to retain the House. And he's just now starting to like bing, 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 shooting all of them at the same time.
Yeah. I mean, I like to think that I was a little bit ahead of the curve with this whole Trump rigging the election idea, because as I was writing it, things that really started blowing up on that front, and there's going to have to be a lot of updates when it finally goes online. But I think the mid-decade gerrymandering we're seeing is just the most concrete way, but not the only way Trump is trying to rig the midterms. And we should say, Sam, that mid-decade redistricting in and of itself is extremely unusual. Generally speaking, redistricting happens at the beginning of the decade, after the census, and that's it. And yes, gerrymandering happens, but it still usually happens at the beginning of the decade. The idea that a state would just redraw its districts mid-decade, and then the fact that it would come from the White House, that is totally unprecedented. A president telling a state, you need to redistrict, you need to gerrymander mid-decade to give me more seats. And it's not just happening in one place, because yeah, Texas did this before under Tom DeLay in 2003. We remember this, right? That was a mid-decade redistricting that came from Washington. But this is coming from the president, and it's coming not just in Texas, but now they're saying they want a dozen seats because Trump doesn't want to have to deal with a Democratic Congress, especially a Democratic House, meaning that they're not just pushing Texas, but they're pushing Florida and Indiana and Missouri. I mean, this is absolutely insane to see. And it's basically the quasi-legal version of Stop the Steal. But instead of trying to overturn the election after the fact, they're just trying to rig the election ahead of time. So
immediately,
Democrats
if not
just don't
sooner,
have enough places that they can pick up seats to flip the House. Now, Democrats are going to respond, and we'll see what happens. But I basically think if there's a gerrymandering arms race, Republicans are going to win because they control more states. They're just more ruthless in general, but they control more states. Even if every state was as ruthless as California, and they said, well, if Texas is going to pick up 5 seats, we're going to fight back with 5 seats. Like, that can only happen in so many Democratic states, because Democrats both have moved to ban gerrymandering in ways that Republicans haven't, but also there's fewer states under Democratic control than there are states under Republican control. So Republicans are going to win this fight. And then, of course, there's all sorts of other things the president is doing, from passing a national voter suppression bill. They're trying to still get through the courts in other states, to killing protections against election security, to going after their political opponents, to taking over the courts, and not just as the U.S. Supreme Court, but lower courts. I mean, there's so many different parts of this strategy that gerrymandering is just the most concrete way it's playing out right now.
Do you have a sense of why the Department of Justice is requesting voter rolls from a lot of blue states like Massachusetts and others? I mean, what is your take on what they're doing there?
Well, I think it's pretty similar to what they tried to do when Trump had his first, if you remember, quote unquote, election integrity commission after the 2016 election, when he claimed 3 million people voted illegally in California and it cost him the popular vote.
Illegal.
It was headed by Mike Pence, but the functional head of it was the vice chair, Chris Kobach, who was Secretary of State of Kansas, someone who I wrote a lot about. And they requested voter data on all 50 states. They got very negative responses from the states. The Secretary of State of Mississippi most famously told him to jump in the Gulf of Mexico when it was still called the Gulf of Mexico.
Illegal.
Go jump in the Gulf of Mexico, or as we call it now, the Gulf of America.
Fuck yeah!
Sasha G with a sweet, sweet super sticker. That lemon is laughing incredibly hard. I don't even know what that lemon is laughing about. I kind of wish I knew, because that lemon seems to be having a great time right now. But thank you either way, Sasha, for the sweet, sweet super chat. I'm going to count that towards the confetti goal. We might get double, triple the confetti of normal at this rate. Let me look at this. We got 18 minutes left on the confetti goal. We're at 4 of 5 because the super chat that counts towards this goal was a double super chat. That's a double super sticker. So that's technically 4 of 5. We might get some more confetti here, people. We might get some more confetti. All right, now one man is very upset. Actually, before we do that, hold on. I'm going to move to the end of this. I want to watch the very end.
Section on gerrymandering. And we said, Ohio's going to redistrict, and the White House is putting pressure on Texas, right? That's where things were at in June of 2026. Well, now it's August, and about half a dozen Republican-controlled states are being told explicitly by the White House, you need to redistrict. So like in the span of 2 months, we went to like 1 or 2 states that were considering this to more than half a dozen. And that's just how it is for everything, it seems. And it's really difficult to try to figure out how to counteract things when you feel like you've won one battle and then a million other fronts emerge. And that's my worry here, is that everyone says, oh, wait until the elections, right? Wait until November. And it's like, well, what if
for a year from November? I mean, if it was this November,
it's like, okay, well, what if because of all these things that happen, there is no accountability in November? And they say, wait till 2028. Well, then what happens in 2028? I mean, like, I do think that it's basically impossible for Trump to remain in office absent changing the Constitution. But then you start to see how all these things are normalized. And it's like, will he leave? What will they do? All this kind of stuff. And even like, let's say he does leave, and let's say there is a Democrat who takes over. Like, what will America look like at that point?
Yep.
Like for a Democrat to be able to get in and do anything about it. And so, yeah, I mean, it's very chilling to where we're at. The only thing that gives me a little bit of hope is that it seems like so obvious what he's doing, and it also seems unpopular what he's doing. So maybe there's some kind of resistance to it. But I feel like the whole project of that they have is, how do we insulate ourselves from whatever kind of political backlash we might face?
It may be a personal predisposition of mine, but when the law firms caved, and we've seen a lot of universities cave, and businesses cave to Trump. I mean, there was no, a lot of that was pretty frictionless, relatively speaking, and also indicative of like sort of the party discipline within the House. I mean, to me, that is the most important thing about 2026. I don't know if Democrats are going to be able to actually do anything, but the indication that they can lose I think is very important by following Trump is an important sort of lesson for a lot of these people to learn, at least in terms of slowing the roll. But what happens if Democrats get into power in 2028 is a completely different ball game, and what is going to be necessary for them to do to I think it's going to have to be a fairly radical change. There is no going back to what the status quo was. I think, 8 months out, it already looks like a distant a blip on the horizon. One can only imagine where we're going to be in twice the amount of time that's already passed.
Yeah, Sam is right. Who knows where we'll be in 2026, but for now, we have to be doing everything we can on messaging and be preparing for a massive get the vote out effort, because fact is Republicans are losing more and more faith in Donald Trump, and Democrats are getting more and more angry. And, I think we could easily, the fact is the numbers work out regardless. There's no state that is only Republicans or only Democrats. And if one side of the vote is suppressed, the other side is engaged and motivated to get out there, things could happen. Things could happen. Good things could happen. But one man in California has assessed this problem, and he has determined who is to blame for all of this. Kevin Kiley, Republican congressperson.
I rise today because democracy is under assault in my home state. California politicians, led by the governor, are throwing a grenade at our Constitution in order to strip power from voters and seize it for themselves. This fraud on our electorate compels action by Congress to protect.
There we go. That's all I want from Kevin. Kevin is probably going to lose his seat once this gerrymandering goes through. Now, of course, California is giving the voters an opportunity to vote on this, unlike Texas, which is completely circumventing the voters. But Kevin speaks for a good 6 minutes about this. He's very animated. He's very upset gerrymandering shouldn't be a thing. But focuses all of his anger and, objections at California Democrats, including Gavin Newsom, even though Donald Trump and Republicans are the one who started this arms race. I just find it fascinating how Republicans are so good at, diagnosing the problem and then going the exact wrong direction with the solution to said problem. Yes, gerrymandering is bad. No, it's not the fault of California Democrats and Gavin Newsom. You fucking idiot. Now, you know who are being disenfranchised? The American people. And no, I'm not talking about the gerrymandering. I'm talking about the state of American healthcare. Let's hear from Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. He has a little educational video here, posted to her channel a couple of days ago, about our healthcare system.
And I want to kind of dig into a topic that's come up several times over the course of this hearing, which is this area of prior authorization. Now, generally, I like to take a step back so that folks at home can kind of understand what it is exactly that we're talking about here. I think most people hear the term prior authorization, and understandably, our eyes start glazing over in this bureaucratic language. But in the way that this affects our lives is that if someone is diagnosed with a condition, an illness, a disease, they require medication treatment of some kind, their doctor may recommend it to them, and that doctor has to very often, depending on their insurance, ask their insurance for permission, so that their insurance can say, we will cover this treatment or we will not cover this treatment. And that is the process known as prior authorization. Is that in a fair description of it, Dr. Mello?
It is, and I would just add that it also applies to procedures and surgeries.
Yes. And prior authorization oftentimes can be a really big headache and pain point for patients and doctors, and especially if you have interacted with a for-profit health insurance company, although all sorts of health insurance companies use prior authorization. You've likely dealt with this, and there have been famously, I think, videos that have circulated on social media of doctors trying to haggle with an insurance company, of everyday people trying to navigate their chemotherapy or any other sort of condition with the prior authorization system. And if you have a Medicare Advantage plan, which is the for-profit version of Medicare, you've definitely dealt with prior authorization. In fact, in 2023, Medicare Advantage for-profit health insurers filed over 100 times more prior authorization requests than traditional Medicare. And Medicare Advantage plans also deny care to patients at significantly higher rates than normal. Medicare Advantage plans deny as much as 16 times the normal rate. Does this sound consistent with some of what you've seen, Dr. Mello?
Yes, I believe that's what numerous reports have indicated.
And this is all to restrict patient care because we have a profit margin to maintain. And many of those for-profit insurers use unregulated and unsupervised AI models to review prior authorization requests. And I think it's very important that people understand that this is happening, that AI is being rolled out in the industry so that when a doctor who has gone through 4 years of medical school in addition to their additional training say that a patient needs something and they submit a prior authorization request, many times an AI model may deny them that care to a human being who has gone through extensive medical training. Now, Mr. Toy, you've said earlier in this hearing that you are the CEO of Clover Health, but you've said in this hearing that Clover Health does not use AI in your company to implement prior authorizations, correct?
Correct.
But you have seen this happen in your industry.
That is correct.
And you disagree with this usage. Why?
I disagree with it because it should always be a clinician who's making this decision. So I myself, as I said, I'm also a patient. I have had my own scans be denied through prior authorization. And I fortunately have the sophistication to navigate my own appeal, as you said, to get there. But that is not a reasonable thing for it to happen.
And for
no, that is not reasonable at all.
Diagnosed.
We can't all expect it to be doctors in order to navigate the American healthcare. No one, you shouldn't, in order to get healthcare, you should not have to be a doctor.
This is ridiculous!
But that is our world right now, specifically if you live in the United States. All right, now let's talk about the state of American healthcare as it relates to the governmental institutions intended to keep Americans healthy. Starting off here, CNN from yesterday. Talk about the CDC and the woman who lost her job as the director of the CDC.
The CDC director, now former CDC director, Susan Manara, is speaking out for the very first time since being fired and directly addressing what went down from her perspective. Manara's just put out a new op-ed calling out the HHS secretary, Robert Kennedy, saying in part, and there's a lot in here, this isn't reform, it is sabotage. CNN's Arlette Science joining us from Capitol Hill. All of this happening as attention goes to the hallway that you are in right now, Arlette, because our Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is just about to start testifying before the Senate.
Yeah, that's right. We expect Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to be up here on Capitol Hill very shortly, where he could face a grilling over the turmoil at the CDC as well as changes to vaccine policy. But just before this hearing is set to get underway, the ousted CDC director, Susan Menares, is out with a scathing Wall Street Journal commentary outlining how she believes Kennedy and the administration have threatened vaccine policy in the U.S. She specifically said that she was asked to pre-approve the recommendations of a vaccine advisory panel that was handpicked by Kennedy. They are set to meet later this month. And in this Wall Street Journal piece, she wrote, "Those seeking to undermine vaccines use a familiar playbook, discredit research, weaken advisory committees, and use manipulated outcomes to unravel protections that generations of families have relied on to keep deadly diseases at bay. Once trusted experts are..."
Donald Trump and his administration, from the very top to the very bottom, is an absolute danger to America. Oh, God, this is just so frustrating. The fact that we're just unwilling to trust the people who've spent their entire lives dedicated to keeping people healthy and are now rather listening to TikTokers and other like influencer type, like, yoga moms who also happen to sell kratom on the side and stuff like that. Seems like a really bad decision.
And advisory bodies are stacked. The results are predetermined. That isn't reform, it is sabotage. Public health shouldn't be partisan, she writes. Vaccines have saved millions of lives under administrations of both parties. Parents deserve a CDC they can trust to put children above politics, evidence above ideology, and facts above fear. Now, Kennedy's decision to remove members of this vaccine advisory panel did draw some criticism from Democrats as well as some Republicans like Senator Bill Cassidy. He will be a key figure to watch in this hearing today. This hearing is being held before the Senate Finance Committee, but he leads another Senate committee that deals with Kennedy's agency. And Cassidy was a deciding vote to help confirm Kennedy earlier this year. But Cassidy, even as Kennedy had espoused these anti-vaccine policies throughout decades, Cassidy had said that he had received some assurances from Kennedy relating to the future of vaccines. So that is something that lawmakers, Democrats,
Yeah, and people like Cassidy and all the other people in the Senate who approve this fucking idiot are also a bunch of idiots. And the fact is, they didn't care. They don't actually care, I don't think. And you have to be a fucking moron to actually believe RFK during that. I mean, we said that at the time during his Senate confirmation hearings. But Republicans took everything that RFK said at face value. Oh, he is a trustworthy, believable guy. He says he thinks he believes that vaccines are important and they don't cause autism and they don't do all these things. And then the second he gets in, he starts investigating whether or not vaccines cause autism and like dismantles the entire health apparatus of the United States government. Yeah, you have to be a real moron. Let's go to that hearing where RFK Jr. once again testified, this time no longer with the job of HHS secretary hanging over his head, now as the approved Secretary of Health of the United States. RFK got into some real back and forths here with members of Congress.
Do you accept the fact that 1 million Americans died from COVID? I don't know how many died. You're the Secretary of Health and Human Services. You don't have any idea how many Americans died from COVID? I don't think anybody knows that because there was so much data chaos coming out of the CDC, and there was so many perverse incentives. And these.
Jesus Christ, RFK. Look at him coming back and saying, actually, who knows? Who knows how many people died from COVID?
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
out of the CDC, and there was so many perverse incentives. And these are modeling
You don't know the answer of how many Americans died from COVID. This is the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Do you think the vaccine did anything to prevent additional deaths?
Again, come on! I would like to see the data and talk about the data.
You have had this job for 8 months, and you don't know the data about whether the vaccine saved
and
lives?
that's the problem, is that they didn't have the data.
This guy is so incompetent that he can't find the data. The fact is, though, he's seen the data. RFK has seen the data, and he disagrees with the numbers. But he's not a mathematician. He's not a researcher. He's not a scientist. He's not a doctor. He's a dude. He's a privileged-ass dude who was born into a wealthy family, who's had nothing else to do during his life, aside from just coming up with these fucking nonsense theories of his. And since the data does not align with his beliefs, that he's just ignoring it. He's seen the data. He's just lying.
The data about whether the vaccine saved
and
lives?
that's the problem, is that they didn't have the data. The data by the Biden administration absolutely dismal.
So who is politicizing? You're saying the Biden administration politicized all the data? Go back to what Senator Cantwell just said.
Fired Dr.
Go to
Krause.
the Trump Surgeon General.
They fired Dr. Krause. They fired all the people who questioned the orthodoxy. They fired Dr. Gruber, Dr. Krause.
So, Mr. Chairman, the Secretary of Health and Human Services doesn't know how many Americans died from COVID. Doesn't know if the vaccine helped prevent any deaths. And you are sitting as Secretary of Health and Human Services? How can you be that ignorant?
This is ridiculous.
All right, we got more of these. Let's go straight to here. The Maggie Hassan.
Senator Hassan. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Secretary Kennedy. Just before I ask a question, I did want to note, in response to the Secretary's statement that the Trump administration wants to lower the cost of health insurance, that across the country right now, the median increase from commercial insurers that we're seeing this fall is 18%, just as families are struggling to make ends meet. Now, I want to follow up on a line of questioning that Senator Cassidy began. Mr. Secretary, President Trump said that the COVID-19 vaccine produced by Operation Warp Speed was, and these are the president's words, a monumental national achievement.
Can anybody else hear RFK just sort of like wheezing into the microphone? He's like, can you hear it? It's fucking wild. I'm gonna turn the volume up slightly. Just listen, please. For me, can you hear him? Just, oh my God.
Percent, just as families are struggling to make ends meet. Now, I want to follow up on a line of questioning that Senator Cassidy began. Mr. Secretary, President Trump said that the COVID-19 vaccine produced by Operation Warp Speed was, and these are the president's words, a monumental national achievement. Although I have strongly opposed many of President Trump's actions, I agree with him that Operation Warp Speed in 2020 was a monumental achievement. Unfortunately, you are undermining one of the president's biggest...
I didn't notice this earlier. I was listening on my goddamn earbuds. Now I have my studio headphones on, and all I can hear now is RFK just like wheezing and just barely managing to get a breath into his chest. It is disturbing. I am disturbed. And this is honestly, it's a decent take from Maggie. All I can hear is this man breathing like an overweight hippo or something.
Achievement. Unfortunately, you are undermining one of the president's biggest achievements, which, as the president said, saved millions of American lives. You even went as far as to call President Trump weak for this life-saving accomplishment. Last year, you tweeted that President Trump has a weakness for swamp creatures and that Operation Warp Speed was among Here's your quote again, the most devastating impact of President Trump's weakness. So, Mr. Secretary, was Operation Warp Speed a monumental national achievement, as President Trump said?
For the reason that I already said, and I assume you won't let me repeat, but I'm happy to if you want, yes, it was.
Good.
Oh my God, do you see him
Assuming
shuddering?
it is a
Why is he shaking so much? How much cocaine is RFK Jr. on right now? This dude is like, looks like he's about to jump out of his seat. Look at him.
Assuming it is a monumental achievement, you've said it was, is it true that, as President Trump has said, he saved millions of American lives with the COVID-19 vaccine? Because you've just expressed great confusion about that to Senator Warner.
The only confusion I express is exactly how many lives were saved. I don't think anybody...
It seems like everyone thinks that all of RFK Jr.'s health problems are linked to his brainworms. It certainly could be.
knows that because of the data chaos.
So multiple studies have shown that the vaccine reduced infections and severe diseases and saved at least 3 million lives in the United States and millions more abroad in the first 2 years of the pandemic.
It's possible those are modeling studies.
I will also note, just as you've been talking about data and concern about it, the process for COVID vaccine approval was public.
Oh my God, he gets exasperated, and instead he goes from the wheezing to just the most exasperated breath out I think I've ever heard. It's like what's it called? The final, what's it called? Like when a person breathes their final gasp of air, the death rattle. RFK death rattle in Congress.
Data and concern about it. The process for COVID vaccine approval was public, it was live streamed, and it was out in the open. Manufacturers and experts have publicly submitted data analysis, and when the FDA has asked for more, they've submitted more. They've done that for years, and the evidence is clear and supports what President Trump has said. The vaccine works, and it has saved millions of lives. Your own process, on the other hand, has not been transparent. You repeatedly choose to ignore data because it doesn't match your preconceived notions and lies. So you have said that the vaccine...
That's exactly what I was saying before. Maggie Hassan and I coming to the same conclusion on this. He's got access to the data. He's had access to the numbers since before he was Health and Human Secretary. They are public numbers. But those numbers do not match up with RFK. And until you can find a way to discredit those numbers and put out different numbers, he's not going to accept. He's not going to accept those. He's not going to accept those numbers. He refuses to do it. It does not line up with his preconceived notions. His alternate reality that we now all have to live in. Let's see what Raphael Warnock had to say here earlier.
Senator Warnock.
Thank you, Brother Chair. Less than a month ago, we received the heartbreaking news that a gunman opened fire at the CDC campus in Atlanta, Georgia. This obviously is my neck of the woods. This is heart-wrenching for all Americans, but for those of us especially who live in that area. A DeKalb County police officer, David Rose, was killed. The shots hit buildings on campus in at least 180 places, narrowly missing the CDC's daycare center. Law enforcement recovered nearly 500 shell casings. Clearly, he came to do a lot of damage. It's a miracle, and thanks to the quick action of Metro Atlanta and state law enforcement, more people were not killed. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation announced that prior to the attack, the gunman expressed discontent with the COVID vaccine and, quote, wanted to make the public aware of his distrust of the vaccines. Secretary Kennedy, I assume you are aware of these disturbing reports of the gunman's motives?
Yes.
And, I understand that some people may have concerns about new medical breakthroughs, but those people don't have the world's top medical experts working under them. You've been over HHS for 7 months now.
I would like to point out that 99.9999% of those people do not have medical degrees, as it turns out.
Under them. You've been over HHS for 7 months now. Have you ever been briefed by CDC's career immunization officials to discuss your concerns?
And by the way, every member of this panel has criticized President Trump and demonized him.
Have you ever
Are
been
you
briefed?
complicit in the assassination attempts on President Trump?
Sir.
Oh my God. I cannot believe this guy is in charge of health for an entire country. This is out of control.
This is ridiculous.
Did you assassinate President Trump? Did you try to do that?
Have you ever been briefed?
Are you complicit in the assassination attempts on President Trump?
Sir, I'm asking the questions. You are the witness. It's a simple yes or no question. Have you ever been briefed by CDC's career immunization officials to discuss their concerns?
Yes, I have.
What was the answer?
Yes.
You have been briefed by CDC officials, the career immunization officials.
That's a lie.
Express your,
the senior vaccines.
That is a lie. There was already a report earlier this year. The person who should have given RFK Jr. that briefing that he's saying that he got, that he definitely didn't get, came on to CNN to do an interview to tell the entire country, the world, that he had not yet met with RFK Jr. one time, senior vaccination official in the United States at the CDC.
Officials, the career immunization officials, to express your...
The senior vaccine safety scientist, for example.
Have you ever been to the CDC as secretary before the shooting on August 8th?
Have I ever been there as secretary?
Have you been there as secretary?
He snuck that answer in there. I want to make an important distinction. RFK, he comes out and he says, yeah, I met with the top officials. I met with the top vaccine safety scientist. Not the top vaccine official, just the top vaccine safety scientist. Why? Because RFK does not believe the vaccines are safe. He didn't meet with the top officials. He just met with the people who he thought could direct him to blaming autism on vaccines as a matter of public policy.
Have I ever been there as secretary?
Have you been there as secretary before the shooting?
No.
Okay. Let's return to the shooting and the aftermath. Secretary Kennedy, I'm about to ask you a series of yes or no questions about the events of the past month, and I would appreciate just a yes or no response. You called Dr. Menarez to your office on August 25th for a meeting. Is that correct? Yes or no?
It could be. I just don't know the date. I'd have to check my calendar.
Was Jim O'Neill the man you just appointed as acting director of CDC in the room on whatever date you met with him, since you can't recall? Was he in the room when you met with Dr. Menarez? In that meeting, did you criticize Dr. Menarez for her statements to CDC following the shooting where she said, quote, misinformation can be dangerous?
I don't believe so. I have no record.
You don't believe you criticized her?
Oh, I criticized her.
Did you criticize her? Did you criticize her?
I don't even.
Did you criticize her for her statements to CDC workers following the shooting?
Did I what?
Did you demand that she fire career scientists or public experts at the CDC?
Yes.
Did you demand that she accept the recommendations of your hand-picked vaccine advisory panel without further review by career CDC scientists?
No, I did not.
You didn't ask for her commitment ahead of time that she would accept the recommendations from the advisory panel? You're denying
what
that?
I asked her about is she had made a statement that she was going to not sign on, and I wanted clarification about that.
I didn't say that she needed to agree. I just wanted to know whether or not she was going to agree or disagree. It's different. It's different but same. Same but different.
Did you tell her to accept the advisory panel's recommendation?
Honestly, that's the only thing that RFK Jr. is qualified to do, and that is obfuscate in a legal way. All right, I think his only degree is in law. So, yeah, that's one of the only things he's really competent at, is lying under oath.
I told her I didn't want her to have a rule that she's not going to sign on to it.
Did you say that the CDC was, quote, the most corrupt federal agency in the history of the world?
Not the history of the world, but definitely
Did you
within
say-
HHS.
did you say that?
I did not say that, but I did say it's the most corrupt agency at HHS, and maybe the government.
So you call the CDC corrupt. Did you say that CDC staff are, quote, horrible people?
Horrible people.
Did you say that they're killing children and they don't care?
No.
Okay, I think that we all have a history of listening to you and these answers, but you're on the record for a number of these statements. Despite your lack of credentials and expertise, clearly you have an agenda.
There's Raphael Warnock suggesting that RFK Jr. just lied under oath. Said it without saying it, but he's certainly suggesting that RFK Jr.'s answers here during this testimony were less than truthful, which could cause Congress to impeach him if it were found he were doing so. Perjuring yourself to Congress is certainly an impeachable act for a federal employee. Let's go now to Angela also Brooks, who had some things to say to RFK as well. Honestly, this is such a shameful moment. This whole travesty. I mean, RFK Jr. being HHS to begin with, and then everything. Oh my God. Just unbelievable, the things that were said by this psychopath. As Secretary of Health and Human Services in the country. He's supposed to be somebody everybody's supposed to be looking to for information and advice and whatever else on what to do with their health, as well as doctors.
HHS obviously posted on X about you. I was wondering what your reaction was to that. Were you at all surprised to see them specifically call it your resolution?
Well, they said it tells everything we need to know, the resolution I introduced as well as the report, and they're absolutely right about that. We have 203 examples of the absolutely dangerous leadership of Secretary Kennedy, 203 different instances, everything from firing scientists. He lied to our faces when he told us he would not fire working scientists. We have to be reminded this man is wholly unqualified for the job that he's doing. He has no background in science, no background in medicine, yet he has fired working scientists, researchers. He's done tremendous damage to HHS and many of the agencies. He's also espoused these conspiracy theories that make us less safe around measles and vaccinations, that now we're seeing the evidence of it in places like Florida, where they are now considering doing away with mandates regarding vaccinations for children. We're talking about hepatitis, measles, talking about these vaccines that have kept our children safe for many years. So he's absolutely right. I was delighted to see HHS say
It's an incredibly dangerous decision that Florida is looking to take on, and especially since they rely so heavily on tourism. Oh boy, that spells disaster.
that the 203 different instances that I have now highlighted in this report tell us everything we need to know. It is that he is unqualified, he needs to be fired or removed from office immediately.
It was a very detailed report when I was going through it, I mean, day by day by day.
Yes.
So just at this point, is the strategy going to be messaging, getting the information out about what he's doing, make sure people are aware? Because there's not as much recourse that you guys can really force onto the floor. You have your resolution. Thune would have to bring it up for a vote.
Yeah. Well, you know what? You said the magic words. You know what? Everyone now knows. The whole world should now know. I called for his resignation or firing 4 months ago, and it's gotten worse each day. My colleagues have now today, many of them have expressed reservations about.
There we go. There was Angela also Brooks speaking to reporters after this horrifying, shameful, very shameful RFK testimony. Angela reminding us that RFK Jr. is wholly unqualified for the job that he currently holds in the U.S. government. Now let's go here to CNN from yesterday, where one of the former CDC officials, which RFK Jr. blasted in that testimony, as well as lied about having met, technically, or certainly at least obfuscated to the fact that he had not yet met him at all, even though that certainly should fall under his job expectations. Yeah, let's go here. Caitlin Collins on CNN. Talk more about this congressional clusterfuck.
A key focus of today's hearing was the question of where Secretary Kennedy is getting his information from. It's a concern centered around a claim that you heard here on The Source last week from the doctor who, until a few days ago, ran the CDC center that issues vaccine recommendations.
An important thing to ask the secretary is, has he been ever briefed by a CDC expert on anything? Specifically measles, COVID-19, flu. I think that people should ask.
We watched this 2 weeks ago. Less than two. This is August 28th. Has it only been, like, it's 10 days? Really? Oh, my God.
In that hearing.
What would the answer to that be?
So the answer is no. So no one from my center has ever briefed him on any of those topics.
Really?
So I don't know where he's getting his, really.
And Dr. Dimitri Daskalakis, who you heard from there, is back here on The Source with us tonight. And thank you, sir, for being here, because obviously after you resigned, you came on the air and said that it was brought up in today's hearing. And I want you to listen to what Secretary Kennedy had to say today.
Have you ever been briefed by CDC's career immunization officials to discuss their concerns?
Yes, I have.
What was the answer?
Yes.
You have been briefed by CDC officials, the career immunization officials, to express your...
The senior vaccine safety scientist.
I'm curious who you're listening to, since it's clear you're not listening to qualified experts like Dr. Daskalakis. Can you give the committee the name of the person?
I don't consider Dr. Daskalakis.
Mr. Secretary, the question that I have for you is, can you give the committee a name of who you're getting briefed by?
I'm getting briefed by all the time by CDC.
Just a name.
Dr. William Thompson's one name.
He didn't finish his sentence there, what he was about to say. He says, I don't consider doctor, referencing you, and then obviously the senator cut in. What was your reaction to what you heard today?
I think that I feel like what he was going to say is I don't consider Dr. Daskalakis an expert, and I would just refer him to my record of ending multiple outbreaks, measles, Mpox, H5N1. I really don't know if he's ended any outbreaks. I can, however, say that he's been responsible for some. So that was my reaction.
Yeah, and my reaction to that claim is actually it sort of what's the word? Sort of presuppose like any of that, like sort of. And the fact is I mean, regardless of this man's qualifications, I mean, he absolutely has them. Let's talk about RFK Jr., the man who is making the accusation that the Dr. Daskalakis is not qualified. A doctor, of course. RFK Jr. is not a doctor. He has no background in medical research. He is a lawyer. It is the only actual thing he's qualified to do is law. Okay, he has no qualifications whatsoever to hold the position that he has or to make any sort of judgments on any doctor's qualifications. Do you know why? Because he doesn't have the qualifications himself. Okay, that's how the medical profession works. Scientists review scientists and doctors review doctors, not non-doctors declaring unilaterally that people who absolutely have the qualifications don't have them. It's a complete. I was
like, I don't have
it's
to
a complete reversal of everything that we are supposed to expect out of an official at the HHS, let alone, like it just, oh God, it is so frustrating to have to push back on this from this level where it's just, we're having to basically like justify the most easily justifiable things over and over again, because these people keep coming from the place that says actually all those things that you think are justifiable, science, medicine, mathematics, the English language, like none of that, that's nonsense. All journalism is fake news. Like that's the world that we live in right now. It's all been turned on its fucking head.
CB to him because I think my record speaks for itself.
Well, and you resigned after the CDC director, Susan Monterez, was ousted. He talked about that today, and he claimed in one exchange that when he asked her if she was trustworthy, he says that she told him, quote, no. And he said that she is lying when she says she was asked to rubber stamp vaccine recommendations from his advisors. Is that true based on what you know?
So, I mean, I can't speak for what happened in those closed rooms, but I can tell you about what happened a couple of days before that alleged interaction with the secretary. So I called Dr. Monterez because I had some questions around an interaction with some of the work group members just to make sure that I was, doing my job, answering to her as the director. And when she picked up the phone, she said, Dimitri, I'm not going to abandon you, but I just need you to know that I've been told that I'm no longer to participate in any vaccine policy, and that she referred me to the chief of staff at CDC, who she was informed is going to be the one who will be sort of navigating that. So I can't speak for what happened.
Wow, the director of the CDC is not to be involved in vaccine policy. She is the one person most important in determining vaccine policy. She's being told by RFK Jr., a man who knows nothing about the actual science of vaccines, that she is not to actually involve herself in any of that. It's going to be determined by weirdos on Rumble, I guess, now. Let's go to Democracy Now! Try and make sense of some of this. This is from 14 hours ago. Vaccine experts say RFK Jr. is a one-man wrecking ball against public health.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Washington, Democratic and Republican senators, two of them doctors, grilled Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. about his attacks on vaccines and ongoing turmoil at the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control. The hearing came a week after RFK fired the head of the CDC, Susan Monterez, just over a month after she was confirmed to the position. On Thursday, two former top officials at the National Institutes of Health filed whistleblower complaints saying they were forced out of their leadership positions after they criticized the Trump administration for canceling grants and spreading vaccine skepticism. In June, Kennedy fired all 17 expert members of a CDC vaccine advisory panel. Health officials inside and outside the government are increasingly warning about Kennedy's actions. 3 senior CDC officials resigned in protest last week. This week, more than 1,000 current and former HHS workers sent a letter to Congress demanding Kennedy's resignation over his pseudoscientific claims and his attacks on public health. 9 former CDC directors recently wrote in the New York Times, Kennedy's endangering the health of every American. At Thursday's hearing, both Republicans and Democrats grilled Kennedy, with some calling for his resignation. This is Republican Senator Dr. John Barrasso, Majority Whip in the Senate, a close ally of President Trump. He's an orthopedic surgeon.
So over the last 50 years, vaccines are estimated to have saved 154 million lives worldwide. I support vaccines. I'm a doctor. Vaccines work. Secretary Kennedy, in your confirmation hearings, you promised to uphold the highest standards for vaccines. Since then, I've grown deeply concerned. The public has seen measles outbreaks, leadership in the National Institute of Health questioning the use of mRNA vaccines, the recently confirmed director of Centers for Disease Control and Prevention fired. Americans don't know who to rely on.
That was Republican Senator Dr. John Barrasso of Wyoming. He's number 2 in the Senate, speaking to HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy. And this is Democratic Senator Mark Warner of Virginia.
Would you accept the fact that 1 million Americans died from COVID? I don't know how many died. You're the Secretary of Health and Human Services. You don't have any idea how many Americans died from COVID? I don't think anybody knows that because there was so much data chaos coming out of the CDC, and there was so many perverse incentives. And these are modeled
You don't know the answer of how many Americans died from COVID. This is the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Do you think the vaccine did anything to prevent additional deaths?
Again.
Hold on. We already watched this part earlier. Just shameful.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Just shameful, RFK.
Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And this is Republican Senator Dr. Bill Cassidy of Louisiana.
I said yesterday, I believe it, that President Trump deserves a Nobel Prize for Operation Warp Speed. If he had been President Obama, he would have gotten it. But because of Operation Warp Speed, forcing the federal government to come to a vaccine development within 10 months when others said it couldn't be done, we saved millions of lives globally, trillions of dollars, we reopened economies, an incredible accomplishment. Mr. Secretary, do you agree with me that the president deserves a Nobel Prize for Operation Warp Speed?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. That's phenomenal.
Let me ask you, but you just told Senator Bennett that the COVID vaccine killed more people than COVID.
Wait,
that was a statement.
I did not say that.
Okay, then let me ask, because you also...
Senator, I just want to make clear, I did not say that.
We'll check the record. That's a question of fact. You also said that you were also, as lead attorney for the Children's Health Defense, you engaged in multiple lawsuits attempting to restrict access to the COVID vaccine. Again, it surprises me that you think so highly of Operation Warp Speed when, as an attorney, you attempted to restrict access. Well, let me ask.
I'm happy to explain why.
I have 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. Right. It also surprises me because you've canceled, or HHS did, but apparently under your direction, $500 million in contracts using the mRNA vaccine platform that was critical to Operation Warp Speed. Again, an accomplishment that I think President Trump should get a Nobel Prize for. You canceled $500 million in contracts.
That's Republican Senator Dr. Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, questioning Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. during...
Okay, hold on. We can't watch this whole thing right now. It's a little long, but we're going to move ahead to this interview that they did with this vaccine expert.
Can you address overall what happened yesterday, what you think was most important that came out of it? And we want to really focus on what his position means for access to vaccines in this country.
Well, so Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has a 20-year history of being an anti-vaccine propagandist, science denialist, and conspiracy theorist. Since 2016, he was paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year by Children's Health Defense, an anti-vaccine group, to represent them, to represent their anti-vaccine point of view. He's not paid by them anymore. He's paid by us to be the #1 public health officer in this country, to represent the public's health. But he doesn't. He continues to be the anti-vaccine activist and propagandist that he always was. I mean, he has said that he thinks no vaccine is beneficial. He has said he thinks the COVID vaccines were the deadliest vaccines ever made. He said that if he could go back in time, he would pay anything not to vaccinate his own children. And I think probably the best example of this, and the reason he should have been fired on the spot, was when during this measles epidemic, when we've had an epidemic that has involved probably about 5,000 people in this country, the biggest epidemic we've had in 33 years. We've had 2 children die, 2 healthy little girls in West Texas, 6 and 8-year-old died. That's the first measles death since 2003. During this epidemic, right after 2 children had died, he goes on national television and says that measles vaccine kills people every year, which is wrong. He says measles vaccine causes blindness and deafness, which is wrong. He said measles virus, natural measles virus, prevents cancer, prevents heart disease, prevents autoimmune disease. He never owns up to these statements, but he said that during the midst of an epidemic that's the biggest we've had in more than 3.
Yeah, and that's incredibly irresponsible for anyone, let alone the director of the Health and Human Services Department of the United States of America. You know, it's dangerous enough, and RFK did it as a private citizen and a lawyer. Now, as the guy who's supposed to be the one whom everybody looks to for medical advice, is saying, going out in the midst of an epidemic and saying that the vaccine, which would be the thing needed to prevent further outbreaks in the measles epidemic, they went out and did the exact opposite and told everybody that it's fucking dangerous, like a psychopath does. Oh, God. Let's go to the psychopath in chief, Donald Trump, for the last video before we move to the break. See what he had to say at a dinner that was being held at the White House about HHS Secretary RFK Jr. Here's our president.
After your phone call with Ukrainian President Zelensky today, do you plan to speak with Russia's President Putin in the near future?
What?
If you will speak with...
What words? What do you say?
I will be.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'll talk to you.
I'll
Yes, I'll talk to
We're
you.
having a very good dialogue.
It's going to be very good.
Do you have full confidence in what RFK Jr. is doing?
Well, I didn't get to watch the hearings today, but he's a very good person. And he means very well, and he's got some little different ideas. I guarantee a lot of the people at this table like RFK Jr., and I do. But he's got a different take, and we want to listen to all of those takes. But I heard
He's got a different take than all of the scientists. It's very groundbreaking. It's weird. We should all listen to all of his crazy takes that he comes up with out of the vast cavern of his brain. All of these weird theories with no evidence always coming out. We should listen to them because, I mean, I can't discern between truth and fiction.
he's got a different take, and we want to listen to all of those takes. But I heard he did very well today. But
I heard
it's
he did
not
great.
your standard. It's not your standard talk.
He's very different. People don't get just how different that RFK is. Great guy, that RFK. Very smart, very different thinker. In fact, thinks very differently than all of the actual experts. And for that reason, we should listen to him.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Jennifer is right. We do have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America. All right, everybody, that's going to be it for the second half. Don't worry, they'll be right back after these brief space messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so that you do not miss a single show here at GNN. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Thankfully, we have so many great ways for you to show your support: YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to producing the stream rather than contributing to Google's bottom line. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron for the low price of $3 a month. That's right. For basically 10 cents a day, you could get access to a cornucopia of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So what are you waiting for, space fams? Get out there and get a little more galactic. Anyway, everyone, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Well, everyone, I do believe you know what that sound means. Yes, that beeping in your ears, of course, means it is time for you to get back in your seats. Otherwise, you will almost surely miss the beginning of the third half, which is about to begin immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
By the way, it was really nice, for whatever reason, to go into the second half, not worrying about how we were going to complete the goal today. We got that thing done so early. It was incredibly impressive. Unfortunately, we didn't complete our confetti goal. We were only one away, and I forgot to mention it. Before the timer ran out, I could start a new confetti goal. But that seems unnecessary. That seems like too much.
That's too much, man!
Anyway, get back to your seat, Space Fams. Third half is about to begin. Okay, now we left off the second half at the White House techno-oligarch dinner where Donald Trump said that RFK was he's just a free thinker. You know, that's why nothing he says lines up with any of the medical science. Let's go back to, before we go back to that dinner, I gotta say, Omegastar, gotta say thank you to Omegastar for the sweet, sweet super chat, which, you know what, I'm just gonna count it. I'm gonna count that. You know, screw it.
You are not funny.
Not the right one. There it is. There we go. Bask in a little of the glory, folks. Get a little confetti in your life. You deserve it. And chat, all of you. You all deserve it. So, you know, bask in the glory of this confetti party, which you so truly deserve. You have all contributed to one way or another. I haven't even read Omega Star's chat. Everyone, get your vaccines immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yes, indeed, Omega Star is correct. You should get your vaccines immediately, if not sooner. People, it is nice. Double the confetti, double the fun. We got two goals done here on this Friday Galactic Spacecast. Well, that's enough of that. We gotta get back to the content. Gotta do it. Got to do it. Can't just sit around basking in the glory of group achievements. We must talk about all the terrible things that are still going on in our society. Oh, wait, you know what? Before we do, you know, I threw this in here. Before we go back to the techno-oligarch dinner, let's just go to the numbers. Harry Emden, the great, great Harry Emden's got the numbers. Let's see how Donald Trump is doing.
Democrats are making a big push to reclaim the governor's mansions in Virginia and the governor's mansion in Virginia in November. They're also banking on the party keeping the governor's office in New Jersey. Why these two races in particular are being watched so closely for signals in next year's midterms? Harry Enten is running the numbers on that for you this morning. How are things, set the table, how are things looking in Virginia and New Jersey 2 months out?
Yeah, I would say that these two races are the biggest flashing red siren signs for Republicans. Why is that? Let's take a look right now at the prediction market odds in both New Jersey and in Virginia. And in both cases, the Democrats are favored. Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey, 89% chance of winning according to the prediction markets. How about Abigail Spanberger in the great Commonwealth of Virginia? We're talking a 94% chance of winning. I was looking at the polling data as well. The Democrats in both these races hold high single-digit leads. Obviously, Glenn Youngkin, currently the Republican governor of Virginia, was able to win there. And in New Jersey, the Democrats barely squeaked by back in 2021. Right now, the polling leads in both those states are larger for the Democrats. They're in better position than they were back in 2021. That's why in both cases, the Democrats are heavily favored. And as I said earlier on, to me, this is a flashing red siren warning sign for Republicans.
Counterpoint, there has always been a lot of debate around how much you can take from any one race and extrapolate and apply it to any future race. Why should Democrats or voters nationally care about what's happening in New Jersey and Virginia?
Right. Okay. So you see the Democrats leading in both of these races, right? Predicted to win in both of them. Why? Why should people nationally care? Why am I saying it's a flashing red siren for Republicans? If the same party has won in the New Jersey and Virginia gubernatorial races dating back since 1989, guess who won the U.S. House the following years? 6 out of 7 times, the same party wins in the nationally, and they win the U.S. House of Representatives if, in fact, they win in both Virginia and New Jersey. So what happens...
That's a cool stat. That's a really interesting
This
look,
is
Harry.
exactly right.
Yes, it is a cool fact. Thank you there, Harry Emden, as we like to call you. The great Harry Emden over at CNN with the numbers. Fantastic and fascinating factoid from Mr. Enton, which is in fact, of course, his real name. Give you Kornacki or give you death? Wow. You're Kornacki over Enton? You're Kornacki versus the great Emden. I am writing that. It's a fictional story for children. Very relevant in these times. I don't know why. I like Harry. Something about that guy. You know, he makes it fun. You know, he brings that real theater energy vibes to the numbers. All right, let's go back to the techno-oligarch dinner to get talking business. The business news, economics, fiscal and monetary policy. Things of that nature.
Mr. President.
Follow the rich way.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow we have a jobs report coming out, the first since the BLS commissioner who you fired won't be there. A lot of people will be turning to you to see if you believe the data that's released. Can you commit to saying the data will be credible?
The number, I don't know, they come out tomorrow, but the real numbers that I'm talking about are going to be whatever it is, but will be in a year from now when these monstrous, huge, beautiful places,
huge and
palaces of genius, and when they start opening up, you're seeing, I think you'll see job numbers that are going to be absolutely incredible. Right now, it's a lot of construction numbers, but you're going to see.
Right now, it's a lot of construction numbers. Now, what's fascinating about that claim, that it's a lot of construction numbers, well, we'll get into multiple reasons why that's fascinating, but the one reason that we'll bring up right now is we just got done, like, what was it? Like an hour and a half ago? I can't remember what half we did immigration. But during the half in which we talked about immigration, we literally talked about 500 people getting scooped up by ICE who were in fact at a construction site building a factory for the car manufacturer Hyundai. So I don't know how that's going to cut into next month's numbers or any future numbers, but it's a fascinating claim. But Donald Trump not really answering the question so much, more loading up people's expectations for the future while also sort of diminishing the near future expectations. Really, it's the answer is in the the answer is in the non-answer, right? Donald Trump basically saying, well, look, numbers might be absolutely garbage tomorrow, okay? I don't want to get your hopes up, okay? But in the very near future, after the very bad numbers, they're going to be absolutely great. You write that down. Write that down, and you will see just how right I was. You'll come back to me and say, sir, people told me you were completely wrong, and they were horribly, horribly deranged people. They were the ones who were wrong. You were right. And in a way he was, as and we will get to what he was right about. Or, well, didn't quite say it, but like I said, one aspect of that prediction came true. Before we get to that, though, let's talk about the expectations. Reuters, 19 hours ago, before the jobs report ever came out. Give us the market rundown there, Reuters.
Markets are betting August's US payrolls number will be perfectly pitched for a Fed cut. It's Friday, 5th of September, and here's what you need to know. Remember last month's payrolls number so enraged President Trump that he sacked the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which puts that data together? Well, August's numbers are out later, and they'll be under even more scrutiny than usual. The president may not want to see a weak number, but investors do, because it bolsters the case for the Federal Reserve to cut rates this month. That's already fully priced in. Our number of the day, then, has to be 75,000. That's the forecast for the number of jobs the US economy added in August. Watch out, too, for revisions to June and July's numbers. Last month, 258,000 jobs were knocked off the original statistics for May and June, and that's what so infuriated the president. Economists say uncertainty around tariffs means that businesses aren't hiring, and the unemployment rate is expected to go up slightly to 4.3%.
And much of that, in fact, came to fruition. Let's go here. This was immediately after the jobs report was announced this morning at 8:30, bright and early. And unfortunately for the president and really for America, those numbers were, in fact, awful.
Weak.
And weak.
Breaking moments ago, jobs growth slowed to a crawl last month. I want to bring in CNN's Matt Egan, who joins me now. So what are these numbers? What are we seeing in this?
Well, Omar, look, after years of resilience, the U.S. job market looks increasingly fragile, especially after the latest numbers that just came out. So this report just moments ago shows the U.S. economy added 22,000 jobs in August.
What?
That is very low. It's also just a fraction of the 77,000 jobs that
It's
had been
basically no jobs added in a country of 350 million people. 22,000 is so negligible that it is hard to measure its inconsequentiality. Yes, I just made that word up. You hush. But do you remember? I don't know. Go back in time. It's a long time ago. Long time ago. In the ancient time of 2025, when Supreme Leader Donald Trump came out and he was talking about jobs and how, we should have like 250,000 jobs a month. That's a normal amount of jobs. Well, this is 10% of that 250,000 figure.
expected. The unemployment rate went up to 4.3% from 4.2%. That was expected. But this is notable because this is the highest unemployment rate since October of 2021, and it breaks a stretch where the unemployment rate had kind of stayed in this very low range. Still relatively low, but moving in the wrong direction. The other big news here, though, is what happened as far as revisions. We saw that July was revised a little bit higher. But more important was June. June was revised from a low number of just 14,000 jobs were added to now negative 13,000 jobs. It's not quite showing up on that bar chart, but June is the first month where the U.S. economy lost jobs since December of 2020.
I'm always forgetting this guy's name, but he's got jokes over here. That negative number is not quite showing up on this bar chart. Jesus Christ.
Give me a joke.
Guy's killing it over here.
Lost
just threw that
jobs.
joke away, too. He just threw it away. He didn't even pause. He was just, it's perfectly timed, sir.
Is the first month where the U.S. economy lost jobs since December of 2020 during COVID. So this breaks a nearly 5-year stretch of job growth, of uninterrupted job growth in the U.S. economy. That's the second longest stretch in U.S. history. But now it's over. And when we're digging into some of the sectors here, a couple things stand out. We're seeing a number of the goods producing sectors in the U.S. economy lose jobs, right? We're talking about construction, lost 6,000 jobs in August.
The president just told us that we were going to, it was mostly this jobs report, this one. The president of the United States just told us all the jobs that were created in August were going to be construction jobs. But in fact, the construction lost jobs. That's not making any sense. What's happening? Oh my God. Everything is swimming before me.
Lose jobs, right? We're talking about construction, lost 6,000 jobs in August. Mining and logging also lost jobs. Manufacturing lost jobs as well. 12,000 jobs for manufacturing, which is, I think, pretty notable because one of the issues in this economy is all the uncertainty over trade policy, right?
Yeah, and all of that trade policy is being created upon the supposed justification of creating those manufacturing sector jobs that we're apparently losing.
No!
We're supposed to be supporting the manufacturing industry, but instead, the manufacturing industry is actually losing jobs for 4 months in a row. This is the unemployment rate going back to 2020. You see that massive spike on the left side of the screen. Of course, that was COVID, came down dramatically, stayed at historically low levels, but now on the right side of your screen, you can see it is
Now, of course, one of the main reasons why manufacturing jobs are not increasing right now, aside from automation, is the trade war. Is Donald Trump's creation of this massive burden on the companies that are supposed to be doing all of this, hypothetical hiring, right? Like the creation of the trade war added uncertainty as well as expenses that for some businesses just made sense to reduce hiring, reduce their current staff, reduce their production until things change. For those that had the money to be able to just, shut down business for some period of time and wait out this trade war, hope it gets shut down in the courts or that Donald Trump changes his mind one day. But that, can only go on for so long until you see it show up in the economy. Even if those businesses are planning on hiring in the future when this supposedly, this transitory period of trade uncertainty were to go away, theoretically. But of course, none of it's gone away. It's just gotten worse and more confusing. And we had Liberation Day, then we had Re-Liberation Day, then they changed the date of Re-Liberation Day. Then all the tariffs didn't come down on Re-Liberation Day. Instead, it became Re-Liberation Month, and the tariffs came back on in a piecemeal fashion for all of August. I mean, that's what we've lived through this year, right? Like, these businesses are essentially, whatever, like at a board meeting and saying, oh, well, and, determining that business it just makes less sense to do business right now. We can't buy steel, we can't buy aluminum at the prices that we were getting it just 6 months ago. That is in fact prohibitive to us doing business, and that's just one example of a litany of examples. Different sectors being affected. Now, the White House immediately came out. They had some things to say about this jobs report. Now, of course, they've already fired the supposed... What's fascinating about this jobs report is, of course, they've already fired the supposed partisan director of the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, who was just after Donald Trump, who just hated Donald Trump so much that she was changing the numbers and she was faking the numbers. Even though those numbers go through like hundreds of hands before they ever get to her desk for release. She's faking the numbers. And the estimate, of course, the numbers are estimates, not exact figures ever when it comes to this. But Bureau of Labor and Statistics does its best. But even with her being gone, we get an even worse number than we got last month somehow. How does that work? Can somebody explain that to me? I'm so confused.
But we begin this hour with a worse than expected U.S. jobs report. The country adding 22,000 jobs in August. That is significantly lower than the 75,000 some analysts had predicted. Unemployment is at a 4.3%. That is the highest rate since 2021. As far as revisions go, the Bureau of Labor Stats now saying the U.S. added 79,000 jobs in July. That is up from 73,000 in the original report. But in June, the economy lost jobs. CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady comes to us live this morning from the New York Stock Exchange for more on all of this. So, Kelly, first off, are you surprised about these numbers? And how are the markets reacting to all of this right now?
Not really surprised, Chanel. I mean, look, what we have seen is a continuation of what we've seen the past few months, and that is a significant slowdown in terms of the labor market in the U.S. economy. And it backs up what we have heard from businesses. It's not that we are seeing mass firings, but we are seeing businesses pause. They're not mass hiring either because of all of the uncertainty, whether it be tariffs, whether it be AI, whether it be consumer sentiment. When you dig into these numbers, that 22,000, sorry about that. If you heard that noise, that was just something falling. We're going to soldier on.
It sounded like she turned her head and it smashed into the microphone and then it just fell off. Okay, that's fucking hilarious. All right, hold on. Let's go to see what the president, well, not the president, but the Trump administration had to say about this jobs number. I think, yeah, the statements here at the end.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Also want to bring in CBS News White House reporter Willie James Inman for more on this story. Willie, how is the White House reacting to these new numbers this morning?
Hey there, Chanel. Good to be with you on this Friday. Well, the White House is downplaying these numbers. In fact, Kevin Hassett spoke moments ago talking about how these numbers not only show the jobs numbers that we've seen in the past month, but that the White House essentially expects them to be revised upwards. Listen to what he said earlier.
Seeing a massive blowout in capital spending, and new factory construction, something that happened because of the tax reforms that we had. So people are allowed to expense.
I love how these guys are still like cheering on factory production while literally within the last 24 hours they shut down a construction site for a car factory for Hyundai. Because they had undocumented workers, and they're still going, look, we're building so many factories right now. Oh God, it's hilarious.
Capital spending is growing at a rate. It was about 8% over the first half of the year. It's accelerating in the third quarter, which is why GDP now has the third quarter at about 3%. And so, like, all the indicators that we're seeing are that inflation is low and economic growth is solid.
Inflation's not low.
Income growth solid.
Inflation's not low. That's just a blatant lie. It's also not under. Did he just say it's under 2%? It's not under 2%. It's just another flat out lie. The inflation numbers have been higher and hotter than was expected, and than the Federal Reserve wants. It was almost over 3%. It was almost at 3% last number. It was 2.9% is the last number that came in on PCE. I think it was. Might have been PCI. I can't remember. Whatever the last one that dropped this last week. And he's trying to pretend he's in another, they're like in some fucking alternate universe again.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
As well, so that the only part of the data that's disappointing is that the jobs numbers have been a little bit lower over the last 3 or 4 months. But again, Goldman Sachs had a report out yesterday.
Why does he sound like that? My nose doesn't work for breathing. Actually, I have to It's totally normal. This is how normal people talk.
That said that the seasonals of the summer are kind of unusual, and then in August, typically the advanced number is about 60 to 70,000 lower than the final number ends up being.
So we can.
Well, there's the very, very nasally explanation. Not even really an explanation, merely sort of statement from the Trump administration to tell us actually everything's good, even though the numbers are telling you that they're not good. Everything's actually great, and the Trump economy is fantastic. Please stop asking us questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Please shut up now. Now, of course, Donald Trump was elected on his supposed ability to improve the American economy. At this point, it really seems like he's doing the exact opposite. Let's talk about what's happening in the tech sector when it comes to jobs. Cron 4 Bay Area yesterday, like a catastrophe in the making, quote unquote.
Mounting layoffs in the tech industry have many concerned about the changing landscape.
Experts are weighing in about the fear of artificial intelligence replacing people in the Bay Area. Cron 4's Stephanie Rothman joining us live in downtown San Francisco with their take. Stephanie?
Noel, between Google, Intel, and now San Francisco's Oracle, as well as Salesforce making cuts to their workforce, it seems only fitting to be pointing the finger at AI. 6 months ago, we asked industry experts what's to come, and now it seems that their concerns are validated.
It takes decades often to go through a change like this, and we're going through changes, it seems almost on a monthly basis.
Technology analyst Rob Enderle of the Enderle Group says the mounting layoffs across the tech industry are a sign of troubled times, the result of companies diving headfirst into the artificial intelligence market, replacing employees with the tech many helped shape.
Without a much tighter focus on quality, all we're doing is we're increasing the level of defects that are being entered into the company at machine speeds. And then we're getting rid of the people that might otherwise have to correct those defects. And so these problems are going to grow.
In a notice to employees, Oracle announced Thursday it plans to cut 254 workers in Redwood City, Santa Clara, and Pleasanton. This latest round of layoffs comes after the company already eliminated 289 jobs in August. On Tuesday, Salesforce announced it will lay off 262 workers from its San Francisco headquarters. It comes just days after CEO Mark Benioff praised AI for allowing them to cut 4,000 customer support jobs. In a statement to Cron,
Mark Benioff, what a piece of shit. What a piece of shit. What kind of piece of shit comes out to publicly praise a computer programming for helping to slash jobs? What kind of sick human being do you have to be to do such a thing? Look how great we did at cutting all of these jobs. Look how many people we put on the street today. All these poor call center workers. Oh, who cares about them? They are the peasants. I'm billionaire Mark Benioff. Salesforce asshole. And garbage person. Silicon Valley simultaneously celebrating the loss of jobs while some are incredibly concerned about what this means for the future. And with everything else going on, you would think that the Trump administration would want to push us in a direction that would not make his jobs numbers any worse. But they are, in fact, doing the opposite of that and trying to push us into an AI dystopia that neither he nor anyone else is really all that prepared for right now, it would seem. But it could, in fact, be a catastrophe in the making, like that guy said. Let's now go here talk more about those jobs that are suddenly not there. Uh-oh. Dana Bash jump scare warning.
The Trump economy is sputtering. We learned this morning that job growth in the past 3 months has all but ended. There were just 22,000 new jobs created last month. And new revised data showed the economy actually lost jobs in June, the first time that's happened since President Trump's first term, back when most of us were still in isolation during COVID. And unemployment ticked up to 4.3%, the highest in nearly 4 years. An economy that's stalling out is bad news for any president, but particularly for one who got back into the White House in large part because of what voters saw as his economic acumen. When President Trump didn't like last month's jobs report, he fired the head of the agency that compiles it. This morning, he placed the blame on his economic nemesis, the Fed chair, Jerome Powell. Jerome, too late Powell, should have lowered rates long ago. As usual, he's too late. I'm joined by a terrific group of reporters here. Anne-Marie Horton of Bloomberg, CNN's Matt Egan, Abby Livingston of Puck, and Ested Herndon of the New York Times. Matt, take us through some of the numbers and what they mean.
Yeah, Dana, look, this was another brutal jobs report, and this really suggests that after years of historic resilience, the job market is facing some serious trouble right now. I mean, hiring has basically stalled out to almost nothing, right? Just 22,000 jobs added during the month of August. That is a fraction of what economists were expecting. It's crazy to think that not even a year ago, back in December, the economy was adding 300,000+ jobs. Now we're, not even 10% of that. And as you noted, we saw that June was revised lower to show that for the first time since COVID, the U.S. economy actually lost jobs. So that ends this nearly 5-year streak of uninterrupted job growth. That was the second longest streak in American history. It's now over. And then the unemployment rate.
I just want to go back here. We heard, I think yesterday, Peter Navarro, Donald Trump's economic advisor, claimed that they had added 2.5 million jobs in 2025. And even though they weren't in office for January, or most of January, I'll give them all of these 111,000 jobs. If you add all these up, you barely get over 500,000. I'm just doing the math right now in my head. 213, 333, 491, and this gets the 19,000 gets you just a little over 500,000. Got negative 13,000, which basically erases that, and then you add another 100,000. So I guess that's actually 600,000. Still, that's a fourth. It's less than a quarter of what Peter Navarro claimed they had added. They haven't even cracked 1 million yet. They're lucky if they wind up cracking 1 million this year with the way that things are headed.
Job growth. That was the second longest streak in American history. It's now over. And then the unemployment rate, so you mentioned that, ticking up from 4.2% to 4.3%. That's not high per se, but it is the highest since late 2021. And Fed Chair Powell, he has said that that's the number one indicator that he's looking at for evidence of weakness in this job market. I think that we shouldn't rule out the possibility that this is just a slow patch and the economy can rebound from here, right? I mean, job market's been so resilient for so long, but
listen to this guy cope. Listen to the copium. Look at maybe, I mean, something could happen and save us all. Maybe God will intervene. Dude is in denial. All right. Now, Donald Trump hasn't just been angry about the jobs numbers. He's also, of course, been upset about my brain just broke. About the Federal Reserve's monetary policy. Let's go. Wait, where am I? Oh, wait, no, I'm getting ahead of myself. Oh, I'm way ahead of myself. I'm sorry. Where am I? Yeah. No. Okay, I'm sorry. Forget everything I was saying about the Federal Reserve. Let's go here to PBS NewsHour from 6 hours ago. Talk about economic warning signs with who? Brooks and Bowie. What happened to Capehart? That's right, Jamal Bowie.
From today's weaker than expected jobs
Now got
report.
a job at PBS, I guess it would seem.
From today's weaker than expected jobs report to the president rebranding the Pentagon, it's been another jam-packed week of news. For analysis, we turn now to the analysis of Brooks and Bowie. That's David Brooks and Jamel Bowie, both columnists at the New York Times. Jonathan Capehart is away this evening. It's good to see you both. So as we reported, the August jobs report is out today, and the numbers are fairly bleak. The U.S. economy added just 22,000 jobs last month, well short of forecasts. The unemployment rate ticked up to its highest number in 4 years. A setback for President Trump, David, but it could, on the other hand, bolster his argument that the Fed should cut interest rates when it meets later this month. How do you see it?
Well, inflation is still over what the Fed wants. It's 2.9, and they want to set a target of 2. So they're in a bit of a pickle. And they might cut a little, about 25 basis points, but it's hard to see them cutting a lot more because of the inflation threat. This is caused by, as Austin Goolsbee sort of suggested earlier in the program, I think it's caused by uncertainty about the tariffs, but then also the cuts in immigration. 2025 could be the first year in American history where America loses population. And immigrants, whether you like high immigration or don't, they're an economic boon to the country. And if you take away all that labor, you're taking away a source of economic strength. One of the things that was more interesting about the report was that the number of manufacturing jobs lost last month was 12,000, and that brings the total number of lost manufacturing jobs under the Trump administration to 78,000 people. That's not what he was promising when he was running. So he's really not helping. And finally, the most depressing thing for me, and the most concerning, is attitudes about what's happening. The Wall Street Journal had a poll out earlier this week where they asked people, do you think there's a chance, any chance, your living standard will go up? Only 25% of Americans say that. That's the lowest level since 1986. Something weird has happened about people's view of the country and the economy. There's a way to predict how people will view the economy based on economic statistics. And up until COVID, the statistics and the consumer sentiment rose and fall together. After COVID, they're totally diverged. The economic statistics look pretty good, but the people's view of the economy is cratering. And that's just a generalized loss of faith, a growth of pessimism.
Yeah. And Jamel, for the first time since 2021, there are now more unemployed Americans than job openings. What does that tell us about the direction of the labor market, and how does it shape the larger political debate?
Well, the labor market's clearly weakening, and I think that it is something that is going to be a real challenge for the administration. It's, I think, important to recognize that Trump won re-election or won this second term on essentially an economic argument. I will lower the cost of goods and services. I will ensure prosperity. And he won narrowly on that basis. And if his term thus far has been characterized by job losses, by slowdowns, by rising inflation, by the exact opposite of what he promised, this, to me, signals that the administration and the president's party is simply in trouble going into the end of this year and the beginning of next year and the beginning of midterm elections. Say nothing of the upcoming elections in New Jersey and Virginia, where we'll start to get a sense of where the public stands with regards to Republican governance.
The president.
Yeah, Jamel Bowie makes a very good point there. Donald Trump, the number one issue that people brought up or pointed to in their decision to vote for Donald, rock the void, vote for Donald Trump, was the economy, and claiming that things were better back when Trump was president. And unfortunately for Trump, but perhaps good for us, Donald Trump is absolutely failing on the economy and in delivering any of the things that he promised. Energy prices up, food prices, all prices up. Inflation continuing to rise faster than wages, faster than the Federal Reserve wants to be able to lower interest rates. Of course, interest rates also affect people's bottom lines. All their goods are, everything that people are buying is becoming more expensive thanks to the tariff war. He's taken away people's health insurance and all sorts of other things that he's promised that he wasn't going to do. It's all going to start, each one is hitting at different times. The healthcare thing isn't going to be noticed immediately by everyone, but it will happen eventually. All these things, though, are contributing, and, lack of economic prospects, certainly not what Donald Trump promised to the voters. Now, Donald Trump has been attacking the Bureau of Labor Statistics, attacking the Federal Reserve, whether it's Jerome Powell, or Lisa Cook, to basically attacking all institutions. But recently, of course, in some instances, claiming that people had done crimes and things like that. Claimed that Lisa Cook had multiple mortgages, multiple primary residences, and alleging that Jerome Powell was committing fraud by spending too much on the Federal Reserve renovations. But let's not forget that not just Donald Trump, but also his allies, too, have financial interests and have made their own financial decisions in their lives. And as it turns out, according to a new report, much of what Donald Trump is saying seems to be very hypocritical, considering who he is and who he surrounds himself with.
Trump's mortgage fraud hypocrisy. As the president is going after a Biden-appointed Fed official, a top Democratic senator in New York, and the New York Attorney General for what he calls mortgage fraud, right? It's been the main thing they've been going after with. And a new report tonight is turning the tables. On the same day that the Justice Department is opening a criminal investigation into that Fed official, Lisa Cook, she's the one Trump's trying to fire for mortgage fraud, ProPublica is reporting that at least 3 Trump cabinet officials have also claimed multiple primary residences on their mortgage applications. Here they are: Labor Secretary Lori Chavez DeRemer, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, and EPA Chief Lee Zeldin, all claiming multiple primary residences on their mortgage applications, according to ProPublica. Now, all 3 deny wrongdoing. Illegal. And this is important. None of them, by the way, have been investigated. None. Despite the Trump administration on this issue setting this bar.
If somebody is claiming 2 primary residences, that is not appropriate, and we will refer it for criminal investigation.
Well, you heard it there from him. 2 primary residences is criminal referral. Well, that's what's the case in these situations. Not only, and Trump has done this, right? In the case of Lisa Cook, also in the cases of Senator Adam Schiff and the New York Attorney General Letitia James, right? That's been the standard. 2 primary residences claimed, investigation. The thing is, those 3 individuals that I just mentioned all happen to be people that Trump is politically at odds with.
Adam Schiff, they have him 100% on mortgage fraud. Letitia James, who's the Attorney General of New York State, it seemed, I'm not involved in that at all, but it's major fraud, mortgage documents and fraudulent everything.
So in the case of Cook at the Fed, the Trump administration is accusing her of committing fraud by listing more than one property as a primary residence, which could be used to potentially secure a lower interest rate. Now, to be clear, if that happened, if it's true, it's not okay. She's a Fed governor. She should not be doing any such thing, right? That's true. Cook's attorney is slamming the accusations, though, writing that the administration is scrambling to invent new justifications for its overreach. But here's the thing about this. Trump says that what Cook did was fraud and should be investigated because she's accused of signing 2 mortgage documents 2 weeks apart, promising that each of those residences would be her primary residence for at least 1 year. That doesn't seem to add up at all. Now, according to ProPublica, Chavez DeRemer did something very similar, claiming a home in Arizona was a primary residence and signing both her mortgage documents in the same year, back in 2021. So 2 primaries within 1 year. And today, Bill Pulte, Trump's housing finance chief, the man that you just heard earlier there, who very simply defined what this administration calls mortgage fraud, what they say should be investigated and prosecuted, right? If you've got 2 primary residences claimed, that hits the bar. So today he was asked, what about other Republicans who might fit that very same standard? Here's how he responded.
There are a lot of other people that have been criminally referred, and they don't have this type of benefit being given to them, which is, oh, maybe it's a clerical error and maybe it's this. Did you sign these documents or did you not? Do we hold people at the Federal Reserve to a high standard or not? Public officials shouldn't be exempt from scrutiny.
Speaking of that, Ken Paxton, Texas Attorney General,
running for U.S. Senator, U.S. Senate, there's at least, it looks like 3 examples, working examples right now of what could be described as alleged mortgage fraud. Is that something you're looking at?
As I said, unless it's something that's either been made public by lawyers like Norm Eisen or in criminal referrals, I'm not going to comment on any specific situation. If things are made public, then or if we decide to make them public, then I will talk about it, but I'm not going to engage in any specific individual.
If you made this public.
That's false.
What's funny is that he just made it public right there, right? By saying it out loud on a cable news program. Andrew Ross Sorkin of CNBC here by basically made it public. And he's like, well, you know, even though you're talking about it right now or in public, I'll talk about it some other time.
If you made this public.
That's false.
Okay. It's great questioning there by Mr. Sorkin. And here's the thing. So something was made public today. ProPublica came out and has these 3 examples. So what does the White House have to say about it? Well, they are saying of the new reporting tonight, quote, unlike Lisa Corrupt Cook, who blatantly and intentionally committed mortgage fraud, Secretary Reimer, Secretary Duffy, and Administrator Zeldin own multiple residences, and they have followed the law, and they are fully compliant with all ethical obligations. Begs the question of how they know that in those cases, but not in any of the ones against their political opponents. Out front now, Justin Elliott of ProPublica, who broke this story, did all of the hard reporting, along with Mimi Rocha, the former prosecutor for the Southern District of New York, and Brian Barrett, the executive editor of Wired. All right, Justin, you've done all of this work. And over the recent days, everyone said, okay, they're pointing the finger at Cook and Letitia James and Adam Schiff. So what about in your own house? So you went and looked in their house, in his cabinet. 3 cases within the Trump administration that certainly seem to meet Bill Pulte's definition of what should be investigated. 2 primary residences at the same time. He says that should get a criminal referral. What'd you find?
Yeah, I mean, so a couple things. First of all, I've been spending a lot of time on the phone with real estate lawyers, and they told me, first of all, that what the Trump administration is saying is evidence of mortgage fraud has been mischaracterized, and that sometimes there might be legitimate reasons why you might have 2 of these mortgages, and you really have to look at the facts of each case, figure out intent. But, you know, as you said, by the standard they have put out there, all 3 of these cabinet officials, I think the strongest example is the labor secretary, have 2 of these primary residence mortgages that tend to get lower interest rates. In the case of the labor secretary, Chavez DeRemer, you know, these 2 mortgages were secured within 2 or 3 months of each other by both her and her husband, one for a residence in Oregon, one in Arizona. As far as we've been able to tell, they didn't actually move to the home in Arizona, even though their signatures are on a mortgage document that says they have to move there.
And they were known from your reporting to use it for vacations as well.
Yeah, they'd been spending time in Arizona.
There you go. Lee Zeldin, Sean Duffy, and Lori Chavez DeRemer all apparently doing the exact same thing that Donald Trump is accusing Fed Governor Lisa Cook of doing.
Illegal.
Where are the investigations? I demand investigations immediately.
Immediately, if not
sooner. Let's see what Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester had to say about the Trump administration's repeated attacks on Lisa Cook. Here's Forbes breaking news from yesterday.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the nominees. Dr. Myron, in your testimony, you spoke about the independence of the Federal Open Market Committee. You also said that the independence of monetary policy is critical. So I'd like to begin with a yes or no question as well. Do you believe the Federal Reserve should remain an independent entity? Yes or no?
Thank you, Senator. As I said in my opening statement, the independence of the Federal Reserve is critical to delivering superior long-run outcomes for the economy.
So that's a yes.
Yes.
And I'm really glad to hear this, especially since you've said on the record, quote, I've always been clear that the independence of the Fed is of paramount importance. During this hearing, senators on both sides of the aisle have spoken to the independence and independence from political influence of the Fed. And literally almost every person, almost everyone, Democrats and Republicans, have spoken to that. So this shouldn't be a controversial opinion. Yet in the past 8 months, this administration has tried time and time again to exert more influence over the Federal Reserve, an independent agency. Here are a few headlines from news articles that I'll be submitting for the record.
By the way, before she gets any further here, I would like to point out that the guy that you're hearing from, that she is questioning right now, is Stephen Moran, whatever, however you say his name, Stephen Moran. He is on he's a member of she's actually a chairman, or not the chairman, or was the chairman at least until being nominated by Donald Trump for this job. That job being on the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. He'd be one of 12 voting members after Adriana Kugler stepped down earlier this year. But like I was saying, Stephen Moran used to be the chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors, which is, I believe, a Republican think tank. Somewhat horrifying. Actually, wait, is that the same? No, I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of something else, aren't I? No, right. Okay, hold on. No, yeah, I was wrong. That's the executive. That's the executive office. The president. Right, it's a White House agency, not a think tank. I don't know. I'm confusing it with a different thing. Okay. I'll let Lisa continue.
From Forbes, Trump might greenlight major lawsuit against Fed Chair Jerome Powell. NPR, Trump floats firing the Federal Reserve Chair as White House criticism boils. From the Wall Street Journal, uncharted waters, Trump's attempt to take charge of the Fed. From CBS News, Trump's unprecedented firing of Fed Governor Lisa Cook raises untested questions. Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to submit these articles for the record. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent. The president has tried and failed to fire Chairman Powell. So now he's on to his latest target, Governor Lisa Cook. She is currently confronting what appears to be an intentional smear campaign and attempted firing. She has and has continued to serve our country admirably. Ranking Member Warren referenced Nixon, but to my knowledge, in the 111-year history of the Fed, no president has attempted to influence the Fed so blatantly and egregiously as our current president. Dr. Cook is a Truman Scholar, a Marshall Scholar, graduate of Spelman College, went on to Oxford. Her body of work is a direct rebuke of the failed promises of trickle-down economics. And it's not lost on me that she is the only and first ever Black woman to serve on the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. First Chairman Powell, now Governor Cook. Who's next? Many of my colleagues have spoken to Dr. Myron's potential conflict of still being employed by the White House and potentially serving on the Fed board. Even in the...
Yeah, I, too, would mimic the sentiments of Lisa Blunt Rochester here. The Congresswoman is absolutely correct, and it should not be lost on any of us that Donald Trump happens to be. And it's not at all a coincidence, in my opinion, that Donald Trump is targeting the one and only and first Black woman to ever sit on the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. And it's a 1 of 12 shot. I just want to remind you of all of that. There's 12 governors on the FOMC, which means that there was an 8% chance. If you picked at random, if you tossed a dart at a board, or assigned each number on an 8-sided die, I'm sorry, on a 12-sided die, different board governor, you would have, that would have been the chance of landing on Lisa Cook in this instance. And I think it's not at all coincidental and it's intentional. All right, let's stay at the Capitol Hill here. See what Brian Schatz had to say about Donald Trump's tariffs, how they are affecting Americans.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, people voted for Donald Trump for all kinds of reasons, but the main reason was that they thought he would bring down the price of goods, groceries, food, housing, gas. Whatever his other faults, he was good for your money, people thought. But it has been almost 8 months now, and the persistent economic uncertainty and pessimism are no longer a temporary blip. It is now abundantly clear Trump is not making anything cheaper. In fact, he's purposefully making everything more expensive. Healthcare, groceries, toys, cars, housing, electricity, computers, clothes, booze, video games. Whether you're shopping at your local grocery store or Walmart, prices are continuing to go up, and that reality is catching up with the president. He's underwater with the public on his handling of the economy with a 57% disapproval rating, according to the latest polling. Now, Democrats learned this lesson over the last few years. Saying the economy is great or not as bad as it could have been while people struggle to afford basic necessities is not a winning strategy. So Trump is ruining the economy on purpose, but are people better off in other ways? Is the country better off in other ways? The answer is no. A month ago, Trump federalized the local police department in Washington, D.C., and deployed thousands of National Guardsmen and federal agents because of a so-called, quote, crime emergency. What does that look like? It looks like masked men with no identification walking up to people on the street, arresting them, and disappearing them into unmarked vehicles. Up until a few months ago, that would have sounded like a chilling scene possible only in a third world country. But now it's happening here in our cities and our communities. Now, whether you supported or hated the previous administration's immigration policies is not the point anymore. What possible justification is there for masked men showing up and abducting people without a trace?
Illegal.
Anyone who has encountered law enforcement in D.C. or Arkansas or Honolulu knows that officers are typically trained to identify themselves by face and badge as a standard practice. So why should federal agents be any different? Worse, the fact that you now only need a black t-shirt and a face mask to look like an ICE agent means that there are a bunch of vigilantes running around impersonating law enforcement and terrorizing communities. This is exactly the kind of tyranny and government overreach that the people on the right worried about for many.
That's what I keep saying over and over again. Old Alex Jones over there used to be hyperventilating every single second of every single day, screaming at the top of his lungs over Obama and how Obama was actually going to do martial law. Now that Trump is actually doing it, and just crickets over there at the old Info Wars. But it's actually not called Info Wars anymore, is it? He lost the rights to the name of his own organization after that lawsuit. The Sandy Hook survivors. All right, let's keep talking about how things are getting more expensive and how this economy is continuing to falter. By talking about a group of people who we probably don't talk about enough. Let's talk about farmers, specifically farmers in Arkansas, who have gathered together to alert leaders in their communities of the peril in which the farming industry apparently appears to be on the precipice of.
Oh, good evening to you. We begin tonight with hundreds of struggling Arkansas farmers pleading for emergency federal funding amid a farm economy crisis.
Channel 7's Andrew Mobley attended a meeting between farmers and federal officials earlier today in Brookland in northeast Arkansas and has more tonight. Andrew.
Almost everything that could go wrong for Arkansas farmers did go wrong this year. And it's so bad that many are facing bankruptcy or even the closure of farms that have been passed down for generations. A dismal global market and plunging commodity prices mean there's little to no hope of breaking even for many farmers, even as sky-high input costs rise because of inflation and now tariffs. Not to mention bad weather earlier in the year.
This time last year, the rice price was about 40% higher than it is now. The inputs costs have gone up. So after a horrible year last year where most farmers in Arkansas Delta lost money, this year's going to be worse.
Though President Trump's big beautiful bill provided a much needed update to safety net subsidies for farmers, they won't see those federal dollars until late next year, by which time some have projected that as many as 1/4 or even 1/3 of Arkansas farmers will face bankruptcy or be forced to leave the business amid the crisis the American ag economy is currently in. It's already taken its toll this year.
I'm a sixth-generation farmer from Newport, and we made a decision to go out this year. In the spring. So my son will not be the seventh generation on our farm.
5 of my customers have committed suicide. That's how serious that this is.
Today, Arkansas farmers gathered to share their struggles with staffers from the state's congressional delegation, pleading for Arkansas lawmakers on Capitol Hill and the governor to convince President Trump to provide emergency funding to help them make it to next year.
We have to have ad hoc payments right now to make it through this year.
If there's no emergency funding this year, there will be 1 out of 3 farmers will file bankruptcy.
Their cries for help did not appear to fall on deaf ears.
We're going to take your message, we're going to get it back to D.C., we're going to do everything we can to get you the help you need.
Until the federal government steps in to save them, farmers have no one to turn to but God.
Farmers, in my opinion, dear Lord, and it's only my opinion, are closer to thee than anyone else on this earth because we deal with your earth every day. Dear Lord, we're hurting, dear Lord. We can't help what's happening.
Well, actually, we can help what's happening. We can stop voting for Donald Trump and Republicans. Because Republicans and Donald Trump are the main reason for why these people are hurting so bad. Whether or not they realize it, it is the reason why they are hurting. Whether it's the trade war or it's the ending of programs like USAID and the other sorts of government-funded programs that were buying billions of dollars of produce from agricultural producers across the nation, and now there's a multi-billion-dollar hole. These guys no longer, or it's not a hole. There's no longer that hole. I mean, it's gone, right? Like that hole used to be filled by all this grain and whatever else these guys are producing. And now that money's not there anymore to buy it. Because they felt like punishing Africa for being poor and being the victim of Western colonialism for the last, Jesus Christ, for hundreds of years. But we got more. Here's another one. K8 News from 2 days ago. More Arkansas farmers upset.
We're going to lose 25 or 30% of the farmers in this country if they don't do something. It has to be done, and it's not just here. It's everywhere.
Farmers are making a cry for help before it's too late. Countless farmers gathered to speak to representatives of Arkansas leaders to share the urgency that something needs to be done about the current state of farming. Jake Tester was at the meeting and now joins us in the studio with more. Jake.
Many farmers spoke up at the meeting, and the message was straightforward. They need help, and they need it now.
Trump, you looked at me, sir, and you said, I love you. Mr. Trump, I need to see the fruit of your love.
Farmers in crisis align a way out the door of the Woods Chapel Baptist.
Don't ever say that again. And, you know, I hate to stereotype, but I mean, I was fairly certain that most of these people voted for Donald Trump. But don't never say that, not even about Donald Trump. Don't ever say that ever to anyone, ever again. I need to see the fruits of your love. Never. Do not do that.
Don't be creepy. Don't be creepy.
Farmers in crisis.
I need your love's fruits in my palms of my hands. I need your fruity love, the fruits of it.
Mr. Trump, I need to see the fruit of your love.
Farmers in crisis align a way out the door of the Woods Chapel Baptist Church in Brooklyn as hundreds of farmers from not only northeast Arkansas, but from across the state came to voice their concerns about the current state of farming. Representatives from U.S. Congressman
Like, that
Rick
is absolutely
Crawford,
the kind
U.S.
of thing.
Senator.
That's absolutely the kind of thing that a broken brain cultist says about a president. I need to see the fruits of your love, dear leader. Please, sir. I need to see your love. I don't give a fuck about the love of any president, nor should anybody else. That is a ridiculous fucking thing to say.
Tom Cotton and U.S. Senator John Boozman's offices were in attendance to hear those concerns. Among those farmers in attendance was a farmer in Woodruff County, Chris King. He told me this was his 39th harvest, and he has never seen it as bad as this.
And I've never been as worried as I am now about whether or not my kids and grandkids will be able to carry on.
For King, the main problem starts with the fact that they can't sell for profit.
I just would like to see somebody help us get our markets back. We need our exports, and we just need to be paid for what we do. And that's not happening. And we're in real trouble.
But that is not the only issue. King's wife, Melissa King, and farmer in Biggers, Arkansas, Scott Brown, said they are struggling to afford the cost that is needed just to take care of the farm.
The prices that we're getting now are prices like they were when we were children, and what it costs for us to farm is astronomical now. I mean, the price of a combine when we were kids was, you know, in the 20,000s, and now it's 100,000.
I farm 800 acres by myself. I can't afford any help. I farm with paid-for equipment. All my tractors are 50 years old.
There we go. People struggling here in Arkansas. Everyone seems to be like a little bit confused, like a bunch of sheep who can't figure out what went wrong. Something's wrong. I don't know what it is, but I need to see the fruits of Donald Trump's loins. I mean, his love. Fucking ridiculous. You know why your markets have shriveled up? Because China and other countries have introduced, reciprocal tariffs on the United States. China was one of the biggest export markets for U.S. agricultural exports. And now they've put massive tariffs across agricultural exports coming from the United States because of Donald Trump's tariffs. So if you want that to change, tell the president to stop waging a goddamn trade war on all of our trade partners.
I have to have my China.
Now, while people are hurting, there is one group of people who certainly are not having a hard time with anything, and that is billionaire tech oligarchs, who all got to meet with Donald Trump at a sweet, sweet dinner at the White House. I wonder what sort of loyalty pledges they had to make to come to this dinner. Look at that. Zuck is sitting right next to Donald Trump. Seat of honor.
Zuckerbucks.
Well, thanks for hosting us. I mean, this is quite a group to get together, and I think
Don't be creepy.
all of the companies here are making huge investments in the country in order to build out data centers and infrastructure to power the next wave of innovation. So it's we don't often get together as the CEOs of the different companies, but it's good to see everyone.
Thank you
for incredible leadership, including getting this group together.
Thank you, Bill. That's very nice.
I want to thank you for including me this evening. It's incredible to be among everyone here, particularly you and the First Lady. I've always enjoyed having dinner and interacting. I want to thank you for...
Oh my God, look at Tim Apple and Zuckerbucks over here.
Zuckerbucks.
Just, oh my God, just genuflecting for the president, licking the boots clean. It is so disgusting to watch these billionaire CEOs just brown nose the president, just like he's getting the, he's getting the, what do you call it? The cabinet meeting treatment. I don't know if anybody's seen those videos, but those cabinet meetings have now begun. Like there's like apparently there's like a trend in these cabinet meetings where they start off every cabinet meeting, everybody goes around in a circle and talks about what Donald Trump has done for America, to placate the dear leader. And now the tech CEOs are doing the same thing. It's such a gross display.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Setting the tone such that we could make a major investment in the United States and have some key manufacturing, advanced manufacturing here.
First of all, to echo the comments of Tim and others, thank you so much for getting us all together, and thank you for being such a pro-business, pro-innovation president.
You are such a great president. You've been so friendly, and I love it. And thank you, Mr. President. You are truly a great leader. I really want to let you know I'm not constipated. This is just how I talk all the time. I'm Sam Altman.
Us all together, and thank you for being such a pro-business, pro-innovation president. It's a very refreshing change. We're very excited to see what you're doing to make all of our companies and our entire country so successful. The investment that's happening here, the ability to get the power in the industry back in the United States, I think this will set us up for,
Jesus Christ.
Jesus, I say that.
There you go. Look at all the little tech leaders sucking up to dear leader-in-chief Donald Trump. And it would appear that they were having a really great time. A lot of raucousness. A lot of jokes going around here. Got another clip.
Ever, at least that I remember. So thank you. Thank you for everything you're doing.
I love how Donald Trump said he was going to make things better for the regular people. And now there's like you can hear a pin drop in here. Like, there's an incredibly intimate dinner that all the wealthiest people on the planet get to have with the president. Look at him taking care of America. Hanging out with Bill Gates and Zuckerbucks.
Zuckerbucks.
Remember, so thank you. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate saying hello to everybody, Larry and everybody else. It's an amazing company that you're involved with and running. I just want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank the media. They've been very nice lately, although I'm still here. So we have to... They made a couple of bad predictions. That was not good. I've never had that feeling before. I went to an event and people are coming up to me and saying, "You're still here." I said, "What do they mean by that? I didn't hear about this." But anyway.
All of this obsequious fake laughter going from all these people. You are so funny, Mr. President. Oh, gosh, where do you get your wit from? Oh, you are so funny. The best president ever.
You're still here. I said, "What do they mean by that? I didn't hear about this." But anyway, I do. The press has been great in terms of this industry, and they understand the importance of it. This is taking our country to a new level. We're leading the world. We're leading China, but we're leading the world by a lot. And
China!
We're doing it because of the people around the table, and all I can do is implement and make it a lot easier for you, and I'll be doing that 100%.
All I can do is make life easier for people like Mark Zuckerberg and Bill Gates. It's sort of my calling in life, is making things easier for tech billionaires like Tim Cook over at Apple and Sundar over there at Microsoft, I think. all of you great people have a very tough life, all of these tech CEOs, and they just need a little help from the president. Great time laughing about Donald Trump's death. Fake death. Oh, God. Remember last weekend when we were still wondering to ourselves whether or not that guy was still alive? Boy, oh boy, do I miss the good old days. Now, don't worry, it's not just tech CEOs who are doing better. Mining CEOs are also doing great. Apparently, biggest giveaway to mining companies in American history. According to Congressman Ngozi, I forget.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is it Ngozi? I can't remember how you pronounce his name. What's wrong with my brain?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're on the floor this week debating 3 Congressional Review Act resolutions that would overturn balanced, forward-looking resource management plans, or RMPs, that have been carefully developed over the past 4 years. Now, with all due respect to my friend and colleague, the chairman, I heard a lot of slogans, a couple references to Moscow. I will just tell you, the CRA before this body is very simple. It is an effort by House Republicans to do something that has never been done before in the history of the Congressional Review Act, which is to overturn a resource management plan. Why, you might ask, Mr. Speaker? Do Republicans intend to take this unprecedented step? Simple, because they'd like to open up millions of acres in Montana, in North Dakota, and elsewhere to coal extraction. That's it. Very simple. We can probably dispense with I guess there's an hour of debate that we're allocated for purposes of these CRAs. It doesn't really get more complicated than that. Balanced resource management plans that were developed in consultation with the communities and the states at issue. And this Republican Congress has decided that it is of the utmost priority to, via legislative action, overturn resource management plans that, by the way, Mr. Speaker, could simply be reversed with a phone call to the Secretary of the Interior. Last time I checked, the Secretary of the Interior happens to be the former governor of North Dakota. So insofar as my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are so invested in overturning this resource management plan, perhaps they should call the former governor of North Dakota, who now works 2 miles from the U.S. Capitol, as the Secretary of the Interior, and ask the agency to follow the process by which a resource management plan is historically reconsidered. Instead, we're here on the House floor debating a CRA on the resource management plan, a giveaway to some of the biggest mining and oil companies on the planet.
There we go, Congress member Ngozi, saying it like it is. Republicans, rather than giving people health care and food assistance or making sure farmers have enough money to keep their farms alive, are giving money away to the biggest mining companies on the planet, and to create a militarized police force with the budget larger than most militaries. And the rest of it they're giving to the billionaires just directly by cutting their taxes rather than keeping the government funded. All right, let's keep talking about the government and what it's doing right now. Here is Martin Heinrich.
To Ranking Member Senator Heinrich for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman, and welcome to Ms. Sweat and Mr. Lessert. Most of the offices under our committee's jurisdiction do not have statutorily required qualifications. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission is, however, an exception. Its Organic Act requires that members of the Commission be, quote, individuals who, by demonstrated ability, background, training, or experience, are especially qualified to assess fairly the needs and concerns of all interest affected by federal energy policy. The reason for this distinction is simple. Much of the Commission's work is quasi-judicial. Like our courts, FERC must be impartial and nonpartisan. Office and bureau heads, deputy secretaries, assistant secretaries in both the Interior and Energy departments may take their lead from their secretaries, and their secretaries from their president. Commission members do not. The Commission was established as an independent regulatory commission whose members serve fixed terms not at the pleasure of the president. And their performance of the Commission's functions is not subject to the supervision or direction of the administration. The Commission was designed to serve no president, no political party, and no political agenda. Its job is to serve the public interest, fairly and impartially, guided by our laws and the Constitution, not by political whims from the White House. The independence of our independent public institutions, from the Federal Reserve to the Smithsonian Institution, is under attack by this administration. And destroying the independence of the Federal Energy Commission would do irreparable damage to public confidence in the Commission's decision-making, to regulatory stability, and to our energy security. Consequently, our job this morning is not only to understand Ms. Sweat's and Mr. Lessert's ability to assess fairly the needs and concerns of all interests affected by federal energy policy, but also to assess their commitment to FERC's independence.
There we go, Congressman Heinrich. Spelling it out. Republicans and Donald Trump attempting to remove the independence of public institutions, including things like the EPA and the Department of Energy. The Department of Energy released earlier this week a completely ridiculous, anti-science, and clearly partisan, I mean, this one really pisses me off. I'm not gonna lie. It's one of those. It's another one of those things where it's like it's just such basic shit that they intentionally ignored in order to do what they did that it just infuriates me. Let's go here. CBS News 3 days ago. Dozens of climate scientists slam Energy Department's report on greenhouse gases in the United States.
Dozens of climate scientists are rejecting a recent report published by the U.S. Energy Department. At least 85 experts, 85, just released their response. They say the report, titled Greenhouse Gas Emissions Impact on U.S. Climate, is not scientifically credible. The report claims the carbon dioxide-induced warming appears less damaging economically than it believed. It also claims that the frequency and intensity of hurricanes, floods, and other extreme weather events are, quote, not supported by historical data. I want to bring in CBS News national environmental correspondent David Schechter to talk more about this. All right, David, break down what the climatologists are saying is wrong with the DOE report and explain why it matters.
Hey, Vlad, good morning. So let's start with why it matters. That's because the administration is using that Department of Energy report as its basis to dismantle the government's authority to regulate greenhouse gas emissions, which are warming our planet. In fact, the Secretary of Energy, a former energy industry executive, has been downplaying the threat that climate change represents to the Americans' safety and security and health. Today's new report that you just mentioned from those 85 concerned climate scientists concludes, in an effort to minimize the threats of warming the planet, our government is sidestepping the negative impact
I know we covered this yesterday. It just still pisses me off so much. The claim that climate change is not the greatest threat facing humanity right now is ridiculous. And that somehow not having enough oil and gas is actually a greater threat. It's garbage. And to suggest that climate change is just a challenge, but not a catastrophe, just ignores all the people who are living through that catastrophic changes that we are currently facing, that will be facing millions and millions, if not, billions of people in the near future if we do nothing about it. And these guys are in charge of our energy policy. And we got people like Lee Zeldin, who believes that climate change is a hoax over at the EPA to protect us from that future. It's fucking disturbing, if you ask me.
You just mentioned from those 85 concerned climate scientists concludes, in an effort to minimize the threats of warming planet, our government is sidestepping the negative impacts of climate change. It's misquoting international reports. It's using incorrect definitions and oversimplifying and mixing up study results. Basically, they say the science here is quite shoddy.
Yeah.
So, David.
Which is pathetic. For a government agency with funding and all of that, for them to mix up results, in my opinion, especially considering how partisan this was seemingly done, they handpicked a few different people to write this study rather than having, normally on a study of this size, you'd have like 100 people working on it, if not more, all researching to verify these claims that the Department of Energy is trying to make right now. Instead, they cherry-picked, from what I can tell. And stuff like that makes it obvious, where they mix up studies. They're doing that on purpose. They're intentionally mixing up those studies to make the numbers work. Because you can't make the numbers work, you can't even get close to making the numbers work if you don't get the science wrong. You're literally obligated. You have to get the science wrong in order to come to this conclusion that somehow climate change not a problem, and the greenhouse gases actually are perfectly fine for the environment and humanity.
Does the report live up to what the scientific standards of other prominent climate research say? For example, for reports from the United Nations and others?
I mean, the short answer here is no from these 85 climate scientists. Major reports like the ones from the UN, those could take hundreds of scientists years to complete, and they debate every aspect of their work in public. The work is then peer-reviewed by outside experts. By contrast, the Department of Energy report, which we're all talking about now, was written by 5 scientists hand-selected by the government. They wrote the report in just a few weeks. There was no public scrutiny or any outside peer review of their work.
All right, so how are different groups pushing back against?
Yeah, no kidding. There was no outside review of their work. Now, there's a 30-day timeline for people to raise objections to this fucking report. So I guess we got like 26 days left or something. That happened like 3 days ago. All right, let's get to talking about some weather events and things of that nature on our planet, starting, as always, in Hawaii, where Hurricane Kiko is barreling towards the islands, but has been downgraded from a Category 4 to a Category 3 as of yesterday. Kehan 2 News.
Into weather, Kamaka Pili.
Aloha po'aha, happy Thursday. Our weather around the islands currently is quite nice. We really have not much to be grumbling about. A lot of blue skies, low rain chances, wind speeds are at a moderate level, and that's what we see tomorrow. Wind speeds, though, may be easing off as we get into the weekend. We may see a little bump up of potential showers as we get out of the weekend, and then the focus turns completely on Hurricane Kiko, which the latest report, which came off just at the top of the hour, Kiko has downgraded now to a Category 3, a strong Category 3. It's on the top of that category and continues to move in our direction, expected to strengthen once again to a Category 4 before crossing over in the Central Pacific by tomorrow evening. And then a more rapid weakening trend is expected as it moves closer to the islands, making its initial and final approach, to the islands by Monday night, and then starting to move.
There we go. By Monday night, Hurricane Kiko is expected to make it to the Hawaiian Islands after losing strength after crossing the Central Pacific line, where winds and colder waters usually slow these storms down. Hopefully that happens. There still could be great damage. The winds will still be very high at the time that it actually crosses the essentially the line, the edge of Hawaii. The winds will be 60, 75 miles per hour. Definitely with a whole lot of storm surge, one would expect, and rain. How I pronounce Keihan Tunis is troubling. What's so troubling about Keihan Tunis? Let me say it how I say it. How about that? Let's go to Hawaii News Now from yesterday. While Hurricane Kiko has not made it to Hawaii, doesn't mean that terrible weather things aren't happening on the ground. A brush fire sprouted up in Kahului, a crews fighting to put it out.
On Maui, firefighters put out a brush fire in the Maui Lani area. They were called just after 11:30 this morning to the area behind the LDS church. The fire was fully extinguished about 2.5 hours later. No word on how many acres burned or the cause of the fire. We've reached out to the fire department for more information.
There you go. That's a very quick story. Let's stay talking about wildfires. Let's go to California. We're in historic gold rush mining town where Chinese migrants who had recently come to the country set up shop, wound up building a town back in the early late 1800s, early 1900s. My God, I cannot say words right now. Unfortunately, this town has been utterly devastated by recent fires in California. Many square miles burned already, and it is still burning. All that seems to be left in this town are things that were not flammable, like bricks.
All right, fire crews in California are fighting a massive blaze in the Central Valley right now. Lightning strikes across the region sparked dozens of wildfires, now burning almost 14,000 acres. CBS News correspondent Jonathan Vigliotti is in a small town called Chinese Camp in Northern California. Jonathan, good morning. Help us understand what the situation there looks and feels like right now.
Yeah, Errol, we're here in what is left of historic downtown. You're looking at a landmark building behind me. It has been gutted. We arrived here yesterday to survey the damage. This is a community of about 100 people. And from what we've seen, most of this community has been destroyed. Easily dozens of homes, entire neighborhoods were leveled. This all started with a lightning strike on Tuesday after a powerful storm system blew in from Monday into Tuesday. At its peak, we're talking lightning strikes every few seconds, upwards of 16,000 bolts in just under 24 hours. As you can imagine, it's at fire crews scrambling, people here evacuating. More than 600 firefighters are here on the scene, responding on the ground and in the air. Overnight, they did make significant progress in containment, 15% contained this morning, though officials are telling us there was at least one injury. A bulldozer operator flipped over while responding to one of the front lines. Errol?
Shows just how dangerous those efforts can be. And Jonathan, with about 600 firefighters, what's the big...
All right, let's keep going through these videos. This next one is also from yesterday.
A gold rush era mining town is up in flames as a fire fueled by a massive lightning strike burns out of control southeast of Sacramento. More than 600 firefighters are battling the flames on the ground and in the air as the 6.5 fire spreads near the town of Chinese Camp, where thousands of Chinese immigrant gold miners settled in the 1850s. While most of those residents have left in the early 1900s, many of those historic structures remained until now. More than 100 residents forced to evacuate.
Is this your guys' gate?
KXTV's Garjpal Sungha using a video call to show a family what's left.
Can you move a little bit? Oh my God, my car.
Oh my God, your Jeep. To the sheds.
Can you shine that on the sheds too? Oh my
those
God. Oh my God.
Yeah, that right there, that was the house. Right to your left was the house.
At least 22 separate fires broke out Tuesday amid more than 16,000 lightning strikes. The group of fires, called the TCU September Lightning Complex Fire, which has burned more than 18 square miles. A western heat wave will stick around the West Coast through Thursday, with severe storms.
Who the hell came up with that name? The TCU Complex September Lightning Fire? That is the worst name I've ever heard of. I don't know who's in charge of naming things over there, but that's just pathetic. Maybe a little more concise than that.
So weather now, a new series of wildfires is burning in Northern California. Officials there say they were sparked by lightning and have burned nearly 14,000 acres. That is happening southeast of Sacramento. Multiple homes were destroyed in an historic gold rush town, and hundreds of families have had to be evacuated. CBS News correspondent Jonathan Vigliotti joins us now from Tuolumne County, which is about 80 miles southeast of Sacramento. Viggs, what's the latest?
Yeah, Vlad, you know, those that we've spoken with, they describe blowtorch conditions. You mentioned that lightning, it sparked the fire. You add to that all of the wind, in some cases 30 miles per hour, and you have this wall of flame that stripped through this area. We are here in the historic downtown area of the town known as Chinese Camp. You're looking at a landmark building. It has stood here for more than 100 years, completely gutted. We spent all yesterday surveying this community. About 100 people live here, and unfortunately, most of it was lost. I spoke with one family that stayed through it all, describing the chaotic evacuation, the delay in the emergency response, saying that when fire crews did arrive, some of the streets were deemed too dangerous for them to drive through. As a result, they stayed behind with their garden hose and used that to protect their property. They saved it. Unfortunately, they watched as their neighbors lost theirs.
So, Jonathan, just give us a little context of this historic town. And I know that it was a place where Chinese migrants and immigrants in the 19th century came to this country to help build this country, build the railroads. But just give me a little color.
Yeah, you have families that have been here for generations, for more than 100 years. It is a very...
It's so sad. I mean, really, 1850 to 2025, that's almost 200 years. People's families must be devastated by that. Another immigrant community in the United States having a tough time. This time is not even Donald Trump's fault. Just a terrible time to be alive, really. Okay. Move on from those fires to another fire in California. This time we got to go south. towards LA, where in Riverside County, evacuations have been ordered as of 4 hours ago after a wildfire broke out there. Damn, that whole
Well, good
hill is on
evening,
fire.
everybody, and thank you for joining us on the web. This is Gil Davis up in Sky 5.
That
We
is
are over the Pyrite fire. Began
close.
around 5.
I haven't even seen this footage yet. It went into my recommendations while I was streaming during one of the breaks. I noticed this and I threw it in here. This is a super close to these houses over here. Holy shit. That's just across the road right here. And this is all of a sudden, you got a problem real fast.
5:30 this evening. You can see a lot of active flames here. This is just up off of the 60 freeway. There's the 60 freeway upper right-hand corner. It is
and there's
north
another
of the 60 freeway and burning up the hill here. This is
oh my
between
god.
Pyrite Road.
Oh Jesus.
Off of Granite Hill Drive.
Oh damn.
You can see the extent of the flames. It's pushed up into the top of
And
the
there's
hillside.
neighborhoods on this side too, of course there are.
At this point, there
Oh
are
my God.
evacuation orders in this area. It's burned 140 acres so far. Riverside County Fire is on the scene here.
Oh,
fuck. The fire is not impacting the 60 freeway, but there is a little tough to see. We're at about 10,000 feet, 9,000 feet, and watching that portion of the fire. That's the southern flank of the fire as I come out to
Okay, well, it would seem that where they left this live stream off, maybe everything was still on fire over here and seemingly spreading. Yeah, seemingly spreading. Getting incredibly close to these houses over here. Oh, boy. But we're going to have to keep our eyes on that this weekend. LA could be in for another rough one here, potentially. How are we doing on time? Okay, let's cover a couple more stories before we take a break. Let's go here now, north to Washington State. This time not to talk about the, I can't remember the name of the fire now. We've been following a fire in Washington State for like weeks. I cannot think of the name of it, but another fire has sprouted up in Washington State very quickly, consuming almost more than the other fire that we've been following there. Why can't I think of it? I keep wanting to call it the Dragon Bravo fire, but that's the one in Arizona. Regardless, King 5 Seattle 19 hours ago, lower Sugarloaf fire grows to more than 7,000 acres overnight.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Fire crews are working to contain 3 rapidly growing wildfires across the region. The newest is the lower Sugarloaf fire. It was sparked by lightning on Monday, about 12 miles north of Leavenworth. It exploded in size over the past few days, growing from 100 acres to more than 7,000 acres.
It's fucking wild. We covered that. We covered this thing. We covered this fire. It was 100 acres when it first sprouted up. And in 48 hours, from 100 acres to 6,000 acres, becoming the second largest wildfire in the state in 3 days. Less than 3 days.
As of last night, it's growing by thousands of acres a day. In Yakima County, another wildfire sparked by lightning is showing no signs of slowing. The Wildcat fire nearly doubled in size yesterday in the hot, dry conditions to now more than 5,500 acres. Damn. Fire bosses also report 0% containment this morning. And crews cannot catch a break on the Bear Gulch fire burning in the Olympic Peninsula. Since it sparked on July 6th, it's now burned more than 10,000 acres. The fire line also still just 10% contained and is expected to continue burning into winter. Ashley, we know the air quality also...
Jesus Christ, they're already predicting the Bear Gulch fire is going to keep burning through the winter. Good fucking God. Come on!
awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
That is terrible. Come the fuck on. Okay. Well, let's go up to British Columbia now, where a fire broke out. I think last week, continues to rage in BC. Here's global news from yesterday. Wait, this isn't global news. What is this? Oh shit, why is this here? Fuck it, let's just go to this. Let's go to global news. I already did the spiel.
Oh, hell. A terrifying sight on the Coquihalla Wednesday afternoon. Jesus Christ. Over just a few minutes, huge flames flared on both sides of the highway, with drivers having to weave their way through smoke and fire.
As I got closer, I'm like, we're going through this. I didn't realize that it was right in our path. So, yeah, it was pretty scary.
The Mine Creek wildfire exploded overnight, nearly quadrupling in size after jumping the highway Wednesday afternoon, forcing a full closure of this critical route between Hope and Merritt.
This fire was discovered a few days ago. For the last few days, it has been burning up on the hillside and away from the highway, and we were seeing moderate fire behavior, but definitely nothing like what we saw yesterday.
The Coquihalla is a lifeline between the interior and the lower mainland. The closure forced drivers to detour hours out of the way.
Trying to head to Kamloops, but we stopped at Hope, so I guess we didn't see the signs beforehand.
We'll take the Fraser Canyon. That seems to be the only option right now.
Yeah.
It's a little slower, but that's okay. We have time.
The fire showing rank 5 conditions, meaning extremely vigorous fire activity, before easing to ranks 2 and 3.
Looks like this windshield got hit by something pretty big. See, there's a freaking crack going all the way across this, as well as this big ass, I don't know what else to call it, like a contusion right here.
Officials warn we're not out of the woods yet.
Weather conditions are not very favorable heading into the next couple of days. In the afternoon, we are expecting to see those higher temperatures accompanied with a little bit of wind.
Crews are working to secure the road and protect anything in the fire's path and hope to push the flames back up into the hills.
This footage is utterly wild. It's like apocalyptic. Fire rising up on both sides, hundreds of feet in the air. Looks like hell on earth. Well, Canada's on fire. United States is on fire. Canada's had millions of acres burned so far in this wildfire season this year. It's utterly tragic and horrifying. But they're not the only ones, of course, dealing with wildfires. Let's go back down to the United States, where the rest of the West is also on fire.
Fires and smoke
starting
alerts now
in,
across multiple states as we're on.
Wyoming. We're outside of Yosemite. Wildfires are raging out of control. Here's ABC News from yesterday.
The U.S. tonight into the fires and smoke alerts now across multiple states as we're on the air. We're also watching the tropics tonight, potential threats to the East Coast and the West Coast. Lee Goldberg is here and ABC's Trevor Ault traveling to the fire zone.
Tonight, the massive wildfire burning west of Yosemite since Tuesday is now more than 21 square miles and still out of control. Overnight, CAL FIRE reporting one of the hundreds of firefighters working the TCU September Lightning Complex fire was hurt when a fire engine rolled over. Pete Tomeno and his wife grabbed what they could and fled the flames Tuesday.
By the time we got onto the road, the neighbors behind me and next to me were on fire. To watch it come over the ridge the way it did and as fast as it did, that is absolute fear.
Their home is thankfully still standing, but so many in the historic town of Chinese Camp lost everything.
This is one of so many historical sites here that had stood for more than 100 years, and look at the inside, absolutely gutted by the 6.5 fire.
And with more than 60 large fires burning.
Why do I think that Yosemite is in Wyoming? Am I losing my mind? Is it in California? Am I a giant idiot? Yeah, I guess I am a giant idiot. What am I thinking of? What is wrong with me? This one's bugging me now. What am I thinking of right now? Oh my god.
West
Sorry,
and
everyone.
even more in Canada. The smoke is triggering air quality alerts in 6 states. In Spokane, Washington, school officials moving all student activities inside. The air quality there dangerous for everyone.
Hey, and David, back here in Los Angeles, a major headline tonight involving that devastating wildfire from back in January, the Eaton fire, which killed 19 people and destroyed thousands of homes. Well, the Department of Justice tonight has announced it's suing SoCal Edison, alleging that fire...
Okay, so yeah, I don't know why. That should have been back earlier. I don't know why I mixed up Yosemite with Yellowstone. That's my bad. Mixing up my Y-named national parks, apparently. I made a huge, tiny mistake. Making a huge, tiny mistake. And that's my bad. But there are more fires still going on in the United States. In Colorado, where another fire broke out. Here's CBS Colorado from yesterday.
A wildland fire forcing families in this Arvada community out of their homes this afternoon. This brush fire burned one home and, as you can see, came within feet of several others. Your reporter Gabrielle Vidal raced to that scene today to speak with families.
Yeah, Gabby, this community no stranger to wildfire evacuations. They were on the edge of the Marshall fire evacuations almost 4 years ago.
Yeah, that's right, Karen and Michael. Definitely no strangers to concerns when it comes to wildfires, especially with all that brush that's on the hilltop next to one community here in Arvada, which is why they say, and they have been saying for a while now, there needs to be more measures in place to make sure people can get in and out of this area a lot quicker. A sight that caught some residents by surprise.
Spread really quickly.
My neighbors are really good and came over and knocked on the door. I wasn't on the alert system at the time because I just moved here, and they said evacuation immediately, so I got the dog
immediately, if not
some
sooner.
water together, and the cat's in there too, and took off.
Flames spread quickly across 10 to 13 acres near 82nd Avenue and Quaker Street.
The experts are on the scene. I'm really grateful for their quick response.
Yeah.
When I got the word at work, I just tried to stay calm.
An aerial view showing how close they got to homes in the Layton and Layton Rock communities.
Biggest concern is this area, and it's been a big concern for a while. One is the grass fire component and the homes behind me on the hill.
While crews were able to put out the flames before trickling into more homes, residents tell CBS Colorado there's been ongoing concerns with being able to evacuate quickly with one main exit route along 82nd Avenue.
I love where I live. I back up on the open space on the other side, so a great view, but definitely concerned.
The city of Arvada.
There you go. People in Colorado skirting impending disaster. The Chinese came over to help build the country and were immediately treated like ass. Yes, that's true. That is true. And Donald Trump continues to not help with that, whether in the first or second term. Okay, last story before we go to break. One more fire, this time in New Jersey. The Buckabear wildfire. Buckabear. That's a cheap bear right there. $1 a bear, I'll take it.
Now an update on a wildfire burning in West Milford, New Jersey. It is now 60% contained. Officials say the Buckabear wildfire has torched 185 acres. The fire started Tuesday at the Newark watershed between Buckabear Pond and Clinton Road. Fire officials say no structures are threatened. No evacuation orders have been issued.
Okay. Well, we're going to take a quick break. Little galactic intermission, folks. We have made it 6 full hours. To the second. Literally just turned 6 hours just as I am saying this right now. Which means it is the time, of course, for us to take another break. a third break. But don't worry, fourth half will be coming very soon after these brief space messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too, otherwise you might miss one of these spacecasts. Once you've done all of those things, clicky on the like and the subscribe button, do also consider using your fingers and or thumbs to contribute to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. That's right, Space Fams. Your contributions keep the Galactic News Network alive. Thankfully, there's a myriad ways for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google. But the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Get yourself a avatar on the stream. That's right, you can be sitting poolside with me and the rest of the patrons. Shoutouts at the end of the stream, and much more. So what are you waiting for, Space Fams? Make the plunge into galactic patronage. Anyway, enjoy the rest of the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, Space Fams. You know what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream. So you'd better get back in your little seats, otherwise you are going to miss the beginning of the fourth half. Moving kind of slow today. I've only gotten through half of the 130 videos which I had prepared for you on this week-ending report stream. So we're going to have to get back to it immediately, if not sooner. By the way, just quick reminder to everyone, the people that you see dancing around here, most of them are in fact Galactic patrons. You too could have an avatar on stream if you became a Galactic patron. And if you are a Galactic patron but you don't have a Galactic avatar, you should absolutely message me on Patreon or on Discord to let me know what you want your Patreon avatar to be. You deserve it. It's one of the benefits from your Patreon membership, and it improves our stream experience, really, for everyone. Me and everyone else get to look at your cool avatar. Really adds something, a je ne sais quoi, a ambiance, if you will, is provided by all of the avatars who populate the break screens. Okay, now let's keep this thing moving. We ended talking about how the entire western United States is on fire right now.
So hot right now.
Let's move on to talking about things that are in fact wet and not on fire. Like the Atlantic Ocean and the storm that is forming in the Atlantic, heading its way towards the United States. Here's a quick update from the Weatherman YouTube channel. Art Weatherman.
Thank you for being with me. I'm meteorologist Brian Shields. It is Friday, September 5th, 2025, and we have a highly uncertain forecast. Some of us are about to go into monitor mode or are in monitor mode. I'll show you that island by island as we go forward, in huge differences in the models and what's going on in the environment. We have lots to cover, including the science behind this. We'll do that right in this video, so thank you for your patience. Here we are in the Caribbean. This is the spot we're watching. Over the last 18 hours, it is not better organized, right? It looks like just kind of a typical tropical wave. So I haven't seen a lot of development out of that. That is good. That's always a good thing. And stronger tropical waves back behind it as well. So I'm not losing sight of that. A lot going on this time of year. It is going to be a very active September ahead. As we know, it's going to be a more available moisture above our heads. Now take a look at this. And I want to show you some big differences here. Here's the European model and the American model, the GFS, right? Showing this area of investigation, an area we're watching in the Atlantic, moving into the Caribbean mid to late next week. But this does not tell us the strength, right? This just kind of shows us this tropical disturbance moving in. Huge difference. Let me show you this in a different form, right? Something coming at us in the Caribbean, but I am not quite sure yet what it is going to be, which is common because we're looking 4, 5, 6, 7 days out in time, and I'll let you know what I know and what I don't know.
Well, what I know so far is that the models are all sort of contradicting one another. It's not clear whether or not it's going to head straight through the Caribbean or if it's going to deviate above it. Of course, when it gets to the Caribbean, like basically St. Lucia, that's an important moment as to the deciding factor, if you will, on sort of what path it's going to take. because of the different factors going on, wind, trade winds, whatever you want to call them, currents, temperatures of the water, and land masses. And we really don't know. Not going to lie. I just figured I'd put this in here to remind us that we have two different storms, not just one, forming in the Atlantic. Both could turn into hurricanes potentially. So we're going to keep our eyes on that over the next week or so. Like he mentioned, this won't be coming to fruition for a number of days. All right, let's go across the Atlantic to Africa, where the trade winds, in fact, come from. Oh, wait, before we do that, go south. Almost missed this one. Sorry. Not Africa. I take it back. Let's go much, much, much further south to the Atlantic, where we're getting an update now on A23A. Now, we talked about A23A, and we gave an update on A23A, I think, like 2 weeks ago. I happened to have a inkling about this, thought sort of moseying around in my brain. I went searching for A23A news, and I found it in the form of a very niche YouTube channel that had broken down satellite footage showing us that A23A had been shifting, and in fact, that has been now confirmed. So I guess, I mean, really, it would seem confirmed, if you ask me. Here's the Associated Press from yesterday. World's largest iceberg is beginning to break apart. Another thing that was mentioned by that YouTube channel, the fact that the iceberg had in fact already lost multiple chunks, big old chunks.
The largest floating object on Earth, the iceberg A23A, is drifting near South Georgia Island. That's an island between Africa and South America, near the southern tip of both those continents. And it's beginning to break apart. It's an area that icebergs often visit just before they break apart. It's on a drift track from the Antarctic. Iceberg A23A actually broke off of the Antarctic many decades ago.
See, I actually didn't watch this one yet. Like, I added this one. This one got recommended to me, like, before I started the stream today. And I was like, oh, shit, we need this update. But this is even more broken up than the footage that we recently saw. We saw this, a very similar, I think, from the same NASA satellites the guy was using. But you can see, I mean, this is basically where it was last. But you can see this massive crack. It's broken off like a freaking giant piece. Like a Manhattan, bigger than Manhattan shaped sized piece here.
Iceberg A23A actually broke off of the Antarctic many decades ago, nearly 40 years ago. But it has been stuck off the coast of Antarctica for most of that time, and only recently did it come ungrounded and begin to drift northward. So right now, the iceberg is breaking apart into big pieces, and it's still quite cold because it's still winter. But as summer in the southern hemisphere comes on, November, December, January, we're going to see more and more melting on this iceberg. And what happens is the berg will upper part will saturate with water and then shatter because the water drives through the iceberg and cracks it into thousands of pieces. So that very suddenly it would just sort of collapse onto the ocean surface like a float.
I've always had something of a morbid fascination with A23A after I found out about it when I was like a kid. After I watched Day After Tomorrow. I think I was in high school when that came out. And I've always had like, yeah, like a somewhat morbid fascination with it. Curiosity with this thing that an entire movie was based on. It's very troubling, and we've been keeping our eye on it. And the reason we've been keeping our eye on it is because of the implications.
Ørsted secured shareholder approval on Friday for a 9.4.
Okay, that's very rude. I don't know why all of a sudden it just started. What the fuck? I didn't even click the video. What was I saying? Oh yeah, we keep track of this because of the implications that A23A has. We've been talking about it since the beginning, essentially, since it first made its break, if you will, for out of the death spiral it had been in for the last 3 decades. And you know, it could in fact lead to the collapse of the Atlantic Meridional overturning current, which is the thing that supplies warm water to things like the northern Atlantic. Could be very detrimental. You hated the day after tomorrow? That's fine. You don't have to. You know, we don't all have to enjoy the same movies. As a high schooler, that movie spoke to me. Maybe because it was a movie about a bunch of high schoolers who were going through the apocalypse. All right, now let's go across the Atlantic to Africa and talk about the landslide that happened this week in Sudan. Why do I have no sound? Oh, right. Wait. No. Wait, that shouldn't affect it. What?
By violence, displacement, and famine, this landslide has
Wait, what's happening?
war.
Are we good?
A devastating landslide has struck the village of Tarsin in central Darfur, Sudan, wiping out the entire community and
Oh, son of a bitch. Still trying to play some other video, some phantom video that I didn't click to play on. I hate when this happens. This happens so randomly sometimes. It all of a sudden just starts playing some video that I did not ask for it to play. It's incredibly rude. All right, I guess I'm going to have to quit my browser and reopen it so this stops happening. Okay. Sorry for that, everyone.
a devastating landslide has struck the village of
Okay. I believe I've solved it. That was very annoying. Sorry for the delay. Slight detour here. Let's go to Sudan now. Talk about this fucking tragedy that happened earlier this week. A landslide which took the lives of over 1,000 people.
A devastating landslide has struck the village of Tersin in central Darfur, Sudan, wiping out the entire community and tragically killing up to 1,000 people. That's according to the Sudan Liberation Movement, the rebel group that controls the area. The disaster was caused by torrential rains in the days leading up to the landslide. Sudan is currently in the middle of its flooding season, which runs from July through to October. And every year, hundreds of lives are lost in the seasonal rain. But this landslide is the worst in recent memory. It's believed that only one person has survived from the village, which is located in the remote and mountainous area of Jabal Marra. But much of the region is inaccessible to international aid organizations, as Darfur has become the epicenter of fighting in Sudan's more than 2-year civil war between the Sudanese army and the paramilitary group, the Rapid Support Forces. In a region devastated by violence, displacement, and famine, this landslide has compounded the suffering of a people already reeling from years of intense war.
Just horrifying. It's the exact opposite of what Sudan needs right now. I know we did that story yesterday. We're doing a few stories. I mean, it is the week-ending report, right? And so there's a few stories that we redo during the week-ending report. I think it's important, the week-ending report, and I don't always do it as well as I would like to, but like I try to include things that have happened throughout the week so that we can somehow try and digest that week, 1 week at a time. Try and just, you know, get clarity on what's transpired. I mean, considering everything these days with the news hose on full blast, it can be a struggle to keep in perspective when things are happening. Honestly, it helps me out. But Sudan was not the only place to deal with tragedy. This week, Afghanistan was also struck by a series of earthquakes, which led to the deaths of, I believe it's approaching like 1,500 people have been confirmed at this point, killed. Bit of a recap. Yes, exactly, Hermit. But only slightly, right? Like, I try and leave in as few videos from earlier in the week as possible, while still somehow giving us that necessary context, because I do prefer to, like, you know, like, stick to new stuff. All right, here we go. Afghanistan, Guardian news from 23 hours ago. Week of earthquakes causes overlapping crises in Afghanistan. Villages in Kunar province in Afghanistan have been flattened by earthquakes, killing more than 2,200 people. Dust filled the air. Everything went dark. I rushed towards the door to open it, but I couldn't because it was stuck due to the earthquake. I found the way to see my family, and I saw that a room was collapsed. And they were all buried underneath it. More than 3,600 people have also been injured, and tens of thousands have been left homeless. Footage in Nangarhar province showed damage to houses. Afghanistan is now facing several overlapping crises, according to a UN official. Yes, indeed. Seems like the world is living through overlapping crises right now. Speaking of overlapping crises, not far away, in Pakistan, as well as India, extreme flooding has hit both countries, causing hundreds of thousands, if not over 1 million people to be displaced in recent days and weeks. Let's go here to Al Jazeera English.
Pakistan has issued an emergency alert, warning of more floods across Punjab province and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. This comes after a surge in the Sutlej River because of continuous heavy rains and water flowing in from India. Rescue teams in the region say that they're dealing with the worst floods on record. At least 881 people have died across the country since June. Meanwhile, in northern India, floods have killed at least 5 people as torrential rains continue to lash the Jammu region. The swollen Chenab and Tawi rivers have triggered landslides and damaged many roads. Officials say that the 10,000 people have been moved from the riverbanks in the capital, New Delhi. And large swaths of farmland are submerged underwater in the state of Punjab. Now, Punjab is divided between India and Pakistan, with 5 rivers that flow throughout the region. Heavy rains have caused 3 of the rivers to swell to exceptionally high levels, affecting thousands of villages. In Pakistan, all standing crops, including rice, sugarcane, maize, cotton, or vegetables, have been damaged. The United Nations has warned of a looming food crisis. And in India, crop damage has been recorded on some 148,000 hectares of agricultural land due to the flooding. Millions of people in the Punjab state depend on farming and livestock, raising concerns about rural livelihoods. The state is also known as the Food Bowl of India. Joining us now to discuss this is Devinder Sharma. You're an agricultural and food security expert. You join us from Chandigarh in India's Punjab region. So beyond the lives lost, we just started explaining that this is also terrible news for a vital crop growing region of India. How do you assess the damage?
Well, as you rightly said, Punjab is the food bowl of India. And the damage to the standing crops is enormous. The official data that we have here is about 300,000 acres of the cropland is submerged at this moment. And besides that, of course, the devastation or the damage to the standing crops in other parts of the state would be quite huge. And that is why perhaps yesterday, the Punjab government has announced a kind of a disaster-affected area, the entire region, as it has been flood hit now. And that tells us that the food crisis, of course, is going to be enormous. But at the same time, what is important is to understand the livelihood lost for millions of farmers who have been farming in this particular areas which are inundated now. And I think that is a cause for worry. The government is, of course, doing its bit. But more importantly, the civil society has risen and it is trying to do its best.
Yeah, this is a fucking disaster on an epic scale. Both of these regions in both India and Pakistan are basically some of the most fertile regions on the planet, and certainly in South Asia, and provide just massive amounts of food to the populations of both countries. And having these devastated right at, I mean, for many of these crops, this is harvest season, right before it. We're talking a week or two is what I'm understanding from having listened to some of these reports. And now it's just all fucking devastated. It's all underwater. Rice, other grains, fruit, mangoes, which is a big crop. Oh, God, this is a fucking disaster.
To ensure that people not only get food, but people also are taken out and to safer places, and as well as there are ample efforts being made to see that whatever can be saved is an effort is being made to save that. So in all, I think it is a devastating flood season this time. And as we know, for the last several years, we have seen the recurring phenomena of floods in this part of the country. And I think this is going to be a very, very serious environmental issue in the days to come, because once the waters start receding, the worry about the diseases coming up would be still more to handle. And but at the same time, it also tells us that mismanagement and because the government wasn't able to ensure that the floods do not travel so wide, and also so deep. Punjab is literally in deep waters, if I may say.
So, Devinder, as you were speaking, we saw the footage of crops underwater. You explained to our team that basmati rice was supposed to be harvested this month. Is most of it going to be lost?
Yes, you are very right. The crop was ready to be harvested, and in the month of September, normally the harvesting takes place sometimes around the mid of.
See, yep, it was this video. There you go. This was the month to do all of the harvesting of all of these hundreds of thousands of acres of crops and farmland, like they said, that is underwater, estimated to be at least at this time. All of it, you know, and maybe you might, I mean, sure, plants do need water, but you may not know this. They're not supposed to be underwater. Even rice is not supposed to be completely underwater. It's a very specific balance, a delicate balance that rice needs to survive. One last video here, also from Al Jazeera. This one's now from yesterday, the latest update we have on this flooding happening.
City looks like. With each passing day, the floods continue to spread, swallowing vast stretches of land and submerging entire villages and farmlands. Just 2 days ago, there was no water here. Now the area is submerged, deep enough for this boat to carry out evacuations. On board are women and children and their livestock. Muhammad was lucky to find a place on the boat, as he offloads fodder that will feed his goats for a few.
Yeah, and by the way, I mean, he didn't quite drive that point home, but but that boat shouldn't be where it is, right? The boat shouldn't function in the place where it is. You can see all these trees. Those trees do not grow like that, halfway underwater. This is not supposed to be a lake, but it's an impromptu lake, I guess you might call it.
Board are women and children and their livestock. Muhammad was lucky to find a place on the boat, as he offloads fodder that will feed his goats for a few days.
Our farms and homes are underwater. We were only able to save our lives, a few belongings and some sheep. Now the biggest challenge for us is repaying the debt we took for seeds, fertilizers and pesticides.
Nearby, Malik Zafar watches helplessly as his rice crop vanishes before his eyes.
These floods have inundated all our crops, surpassing anything we've ever seen before. Farmers like us who rely solely on agriculture have suffered devastating financial losses. It will take months before we can stand on our feet again.
But for many poorer farmers, there's nothing left except a few heads of cattle. They seek refuge in a mango orchard through the courtesy of a
Jesus, more tent camps for humans. One day we'll all just be camping. No more actual buildings.
Local farmer. They receive food and basic tents from the government and help from the locals. Many are spending time under open skies waiting for assistance.
We moved to this camp after losing our homes. Now we're in urgent need of tents to protect our children and to safeguard the few belongings we managed to save.
Yeah. One day the billionaires will get to live in space, and we can all just live down here in the rubble in our tent camps. On the land that's left, I guess, after the oceans rise by many meters. We'll fight over the scraps of land that are left so that we can get our tents up.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Sorry, I'm fine. Everything's fine. Okay, that's it on the environmental stories. Let's keep this puppy moving. Talk about space news, and the one piece of space news we're going to talk about today is the Trump administration's decision to change the location of Space Command, where Space Force operates from. You know, the very serious military organization that we have. Where's the audio? Oh, it's muted. That's where the audio is. It's muted.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
So I want to thank you all for being here for this important announcement, 7 years in the making. As you know, this has been going on for a long period of time, and I am thrilled to report that the U.S. Space Command headquarters will move to the beautiful locale of a place called Huntsville, Alabama, forever to be known from this point.
What's wrong with Katie Britt, and why is she smiling like that? She looks like the cat that just ate the canary. What is going on with her? You look at her. Look how excited she is right now. Oh my God! I can't believe we're getting away with this.
Called Huntsville, Alabama, forever to be known from this point forward as Rocket City.
Go fuck yourself, Colorado. This is my Katie Britt voice.
Okay, so Huntsville, Alabama. We love Alabama. I only won it by about 47 points. I don't think that influenced my decision, though, right? That didn't, right?
Why is Donald Trump, I just got to ask this question again. Why is Donald Trump asking everyone around him whether or not an election changed his mind or affected his decision making? Why would Pete Hegseth or any of these other smiling chuckleheads know what is the president's own, what do you call it? Motivations happen to be? The president himself is not aware of his own motivations. He needs to be backed up by everybody around him when he, I mean, my God. Just own it, you fucking coward. You absolutely chose Alabama because you won Alabama. And you see this as being a win for you. And wait, there's more.
But we had a lot of competition for this, and Alabama's getting it. Huntsville in particular. So congratulations, everybody. Katie, congratulations.
Great job, Katie.
In more than
I love how Katie didn't even get their handshake. Look at her. She looks sad. This is the first time she's looked sad this whole time. She's looking down. She's regretting all of her life choices now. She's like, oh my God, what did I do? I missed the president's hand.
Congratulations, everybody. Katie, congratulations.
Look at Did you see him? He just shook it. He shook his own hand. It just in the air. Katie didn't get a single piece of that. A single piece of that hand. She missed the whole thing.
In particular, so congratulations, everybody.
Great job, Katie.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
This will result in more
whoever
30,000 Alabama jobs, and probably much more than that, and hundreds of millions of dollars of investment, and that's billions because it can't be millions. It's billions and billions.
Billions and billions of dollars.
Most importantly, this decision will help America defend and dominate the high frontier, as they call it. I want to thank Secretary Pete Hegseth. He's doing a fantastic job.
And over there.
Secretary of the Air Force Troy Mink. Troy, thank you very much. Great job you're doing, Troy. This is such a big deal. This is one that everybody wanted to know. What are you doing? I also want to thank Senators Katie Britt, and I want to give my condolences. Your grandmother, her grandmother just passed away. She was 100, right?
100, and she loves you, Mr. President.
Well, and she was very proud of you.
I'm
very proud of you. So thank you, Katie.
Wonderful woman.
She must have been. To produce you indirectly, I can tell you she
Don't
had
be creepy.
Tommy Tuberville, who's a great coach. And I won't say anything about what happened with Alabama football this weekend.
Let's leave that out.
But you're not You're not used to that, right? You're not used to that. But Tommy, Auburn won, is right. They did. So you're happy.
Okay, I can't do more of this. I cannot wait to get to the part that is too long. 12 minutes. I don't have it in me. Eventually, Donald Trump goes on to suggest that the reason why he moved an entire military base for Space Force, or is moving, actively moving, still preparing to spend the money, is due to the fact that Colorado allows mail-in voting, which, as he claims once again, for I don't even know what time, the 6th time this year, that mail-in voting makes the entire election fraudulent, even though Donald Trump himself has used mail-in voting on numerous occasions. The hypocrisy won't bother any of the Republicans, but the fact is, for me, I'm utterly just sort of floored by it. Wouldn't be the first time Donald Trump threatened funding over partisan issues. Even the space issues do not go unscathed in this administration. All right. It's a Wes Anderson movie, Rocket City. I don't think that's the name of that movie. I think the movie you're thinking of is Bottle Rocket. All right, let's stick to what the president has been up to over here. Now, he signed an executive order earlier this week. Actually, I think it was earlier today. Donald Trump signed an executive order changing the name of the Pentagon from the Defense Department to the War Department.
Ah, yeah, yeah.
Thank you very much. We'll start by signing 3 very important bills, and Will, would you discuss them, please?
Yes, sir. This is H.R. 2808. This is the Home Buyers Privacy Protection Act. The congressman here was the lead sponsor, so I think maybe he...
Okay, no, we are not watching this whole thing. This is an hour and a half long, and we have other things to do with our day. Suffice to say, Donald Trump pulled out the old auto Sharpie and signed things he probably didn't fully understand. Let's go here. Guardian News, 21 minutes ago. Help recap this for us, would you? I don't have the time. I just don't.
Honor to sign this, and we will do that right now.
Donald Trump signed an executive order to rebrand the Department of Defense and rename it the Department of War.
We really chose to be very politically correct or wokey.
No more wokey. Very politically correct wokey name. I don't know why it's so woke back in 1750. It's very woke people. The rebrand was a callback to the department's original name, used from 1789
it's a much
to
more
1947.
Appropriate name, especially in light of where the world is right now.
How do you square
the woke 1940s, the very wokest decade? Even though
naming it the Department of War when you've been
civil rights didn't even exist, but that's still very woke.
Pursuing peace in so many different parts of the world.
Well, I think I've gotten peace because of the fact that we're strong. If we weren't strong, those 7 deals I told you about, the 7 wars, a majority of them wouldn't have happened. They happened for 2 reasons: trade and our strength.
I don't think we'll do the deputy.
Wow. Look at that little Petey Hegseth gets a new placard. Secretary of War.
Ah, yeah, yeah.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Jennifer's right. She is right about that. It would seem. Speaking of insane, what was it again? Say it for me again.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States.
That's right, demented. Well, unintelligent people. Let's go to Mexico, where little Marco Rubio had a very significant meeting with Claudia Sheinbaum, president of Mexico.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Venezuela's been very bad, both in terms of drugs and sending some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world into our country.
Well, President Trump speaking about the dangerous prison gang Tren de Aragua. He says poured into the U.S. under the Biden administration. And those comments coming to...
I forgot about this. Hold on. We don't need this whole thing. Not that many people covered this for some reason. Little Marco down in Mexico. Why does nobody care about Little Marco? It's so sad. Aww. Poor little Marco. Everybody forgets about him.
Smuggled drugs into the U.S. This happening as Secretary of State Marco Rubio is in Mexico, pushing forward with the administration's mission to crack down on illegal immigration and drug flow into the U.S. News Nation's Ali Bradley is live in Del Rio, Texas, along the border there. And Ali, this is Secretary Rubio's third trip to Latin America as Secretary of State.
Yeah, Nicole, and it might just be his most impactful visit, too, because he just wrapped up a joint news conference with the foreign minister there where the two agreed to work more closely together when it comes to combating the criminal cartels. And that includes stopping the illicit flow of drugs and people into the United States illegally.
Dude, News Nation is so unhinged. It is wild. I watch this channel and I feel like I'm losing my freaking mind when I listen to this. These people are fully unhinged. The illegal criminal terrorist cartel government of Venezuela. Like, I mean, they try and get as many buzzwords into every sentence as possible. It is insanity. Suffice to say, little Marco down in Mexico, trying to make nice with President Claudia Sheinbaum, who's been publicly vocal about the terrible actions being taken by this administration. And while News Nation calls it a very important meeting, I highly doubt that a lot of benefits came from this meeting, or that Mexico felt at all interested in working with the United States right now, considering everything Donald Trump has been doing. But maybe, I don't know. Who knows what all happened? What actually happened in the meeting, not talked about all that much. What people have been talking about while Marco's in Mexico is what the Trump administration has been doing down in the Caribbean Sea outside of Venezuela's territorial waters, where they are just murdering Venezuelans with impunity.
Illegal.
Here's Democracy Now! From 18 hours ago. Go. A web go.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. As President Trump is set to sign an executive order to rename the Department of Defense the Department of War, his administration's threatening to carry out more military attacks in Latin America under the guise of the war on drugs after the U.S. blew up a boat off the coast of Venezuela.
You see it. You see the bags of drugs all over the boat. And they were hit. Obviously, they won't be doing it again. And I think a lot of other people won't be doing it again when they watch that tape.
The U.S. has deployed several ships, even a nuclear-powered submarine in the southern Caribbean. On Thursday, U.S. officials said 2 Venezuelan military aircraft buzzed a U.S. Navy ship in international waters. This comes as senior Trump administration officials are refusing to provide proof of their claims that blowing up the boat in the Caribbean earlier this week because it was carrying drugs from Venezuela. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said he watched a live video feed of the operation, that the vessel targeted by the Pentagon was operated by the Tren de Aragua gang. But Hegseth provided no evidence. Venezuela's communication minister claimed the video was a fake made with artificial intelligence. In a New York Times report Thursday, an anonymous former senior federal law enforcement official said the attack was a significant change in U.S. anti-narcotics operations and that, quote, it was more likely that the vessel was carrying migrants on a human smuggling run. The official noted, quote, it would be impossible to know for sure.
This is exactly what I had posited earlier. What I had suggested, this is literally almost word for word what I was saying, is that considering the number of the people that were on the boat, it made no sense to think that there had been a great deal of drugs on board. Most of these vehicles, you have just all drugs and one person, right? There's no reason to get a dozen gang guys or whatever, drug smuggler, people in your operation, potentially getting caught up in legal, getting, arrested or whatever else, put in prison, right? Usually they spread them out. 12 boats, 12 guys, all filled with drugs. That's how it goes. It's not one boat filled with a dozen people. A boat that certainly couldn't have made it from Venezuela to the United States without stopping somewhere else.
However, given that any evidence of drug smuggling was destroyed in the attack, unquote. Many experts believe the strike was illegal under both international law and domestic law. The attack came as Secretary of State Marco Rubio left for a trip to Latin America, where reporters asked if the Trump administration would seek congressional approval in the future for such strikes, but he didn't respond. Meanwhile, President Nicolas Maduro announced he'd mobilized over 8 million people into the National Bolivarian Militia to defend Venezuela against U.S. aggression. The U.S. recently doubled the reward for Maduro's arrest to $50 million and also accused him of being the head of the Cartel de los Soles. Rubio was in Ecuador Thursday after going to Mexico. He designated 2 more Latin American cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. For more, we're joined by Greg Grandin, history professor at Yale University, Pulitzer Prize-winning author. His new book is America, America, A New History of the New World. So you have this boat filled with people, 11 people. Talk about what that indicates and what it means that the U.S. just blew it up in international waters.
Well, it was pure murder. It was pure premeditated murder. It was 11 people in a go-fast boat. If you have that kind of boat, and you're using it for drugs, you're not going to waste space with filling it with 11 people and laying it down with 11 people. You're going to want to use that space to carry the drugs. And it was premeditated because 11 people were summarily executed, and it's unclear where.
Yeah, seriously, just think about it for 1 second, right? Let's just assume, and this is assuming a lot, honestly, it's probably much higher than this, but assume every single person on the boat weighed 100 pounds. This is just for ease of math. 100 pounds per person, even though it's probably much higher. Probably assume something over 150, right? But 100 pounds a person times 11. That is 1,000 pounds. That is 1,100 freaking pounds of less space for cargo. And if your operation is smuggling drugs, that seems like really bad business.
Information, no intelligence, somewhere in the southern Caribbean, somewhere near Venezuela. And it seems like this has been something that's been planned for quite a while. When Trump came into office, he issued a number of executive orders that declared cartels to be terrorist organizations and subject to military retaliation. On August 9th, the New York Times reported that he signed a secret order allowing the U.S. to use lethal action against criminals within Latin America, and this seemed like a very staged event that was basically a serial killer looking for a victim. And when this boat left, when they caught this boat, I guess on satellite, they gave the execution order, and no bodies have been found. I mean, really, in many ways, it's bringing the logic of Gaza into the Caribbean in terms of unaccountability, impunity, and an expansive notion of national defense to justify what is, in effect, just extrajudicial killing.
And you have Marco Rubio, who is in Mexico, I believe, meeting with Claudia Sheinbaum, saying we're going to do it again and again.
Yeah, it'll happen again.
Who are the countries they're threatening, and who are they saying they will not attack?
Well, it's mostly Venezuela, and what's interesting about this is that it comes at a very interesting moment because there is a rift within the Trump administration between those who want to do business with Venezuela. Chevron just received a license to pump oil and sell it in the U.S., and that production just started a few weeks ago. And the first shipments of oil from Venezuela, variants on the sanctions placed on Venezuela have just gone through. But of course, Marco Rubio has opposed this for quite a while. Marco Rubio is leading the hardliners who basically want to use Latin America and go hard against Cuba, against Venezuela. He's been obsessed about Venezuela.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
As a senator, he exerted enormous influence on the Trump administration that led to the fiasco of Trump's foreign policy in Venezuela during his first term, and now he seems to be doing it again. He was in Ecuador. Ecuador is actually a country that does export quite a bit of drugs. More than Venezuela into the Pacific, and it's a militarization of the drug war. And what's interesting about this is that most of Latin America's political class, including centrists and conservatives, former presidents like Ernesto, Cardoso in Brazil and Zedillo in Mexico, want the drug war wound down. And the United States is escalating it and folding it into the war on terror.
I was just reading the front page of the New York Times, without arrest or trial, killing drug suspects, pointing out what happens when you go after alleged drug suspects. Going back to 2001 Peru, CIA identifying for Peru a plane saying it was carrying drug smugglers. In fact, it was carrying American missionaries killed.
Yeah.
And then you have Duterte, President Trump praising Duterte, the former president, the father of the former president of Philippines. Now he is sitting in The Hague, and he is wanted for crimes against humanity.
Yeah. Well, in many ways, Trump, this is exceptional. Without a doubt, this is an escalation and amplification of the United States' right to kill who it wants, when it wants, where it wants. But it is a long line. There is a long history of this. It started in the post-Cold War period. The U.S. escalated and claimed greater right for self-defense, expanded what they understood to be the notion of self-defense. When Reagan bombed Libya in 1986, he invoked Article 51 of the UN Charter, saying the United States was acting in self-defense because Libya was involved in a bombing of a Berlin disco in which a U.S. Marine was killed. Then you had, of course, the invasion of Panama, which was in 1991, which in many ways kind of echoes placing a bounty on Maduro's head, is just treating him a lot like they treated Noriega.
And what about, you're talking about this division within the Trump White House, the role of oil companies like ExxonMobil and Chevron?
Yeah, well, you know, in many ways, it's a throwback to the 1930s when Royal Dutch Shell supported Paraguay and Standard Oil supported Bolivia and led to the Chaco War. Today we have Exxon back in Guyana, formerly British Guyana, and Chevron backing Venezuela, and there's a border dispute. Venezuela, of course, has one of the largest deposits of crude oil in the world, something like an estimated 300 billion barrels of oil, and a lot of that spills out into what is Guyana, untapped.
Okay, there's Greg Grandin speaking about South America, United States colonial and imperialist policies, which Donald Trump is enacting with greater impunity than has been seen in modern era, at least in South America. And also, you know, like I've been saying, suggested that this killing in the Caribbean Sea was nothing but an extrajudicial murder justified on some semblance of any brown people in boats are drug smugglers. And of course, they provided no evidence for their claims that this was a drug smuggling boat. And reiterating that they probably weren't drug smugglers, like I've been saying. And it just, you know, like, it's the only thing that, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. And that's why we haven't seen any bodies. That's why, you know, the fact is they were on scene pretty quickly. We saw the video of it. Another boat we saw a video of on night vision pulled up to that boat, which did not sink after being hit by that strike. They could, I'm sure they have evidence, but they're not bringing it forward because none of the evidence actually supports their original claim. That's what I can tell. Let's keep this going. See what J.D. Vance had to say. He was asked about the legal authority that the United States had you know, that gave us the
we do
right,
so the next family doesn't have to deal with it.
The supposed right to do a strike on a random boat in the middle of the Caribbean Sea.
On the Venezuela vessel, vessel strike, what legal authority were you guys working under, and will there be an after report on the strike?
Well, I'm sure there's going to be an after report. I mean, the legal authority, and I want to talk about these kids, is that there are people who are bringing literal terrorists who are bringing deadly drugs into our country, and the President of the United States ran on a promise of stopping this.
Okay, so there's J.D. Vance's just utterly horrifying political answer. The fact is what he just said is utter nonsense. The existence of drug smugglers, the existence of any crimes, does not in fact justify another crime. That is not how crime works, okay? You don't just get to murder people because murderers exist. Because, you know, you don't just get to start stabbing people out there because people commit armed robbery sometimes. You know, like, not allowed. That's illegal.
Illegal.
And the United States doesn't get to do that on a larger scale with the rest of the planet. You know, like, you don't get to stab somebody on the subway just because one time someone said something rude to you on a subway, right? That's just not how that works. Right? Or just because, someone once stole your wallet on the subway, which is an actual crime, rather than saying something rude, which is just, How rude! But yeah, the existence of crime is not a justification in any way for committing more crimes. Ask the International Criminal Court. Now, something happened earlier on Friday that had people certainly taking notice. 2 Venezuelan military aircrafts flying near one of the U.S. Navy vessels sitting in the Caribbean Sea off the coast of Venezuela.
This morning, in what U.S. officials call a highly provocative move, the Pentagon says 2 Venezuelan military planes flew near a U.S. Navy.
This is highly... I love that claim. So, Venezuelan planes flying nearer to Venezuela than to the United States is in fact a provocative move. Meanwhile, 7 battle cruisers sitting in the middle of the Caribbean blasting people on speedboats. That's not provocative. No. The provocative thing is the country which all of these boats are near is flying planes. That's the provocative thing. No, yeah, God. Sending warships thousands of miles from the United States down to a different continent to play world police, that's not provocative. Oh, no. It's just the countries are being targeted. Showing any sort of resistance, that's the provocative thing. I get it. Thank you, ABC. You're so helpful. If I didn't have you, I wouldn't know what kind of propaganda to stick with.
It appears to be a show of force days after the U.S. military attacked this boat in the southern Caribbean, allegedly carrying drugs from Venezuela, killing 11 people. The Pentagon last night claiming the Venezuelan flights were designed to interfere with our counter-narco-terror operations.
It's a war on killers. It's a war on terrorists.
Just yesterday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio in Ecuador expanded the administration's crackdown on drugs flowing out of Latin America, designating 2 Ecuadorian gangs as foreign terrorist organizations and vowing to carry out more attacks on drug cartels.
This is now, and this.
Fact is, they are not terrorists. They keep using this justification. And people like ABC are lapping it up. They've been justifying the war on terror along with our government for a long time. But this... honestly, if everything else was not a step too far, this should be a step too far for absolutely everybody. For them to suddenly go from claiming terrorism, on, groups that could be, in fact, deemed terrorists, right, that are actually doing terrorist attacks, to going to illegal drug businesses that are committing no discernible acts of actual terror on society, right? Like, they're not... They don't have political motivations, right? Sure, is there violence that occurs and crimes that are happening? Yes, but it's not politically motivated in any way. It's not intended to strike fear in anyone's hearts. They're just criminals. They're just selling drugs that, our government has deemed illegal and have taken advantage of the black market that exists because of that. And yeah, it's illegal, but it's not terrorism. It just doesn't fit the definition of terrorism. No matter how you want to look at it, you're deluding yourself if you actually accept the framing that is being used around these gangs.
Ecuador, a country increasingly consumed by cocaine, desperately trying to claw its way out.
ABC's Matt Rivers recently traveled to Ecuador.
It might not look like it, but this river is a superhighway for cocaine. Hundreds of tons of that product coming through these waters every single year, bound for Europe and the United States. And as a result...
Look at ABC. They are just playing the game. They are just playing the game. They don't give a fuck about journalism. They are just here to, oh my God, this is unbelievable. This is what they're doing. This is journalism now. President committing crimes in international waters. Let's talk about the justification and how it's actually totally reasonable. Look, it's an international superhighway for drugs. That justifies international crimes.
Illegal.
Let's go here. This is from 7 hours ago. Maduro says Venezuela will prepare ourselves for anything the United States is going to send their way. Let's hear what Nicolas Maduro had to say.
Es mentira.
It is a lie. I say it to U.S. public opinion. We may have differences in our ways of thinking about our philosophies, our politics, our economics. Please don't let yourself be deceived for one more fratricidal war in South America and the Caribbean. The gringos are planning on applying maximum pressure in response. The president says maximum preparedness. We want war. No, we don't. Who would want a war? We want a peace. But we are going to prepare ourselves to guarantee peace in the region. Well, Donald Trump seems absolutely determined to start World War III. Since it didn't pop off with Iran, I guess he's going to try in Venezuela now. And the United States is continuing to amass troops and equipment in the Caribbean, sending F-35 jets to Puerto Rico. Here's CBS News from earlier on Friday.
The White House says the United States is sending 10 F-35 fighter jets to Puerto Rico. And it comes as the Defense Department confirmed that 2 armed Venezuelan F-16 fighter jets flew over a U.S. Navy ship in the region on Thursday. CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe asked President Trump about this in the Oval Office earlier.
It wasn't really over, not like they described. But I would say, General, if they do that, you have a choice of doing anything you want.
Do whatever you want. I don't care.
Put us in a dangerous position, they'll be shut down.
And for more on this, let's bring in CBS News Pentagon reporter Eleanor.
Do whatever you want, Pete. I don't care. You're very responsible drunk. Very responsible drunk white nationalist, and I give you 100% authority to obliterate anybody that you want. Doesn't matter. Crime, no crime. Who cares? We don't even recognize the International Criminal Court. It's fine. We can't even commit crimes.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
It's true. We do, in fact, have a demented and unintelligent person running the United States of America. All right, let's cross the Atlantic, cross the ocean to the United Kingdom. And let's discuss something which we talked about yesterday, development already in the Angela Rayner situation. And if you weren't here yesterday, we listened to Keir Starmer stammer and avoid actually answering any real questions regarding this scandal, which is now surrounding, or at least was surrounding, Angela Rayner. She had been accused essentially of having committed like mortgage, or not mortgage fraud, but like tax fraud. She had not paid enough tax on a property that she owned, and was being accused of real corruption, as this had happened during her tenure as housing secretary. Keir Starmer was being asked whether or not he would sack, as the Brits put it, Angela, if it turned out she had in fact committed tax fraud or in any way violated her duty as a deputy prime minister, or in any way as a governmental employee, however you want to call that. And Keir Starmer failed to answer that question. He said he would wait until the inspectors came back with more information before that could happen. Earlier today, Angela Rayner came out and quit her job in the UK government. Let's go here. BBC News from 21 hours ago. Oh, shit, I have no sound. No, wait. No, don't stop. Stop. I have no sound. There we go. Fixed it.
Confirmation now, Angela Rayner has resigned as Deputy Prime Minister and Housing Secretary. She's also resigned as Deputy Leader of the Labour Party. This is a huge move for the Labour Party
and raises a number of questions. We don't have the findings yet of the internal report, the ethics finding. We can possibly go back to Chris Mason actually for a bit more because information is still coming into us. Chris, what more can you tell us?
So my email has just pinged, so I'm going to read you something that I am reading for the first time myself. We now have the letters, a letter from the Independent Advisor on Ministerial Standards, Sir Laurie Magnus, and indeed an exchange of letters between Angela Rayner and the Prime Minister. Let me read you through, and I'll try and establish how long it is so that I'm not here until tea time, the report from Sir Laurie Magnus. So he says in this letter to the Prime Minister, this is the guy who was tasked with looking into Angela Rayner's property affairs and her tax affairs. He said, I should acknowledge that Angela Rayner has provided her full and open cooperation in assisting me. Her decision to provide greater public transparency by removing the confidentiality undertaking relating to a court order. This was about her property in Greater Manchester, family home that she no longer legally owned but was owned by a trust in the name of her disabled son. He thanks her for that. Let me just scroll down, and you may be spotting things yourself as you're reading it that we can bring to our viewers. He says, Ms. Rayner has explained...
I love how she went to the 10 Downing Street in a bright green suit with bright green heels on. Like, maybe a different color. And maybe I'm being too picky. But if, you know, like, it just reminds everybody of all that money that you didn't pay.
Although the recent allegation...
Now that I think about it, British currency isn't all green like it is in the United States.
That she sought legal advice from leading tax counsel. Let me just see if I can scroll down towards the tail end and see if we can pull out the most interesting elements of this. Here we go, the conclusions. I have come to 4 conclusions. Ms. Rayner was open about the existence of the trust and considered that between them, the firms advising her had appropriate knowledge and awareness of the details and circumstances of the trust. On the basis of the advice she received, Ms. Rayner believed that the lower rate of stamp duty would be applicable. She was twice informed in writing that this was the case. But in those 2 instances, that advice was qualified by the acknowledgement that it did not constitute expert tax advice and was accompanied by a suggestion, or in one case a recommendation, that specific tax advice should be obtained. This is the absolute crux of whether or not she was sufficiently diligent in making sure she was paying the right level of stamp duty on this property she bought on in Hove on the south coast of...
Okay, that's enough on Angela here. British currency is not... Yes, I know. I just figured that out, Nadia. Thank you. Yes, I was... in my brain, I was thinking about American money rather than British money. All right, let's go across the channel to France, where it is expected that French Prime Minister François Bayrou is going to be losing his job as Prime Minister in a no-confidence vote, which is coming up. Socialists ahead of this vote have been talking about some of their plans. Here's France 24 English from yesterday.
Now, not far from the Élysée Palace, the French Prime Minister is making last-ditch attempts to avoid his government from being voted out. François Bayrou, quoting the Socialist Party, whose leader has reiterated that they will not be voting for the government on Monday. France staring a political crisis in the face as the confidence vote draws closer. For more on the story, we can go across to Antonia Kerrigan, standing by at the Prime Minister's office. Antonia, good afternoon. The Socialists essentially went to this meeting with the Prime Minister, they say as a courtesy. Did anything come out of it?
Well, as you say, they said they were attending as a courtesy. They emerged from the meeting as adamant as they had been before and throughout the last few weeks, adamant that they won't be bailing out François Bayrou and his government at Monday's no confidence vote. And what it kind of looked like from where we were standing is that they used today's meeting in Matignon, in the prime ministerial residence, as something of a photo opportunity to talk about their manifesto. They emerged from the meeting saying that they had talked to François Bayrou about their vision for government, about what they think the budget should look like. While François Bayrou is pushing to make 44 billion euros worth of savings through budget cuts, they were pushing a programme that involves only 21 billion euros worth of savings, a large amount they hope to make through a new tax on the most wealthy French citizens.
There you go. While François Bayrou and his centrist, very weak and pathetic centrist coalition that has not really been able to get anything done in France in the last year, while they have been trying to do austerity policies in order to cut the budget, French socialists, rather than taking money away from the poor, are looking to cut a little bit less money, but make up for it by by increasing taxes on the very wealthiest in French society. Now, of course, we could have avoided all of this about a year ago if instead of ignoring the French coalition, the NFP, in the snap elections that Emmanuel Macron called and then subsequently lost, he could have gone to the NFP who won that election and allowed them to nominate a prime minister. Instead, he ignored all of the nominations of the NFP and handpicked a center-right candidate, making no sense to anyone but him. And other sort of neo-lib idiots. Anyway, let's keep things moving. Go down to Africa, to Nigeria, where cuts to aid by countries like the United States are leading Nigeria into what appears to be a hunger crisis. Here's Reuters from yesterday.
In a camp for displaced people in northeast Nigeria, 40-year-old Hadiza Ibrahim worries about where her next meal will come from. She and her 8 children rely on food aid, but supplies from humanitarian groups are dwindling.
If I eat today, I may be unable to eat tomorrow. We live in challenging conditions and my husband cannot find work.
Until this year, the United States had funded 60% of humanitarian operations in Nigeria, but budget cuts to the United States Agency for International Development have dramatically curtailed operations in one of the world's neediest countries. Africa's most populous nation has 31 million people facing food shortages, including an estimated 15 million acutely malnourished children, according to Trond Jensen from the United Nations.
Here in the northeast of Nigeria, what we are looking at is roughly 1 million children who are severely, acutely malnourished this year. And hundreds of thousands of these children could potentially die if they do not get the assistance that they need.
The northeast hosts 2.3 million displaced people, according to the International Organization for Migration, at the area's only help.
Yep, the Sudanese hunger crisis is already... I'm sorry, not the Nigerian hunger crisis is already not something to wish on anybody. But of course, Republicans are very hateful people, and they didn't give a shit about people in Nigeria or anywhere else, Myanmar, Congo, any of the countries that were receiving aid from the United States. They don't give a fuck about. Not one fuck. Give it. But the United States isn't the only ones to have cut aid. I would point out that the United Kingdom also cut developmental aid. I don't know if that includes to Nigeria. Just saying, the United States is not the only heartless country at this moment. All right, let's continue talking about the effects of the United States in Africa. Specifically South Africa, where the tariff war is impacting the agricultural sector there and could lead to a serious economic crisis in the country if it prolongs for any great period of time.
From big business to small firms, US tariffs have had an impact on many global industries. That includes a sugarcane farm in KwaDukuza, a rural, largely poor region on South Africa's eastern coast. Nkusanati Msweli has run the farm for 3 decades as a solid, though small, economic success story. It employs 8 full-time staff and 30 seasonal workers. Cheap sugar imports were already hurting his earnings when US President Donald Trump announced a steep tariff on South African imports. The move created what Msweli called a double whammy that leaves the 53-year-old facing tough choices.
This tariff thing now that has been imposed by Trump, it's going to have a negative effect in our operations. Because now the price that we are selling the cane to the outside countries, it's going to be more. We have to have 30% more of the price, of which the customers will have to compare now which one is cheaper. Eventually they'll go for a cheaper price and then it will affect us. They won't buy our sugar.
Trump's 30% tariff on imports from South Africa could deal a blow to exports. The country has previously benefited from a duty-free quota for 24,000 metric tons of sugar exports to the US market. That was under Washington's trade initiative for the continent, the African Growth and Opportunities Act. It made up a relatively small 5% of the country's total sugar exports. But the South African Cane Growers Association said the US has served as a premium market that offered high prices, which helped to sustain domestic jobs. Pratish Sharma is a member of the association's board.
We would really urge government to...
Okay. Well, multiple countries across Africa being negatively affected by the actions of Donald Trump and the United States. Okay, I think I am going to... I'm trying to think. How many videos do we have left here? What have we gone through in this half? Trying to think. I think now is probably going to be a good time for me to take a break. Then we'll resume this in the Middle East. I think that just makes the most sense right now. If I'm doing the math right, I could be wrong about this decision, but whatever. C'est la vie. All right, quick galactic intermission, everybody. We'll be right back with the 5th half of the show after these brief space messages. Okay, I hope you've all been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too, so you don't miss a single episode of the show. While you're at it, do not forget that the Galactic News Network is completely funded by individuals like you. And therefore, contributions from space fams who enjoy the show are incredibly important. Thankfully, we have a lot of great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal if you prefer your money to go directly to funding the show rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. For the low, low price of $3 a month. That's right, count them. 1, 2, 3. That's all it costs, 10 cents a day to be a Galactic Patron, where a cornucopia of space benefits are in fact waiting for you, space fams. So why don't you go over there, click the link in my bio or in the YouTube chat. Find out what is in store, waiting for you on Patreon. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, Space Fams. I am back. So you'd better get back in your seats, otherwise you're going to miss the beginning of what should be the final half of the show. Chat, we left off in Africa talking about the effects of U.S. foreign policy, things like tariffs, and the ending of USAID program. Let us now go to the Middle East to talk about Israel and Palestine and what has been happening there this week. And it's been a busy week. It's been a very busy week. Let us start here. France 24 English. This was from 3 days ago. Immense tensions in Israel as thousands of reservists drafted in Israel's latest Gaza operation. But large portions of those reservists refusing to report for duty.
First, Israel's offensive in Gaza continues with an overnight strikes reported in the central parts of the Palestinian territory. The Israeli army preparing for a potential ground invasion of Gaza City. More than 30 people were killed by Israeli fire on Monday, and according to local officials, half of them were women and children. In the meantime, tens of thousands of Israeli reservists are being drafted today in the biggest call-up since the beginning of the war, according to local media reports. Yet media outlets are also reporting many reservists have requested exemptions and units are seeing lower turnout than in previous call-ups. Noga Tarnapovsky in Jerusalem joins me now. Noga, those are interesting figures on reservists requesting exemptions, aren't they?
That's right. And instead of a normal call-up, wartime call-up today, what we're seeing in Israel is immense tension. It's almost like a detective series unfolding on Israeli TV screens today, trying to understand what is the actual percentage who are going to show up. So 60,000 reservists have been called up for this latest effort. These are by and large men who have almost all already spent hundreds of days in this war. According to Haaretz, the turnout may be as low as 40%. In other countries, that may not be so significant, but in Israel, where the entire military is based on a reservist structure, and where, you know, in the initial shock after October 7th, the turnout for reservists was 130%. This is significant. What we've seen is the Army engaging in various efforts so as to minimize these concerns, calling up units that have already been checked out, reviewed ahead of time to know that they will show up.
There you go, a very large portion, 40% of reservists being called up for the final solution planned by Benjamin Netanyahu and his band of war criminals. Quite a significant shift in what is going on the ground in Israel. Now, let's go to the United States. This is posted 2 days ago. 2 U.S. Army veterans were escorted out of a Senate hearing earlier this week for protesting the genocide that is being funded by the U.S. government
distinguished members of this committee. It is an honor to appear.
All right. Hang on just a second.
Illegal.
Off to
obligation to the Constitution of the United States.
Off to jail.
Off to jail. Wow. What a fucking scumbag. What a fucking scumbag. How much of a scumbag do you have to be to mockingly yell off to jail to two U.S. Army veterans, people who, you know, senators like, oh, what's this fucking douchebag's name? Oh, I'm always forgetting. He looks like a ghost, like the crypt keeper. What is that guy's name? God damn it, I cannot think of it. Oh, I can picture his face. Oh, I know his voice. He's a piece of shit. For him to yell off to jail to a couple of U.S. Army veterans, who I'm sure he has used as pawns in all sorts of things, and, you know, claims to be, you know, all about the troops when he increases the military budget, and, you know, he loves the troops when the United States goes to war with, you know, a new Middle Eastern country or whatever else. But when the troops use their First Amendment right to speak up and protest at the government which they served for, then off to jail. Off to jail. You know, I still need to make that sound shot. I need to write that down. I need the immediately jail sound shot from fucking Arrested Development. But we are living in a literal dictatorship, people. Out of control.
Officer, have you got somebody filming back there?
Now imagine you're holding coffee.
This is outrageous. Where are the armed men who come in to take the protesters away? Where are they? This kind of behavior is never tolerated in Boracua. You shout like that, they put you in jail right away. No trial, no nothing. Journalists.
Hold on, I'm gonna get this sound shot right now. I've played this sound shot live on stream, like this clip, like at least three times since the Trump administration took over. And at this point, I think we just need it on the soundboard because it's too much. It's too much.
That's too much, man.
I'm doing it. Don't tell me what to do. I'm doing it.
Where are they? This kind of behavior is never tolerated in Boracua. You shout like that, they put you in jail right away. No trial, no nothing. Journalists, we have a special jail for journalists. You're stealing, right to jail. You're playing music too loud, right to jail, right away. You're driving too fast, jail. Slow, jail. You're charging too high prices for sweaters, glasses. You right to jail. You undercook fish, believe it or not, jail. You overcook chicken, also jail. Undercook, overcook. You make an appointment with the dentist and you don't show up, believe it or not, jail, right away. We have the best patients in the world because of jail.
Okay, I finally got that sound shot, and I'm going to add it to the board later. Oh, God. Is that Fred Armisen? Yes, that is indeed Fred Armisen.
Cacao?
And that is Fred Armisen saying cacao.
Cacao?
On the ever-beloved Portlandia. It's actually one of my favorite Portlandia sketches.
Cacao?
Cacao.
Have you got somebody filming back there? Well, please continue.
It is an honor to appear before you as President Donald Trump's nominee to serve as the next U.S. ambassador to Costa Rica. Giving back and serving others has long been a priority for me and for our family. We traveled to Mexico and to Costa Rica, where we worked alongside property owners to build a home for their families.
All right. Someone else anxious to go to jail.
That is such a piece of shit. Somebody else wants to go to jail. Another shameful, unpatriotic troop. Another veteran who just begging to go to jail. My fucking God. I'm not going to waste any time. I just can't. I can't do it. I've done it already. We've already come this far. Sound shot 3. Yes, thank you. I guess we'll make it that color.
Where are they? This kind of behavior is never tolerated in Boracua. You shout like that, they put you in jail right away. No trial, no nothing. Journalists, we have a special jail for journalists.
It happens.
You're stealing, right to jail. You're playing music too loud, right to jail, right away. You're driving too fast, jail. Slow, jail. You're charging too high prices for sweaters, glasses, you right to jail. You undercook fish, believe it or not, jail. You overcook chicken, also jail. Undercook, overcook. You make an appointment with the dentist and you don't show up, believe it or not, jail, right away. We have the best patients in the world. Because of jail.
We're going to take a short break with all the racket going on in the hall. It's
oh
distracting.
no, not the racket. Oh God. I can't speak over the loud noises. Oh, my voice. It's not like I have a microphone to help amplify it. Very difficult to speak at this level.
Let's take a short break. Then we'll come back in. Go at ease. Visit amongst yourselves.
The United States government is complicit in genocide. You have an obligation to the Constitution of the United States. I'm a disabled veteran.
There's a genocide! There's a genocide! Stop!
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Ma'am, you're not allowed to film in here.
Oh, you're not allowed to film. We almost, ma'am, you're not allowed to film in here, says Karen. Thank you, Karen.
There's a genocide! Eddie, there's a genocide! Eddie! Eddie, there's a genocide! Come on, Eddie! There's a genocide! You are complicit in genocide of the Palestinian people! You are complicit! Come on, Eddie! Eddie, help us! Eddie, help us save them! Come on, Eddie! The Israeli terrorists are committing a genocide, and the U.S. Congress and Senate are complicit in funding the bombs that are forcing children to be slaughtered and massacred. Shame on this government. The United States of America is complicit in genocide. The Israeli terrorists are starving children.
If they'll arrest veterans, they'll arrest you.
Stop the bomb! Stop the bombs! Stop! Shame on you! You're complicit!
You know, when troops are yelling "stop the bombs," I think that's when you know it's time to stop the bombs. Actually, that's usually when I know to stop the bombs. In fact, I know no other way to know how to start the stopping of the bombs. All right, my brain just broke. Of course, there's other ways of knowing. Okay, back in Israel, Palestinian journalist who was injured in the 2019 was re-imprisoned by Israel. That's right, re-imprisoned for a second time. For what crime? Who's to say?
He spent 9 months in Israeli detention without trial or charge. Now he's back in custody. Israeli forces re-arrested Palestinian journalist Mu'adh Amarne on August 20th as he was driving to a job with his pregnant wife. Special forces in civilian clothing pulled them over.
The 9 months he spent behind bars were mere injustice. He's a journalist. He publishes news. They call this incitement. He didn't incite against anyone. Especially after his release, he was very careful because he saw how bad the situation inside the prisons is.
On August 28, Amarne was sentenced to 4 months detention without trial or charge. The father of 3 caught international attention in 2019 when Israeli forces shot him in the eye while working. Shrapnel remains lodged in his head, too close to the brain to remove. His case was filed at the International Criminal Court. His family is devastated.
It was a shock. Muaz did not do anything. He barely leaves the house. He spent 4 months receiving medical treatment after his first arrest. He had skin diseases from the prison. It was a shock. I kept asking.
Just horrifying. Family left without a husband and a father. Gaza left without a journalist. Well, actually, I think it might have been from the West Bank. I take it back. I think he's from the West Bank. Either way. Palestinians left without another journalist. A man imprisoned for no crimes, it would seem, just for doing journalism, which, you know, I guess Israel has kind of deemed illegal.
Illegal?
And, yeah, who knows when he'll be coming out. Or what sort of atrocities will befall him in this Israeli detention camp. Because these really aren't prisons. You know, we use the word prison somewhat loosely, I feel. Or at least certainly the media has been. Because really, and it's partly Israel's fault because they keep calling them prisons. But really, prisons are where you put people who have, you know, violated the law. Right? Who've done crimes.
Illegal.
Who have been, you know, convicted of those crimes. Then you put them in prison, right? Jail is where I think you go in between being indicted for a crime and being actually convicted of that crime, and then you go to prison. And so these are not prisons because essentially every single Palestinian in these quote-unquote prisons have not been convicted of a crime in any form or fashion. And we must, of course,
Precision of language, please.
Use precision of language, according to Katie Holmes. Thank you, Katie. The precision of language one always seems kind of quiet, doesn't it?
Precision of language, please.
Yeah, it seems quiet.
Precision of language. Please.
That's slightly better. Okay, now let's go to a story which actually broke last week, but further investigations have occurred this week. New York Times doing a visual investigation of the strike on Nasser Hospital done by Israel, which led to the killing of over a dozen journalists and more civilians as well. Really like a triple whammy of a war crime, doing an illegal strike on a hospital, which illegally killed journalists and illegally killed civilians.
Illegal, illegal, illegal.
This is the moment before the Israeli military killed a group of journalists and rescue workers who were responding to a strike at a hospital in Gaza. It was the second attack on that location in 9 minutes, which was not only part of a hospital, but also a well-established gathering spot for journalists. Hospitals, medical workers, and the media are protected from attack under the laws of war. In total, at least 20 people were killed, including 5 journalists and 4 health workers. The Israeli military says it launched the attack to take out a Hamas-operated camera used to track its troops, but did not provide any evidence of the type of camera in question, where it may have been located, or why taking out a camera justified firing shells at a hospital and at journalists. An analysis of visual evidence and footage from the scene raises questions about what they were targeting to begin with, and why they launched a second attack that killed first responders and more journalists. Israel first struck the hospital in 2 separate locations, including this east-facing outdoor staircase, which has a view of the city and has frequently been used by journalists, including Mariam Abu Dagga, an AP freelancer who appeared in this video from June. Journalists worked there, shot videos and photos, and hung out together. The Reuters news agency was running live streams from that stairwell throughout the week before the attack. The Associated Press also recently ran live streams there. The first attack killed at least 2 people, including Reuters cameraman Hossam al-Masri. These are the last moments al-Masri's camera recorded. The picture and audio freeze at the moment of impact. Footage shows the immediate aftermath of the first attack, which also included a strike on a second location around the corner. It's unclear why the Israeli military hit 2 separate staircases at a hospital, when they only said they were targeting one Hamas-operated camera. Reuters journalist al-Masri's camera is the only one that can be seen in the rubble in the east-facing stairway. Visuals of this...
I think we all know why they're attacking 2 stairwells. What happens if you attack stairwells? People can't get up and down the building. The building becomes completely unusable, right? Like, this is just further systemic destruction of all remaining civilian infrastructure in Palestine, in Gaza.
One that can be seen in the rubble in the east-facing stairway. Visuals of this staircase after the first attack do not appear to show any type of surveillance camera. Rescue workers and journalists rush up the stairs. Several first responders are wearing reflective vests. Here's Mariam Abu Dagga again and Hatem Khaled, a Reuters photographer. Khaled's footage shows a chaotic rescue operation on the stairway, with no sign of a military threat. Israeli troops fired again. About 9 minutes after the initial attack. This second attack consisted of 2 projectiles that hit the same spot within a fraction of a second, killing most people on the stairway.
This is ridiculous!
Including more journalists and several rescue workers. AP journalist Abu Dagga was one of the victims. Reuters photographer Khaled was injured but survived. Soon after, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called the strikes a tragic mishap. In its initial inquiry, the military also claimed 6 Palestinian militants had been killed and said it is further investigating the decision-making around the attacks. The inquiry identified the unit involved as the Golani Brigade. It's the same brigade that attacked and killed 15 Palestinian emergency workers in March. The Israeli military admitted to breaches of orders and dismissed 1 deputy commander.
You know, it's utterly laughable that Israel is continuing to claim and that almost no one is pushing back on their claims that somehow like a chain of command problem or like, decision making, as they put it. Whoopsie, another whoopsie, that somehow we made a mistake. Some sort of logistical thing happened which led to us killing those children or those journalists or those doctors or those aid workers. The same fucking military that's been claiming they're the most precise military on the fucking planet gets to claim accidents a hell of a lot, it would seem. Certainly more than I can stand. And also stomach that claim simultaneously. It seemed like most of America is sort of kind of catching up to me on that one. Let's see how people in Maine reacted to Bernie earlier this week. This was on Labor Day, talking about Donald Trump's Israel Gaza policies.
Brothers and sisters, we need to do 2 things at this difficult moment in American history. Number 1 is we got to take on Trump every day of the week in every way we can. And it's not just taking them on economic issues. We got to end the absurd foreign policy that we have right now, which is spending billions of dollars to starve children in Gaza. And one of the reasons that I want Graham Plattner in the Senate with me is he will stand with me. No more money for the Israeli war machine that is destroying the people of Palestine. But in order to be successful politically, it's not good enough to simply take on Trump and the oligarchs every day. What we need to do, which the Democratic Party, the leadership, does not do, is have a vision of where we want this country to.
Okay, there we go. People really responding positively to Bernie. Saying that we should stop funding this genocide and telling Donald Trump, the man in power right now, the man, who's basically taken the power of the purse from the Senate and the House, who's been signing all these checks going out to Israel, to stop it, to tell Benjamin Netanyahu to stop it. Which would in many ways be all that it would take, really. Israel cannot do this without the United States. This would have ended long ago if we had, from day one, said, you know what? I think you're about to do a genocide, no more weapons. We've been over in like a month. Instead, there's like a fast track, a conveyor belt of bombs and missiles heading to Israel. Going out the back door. There's really the front door. It's not like we're hiding it. Okay, let's keep this moving. 2 days ago now. Let's talk about this thing that happened. Donald Trump somehow decided, that he should be working on stuff in the background, on his free time. And apparently Donald Trump and his allies, who knows exactly how much involvement Donald Trump had in this, but a Trump administration plan for Gaza, sort of after plan, after some potential ceasefire, an actual peace agreement came out, leaked earlier this week. We haven't even talked about this one. There's been plenty of stories I haven't been talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about. I mean, well, the reason why I'm shocked we haven't talked about it, because I had planned to talk about this earlier and just didn't. Felt it'd be better to talk about today. So let's talk about what's in this leaked Trump administration Gaza plan.
Hamas has rejected a plan by U.S. President Donald Trump to take control of the Gaza Strip and relocate its population.
No
The
way.
Washington Post reports that a 38-page...
Hamas isn't into the idea of all Palestinians being ethnically cleansed from Gaza so that Trump can get in on the real estate? Really? Wow.
What? What you talking about?
I know, it is shocking that somehow Hamas not feeling the idea of a full-on ethnic cleansing. That's super weird. That's super weird, Hamas.
Don't be creepy.
Why are you being so creepy?
Don't be creepy.
and relocate its population. The Washington Post reports that a 38-page prospectus is being circulated by the administration. Its title is Gaza Reconstruction, Economic Acceleration and Transformation Trust, or in short, GREAT. Its goal is to transform the territory after the war is over and Hamas is dismantled and create a trade, tech, and tourism center. The details largely echo Trump's proposal in February to turn Gaza into what he called the Riviera of the Middle East. The Washington Post says the initiative proposes U.S. custodianship over Gaza for at least 10 years.
One thing I would like to get into before we get too much further past that moment, but I just want to go back to that Trump plan that was floated to Hamas, asking Hamas if they were down with ethnic cleansing all Palestinians from the Gaza Strip, because there's something about that I just find so frustrating. The hypocrisy, the paradoxical nature of this, and the dichotomy, I guess, between that and the fact that a lot of people in the Trump administration and the sort of adjacent circles have been claiming that, Palestinians, they basically live in a dictatorship. I mean, Hamas, they haven't been elections in Palestine for 20 years. And actually, Hamas, they're a dirty terrorist organization. They don't speak for all the Palestinians. Palestinians actually want peace, but it's all dirty Hamas. It's Hamas's fault that this is still going on. And if only the Palestinians could have a voice, then this would all be, a completely different situation. But then also simultaneously allowing Hamas, or suggesting that Hamas has the authority to also approve an official ethnic cleansing on behalf of all Palestinians is a fascinating and strange dichotomy, really.
Says the initiative proposes U.S. custodianship over Gaza for at least 10 years, during which most of the reconstruction should be completed. Now, during that time, all 2 million Gazans should be relocated to other countries or to designated restricted zones in the Gaza Strip. Israel will gradually reduce its military activity, but will maintain overarching control over security. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation will expand.
This is so disturbing. First off, why would you need the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation here? Can anybody explain to me why we would need the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation at some sort of techno hub, some solar punk, nonsense reality? Why would you need the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation? Are there going to be a bunch of tent camps? If we zoom in, is it just all tent camps over here? What's going on? Just a bunch of skyscrapers next to tent camps filled with starving people. I don't understand. Why would that need to be involved in this in any way? Especially if you first ethnically cleanse all the Palestinians. Wouldn't they all just move back into or are they not allowed to move into the skyscrapers because we're going to sell all that off for a profit, and then they'll get to live in the tent camps? Is that how that's going to work? It's very confusing. 10 years of U.S. control of Gaza. A decade. Donald Trump wants us to park troops out here. Was this going to be the 51st state? Or it's going to be U.S. by this sort of thing. If it's under U.S. control, it would make it a U.S. territory. But then Israeli security control? So what? The IDF and the U.S. soldiers are going to be walking around together? This is a disturbing dystopia.
Its operations to oversee all humanitarian needs. The cost of reconstruction of the whole Gaza Strip is estimated at 70 to 100 billion U.S. dollars. The White House has not confirmed the details. Well, for more analysis, I'm joined now by Laura Blumenfeld. She's a Middle East analyst with Johns Hopkins University. She joins us from Washington, D.C. Laura, it's good to see you again. Relocating 2 million people, putting Gaza under U.S. control and rebuilding it with billions in private investments. Is that plan even remotely realistic, legally and practically?
Well, it's a fascinating plan, and most of it is far-fetched. Sections of it are funny, like the Elon Musk smart manufacturing zone. It just sounds comical. And parts of it are frightening. As you mentioned, the plan expects that at least 25% of Gaza's current population will choose what they call voluntary transfer to another country. Some would call it ethnic cleansing. Although they do expect that 75% of the Palestinians will choose to stay in Gaza, the idea that circumstances and conditions are so unbearable that, people would choose to leave their land, raises a lot of concerns.
What about the key regional players?
No kidding. Does that raise a lot of concerns? Yeah, the whole thing is concern raising. Every single aspect of this goddamn thing is just a catastrophe. It's just basically, it's like a wish list of war crimes. And it's an insane fever dream thought up by
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
That's right. A demented and unintelligent person running the United States of America. The fever dream of a demented, unintelligent person. All right, let's check in on the Gaza, the global Samud flotilla. That's the newest name of the Gaza aid flotilla. Third time's the charm, I'm sure. Greta Thunberg, amongst many others, an entire, what do you call it? Really, it's like an armada. Minus the weapons, a large group of boats all heading in the same direction to Gaza to break the illegal blockade of aid. Israel's continuing to wage on the entire population of Gaza.
This is day 5 of the global Samud flotilla, and as I'm speaking now, we are sailing towards Tunis. Also, some of the boats that had repairs in the past few days are rejoining us, so the fleet is coming back together. Organizers have been leading safety drills and checks to get everyone ready for the next stages. Also, on the 7th September, a dozen more boats are expected to join us from Tunis and Sicily, making this the largest flotilla to Gaza in years. Despite the storms, delays, and threats, the energy here is very strong. Everyone's focused on one goal: breaking the siege and delivering aid to Gaza.
We are now going with all of our fleet together in a single formation to prepare to break the siege and to create a people's humanitarian corridor. The Palestinian people in Gaza.
All right, there you go. There's the latest update on the Gaza aid flotilla that I could find. Hopefully they're still okay and headed in the right direction. Now let's go to talking about Gaza City, which Israel's military has been encroaching on in recent days. And as of yesterday, the IDF announced that it controlled over 40% of Gaza City.
Chaos following a deadly airstrike Thursday at a displacement camp in Gaza City. Israel has ramped up its attacks ahead of a planned takeover of the urban center in the north by the Israeli military.
We continue to systematically target Hamas infrastructure. We can see on the screen an example of an underground explosion in the Zaytun neighborhood. I remind you, it's in the city of Gaza, following an underground explosion. Currently, we hold 40% of the area of Gaza City. The operation will continue to expand and intensify in the coming days.
Meanwhile, concerns continue to grow over the dire humanitarian crisis inside the territory. Last month, the UN declared a famine in and around Gaza City, where almost 1 million people live, and humanitarian groups say that conditions have only worsened since.
Only 44 of the 92 UNICEF-supported outpatient nutrition treatment centres in Gaza City are still functional, depleting thousands of malnourished children of more than half of the lifelines.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is moving forward with plans to take over Gaza City in spite of growing international pressure against it. While most EU officials have shied away from calling Israel's actions a genocide, Teresa Ribera, Executive Vice President of the European Commission, did just that, speaking to students at Sciences Po in Paris on Thursday.
The genocide in Gaza exposes Europe's failure to act and speak with one voice, even as spread across European cities.
Okay. Now, as Israel continued to encroach further and further into Gaza City, video was released by Hamas showing hostages who are purportedly in Gaza City. Here's CNN from 19 hours ago.
At least 12 people, including 7 children, are reported to have been killed in an Israeli military assault on Gaza City overnight. Video obtained by CNN shows some of the victims being rushed to the hospital, and we have to warn you, the images are disturbing. The casualty figures coming in to us from the spokesperson for the Al-Shifa hospital, who says the strikes targeted residential buildings and tented houses for displaced people.
Illegal.
CNN's Jeremy Diamond is reporting for us from Tel Aviv this hour. Jeremy, just tell us what more you're learning about what happened overnight and what stage of the assault on Gaza City we are now in.
Okay, we don't need, I think, more of an update. We already know to some degree what Israel's been doing, probably enough to move this to the situation regarding the hostage video, which I think comes at the end of all of this. Right? Am I losing my mind? Where was it? Oh, it's right here. I just can't listen to CNN for that long. It's going to piss me off.
Gaza, which includes Hamas agreeing to not only release all of the hostages, but also agreeing to disarm itself as well. Now, in addition to that, we are also getting news about the hostages who are still held in Gaza. One man in particular, Guy Gilboa Dalal, who has now been held in Gaza for 700 days. He was seen in a Hamas video in which he's filmed actually in a car above ground driving through Gaza City past several locations in that city that we have been able to geolocate, confirming that he is indeed in Gaza City. He, interestingly, in the video talks about this Israeli military assault that is impending on Gaza City. He says it gives him nightmares, and he says he believes that it means that he and the other hostages, more than 8 other hostages who he says are being held in Gaza City, will die in Gaza City. Now, we cannot independently confirm that number of hostages being held in Gaza City. Also important to note that by virtue of being a hostage and being filmed in this video, he is speaking under duress, but nonetheless, it does echo the fears of so many of the hostage families that we...
Thanks, CNN. Yeah, you don't want to believe the hostage. Thank you. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I wouldn't want to believe that hostage. Thanks, CNN. Really appreciate that. Now, what Israel has decided to do today, as they could have continued their encroachment into Gaza City, is something they, of course, had, they had been doing, but it had been a while, I feel like, since I had seen these like intentional demolitions coming out of the Gaza Strip. But earlier on Friday, Israel started releasing videos showing it just block by block, just demolishing buildings as they go, which is a clear war crime. They just don't give a shit.
The building behind this family is about to be targeted, so the displaced have to move again. The gates of hell are opening in Gaza, according to Israel's Minister of Defense. They've been open for a long time now. Today, just blown off their hinges. The IDF have started levelling high-rise buildings in Gaza City as their ground offensive here continues. Today, surrounded by the tents of the displaced, the Mushtaha Tower was destroyed. The images caught from every angle. The IDF had warned people in advance.
Oh, that's so nice of them.
For the displaced.
Thanks for reminding us, Channel 4.
Aren't I a good guy?
Oh, Israel, bunch of good guys over there. Reminding everybody to leave the area where they're living. And then, you know, probably within like 15 minutes, just leveling that building to the ground.
Live here, it means
great guys, just great guys all around.
Aren't I a good guy?
Grinding cycle of having to move starts again. It is Abu Muhammad Yazid in pieces.
ماليش 5 أيام 5 أيام ماليش غير مخصوفين وين نروح؟ ليش بتبكي؟ احكوا لهم يا عم ليش بنبكي؟ ايش ضايل لنا؟ ايش ضايل؟ حلونا يا عمي الله يطلع تعبنا والله تعبنا مش قادر اتكلم داري هان راحت نازحين في النفق راح هان راحت وين اروح؟ حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل.
The IDF released a 3D video mock-up of the building, saying it was used by Hamas to direct attacks against its soldiers, complete with cameras above and tunnels beneath. The video ends with what is presumably further planned targets across the...
This is just more bullshit. Releasing AI-created fucking... little animations doesn't prove anything. Yeah, I can make an animation that, says there's an underground tunnel network in Israel right now. It doesn't make it true. And I doubt we'll see any evidence to any of these claims. Just an animation Israel's propaganda department put up together for us. Very helpful.
...of the city. Earlier today, Hamas released a video of 2 of the hostages. One of them, Guy Beloa Delal, is shown in a car above ground. His family gave permission for the footage to be broadcast. In it, he's being made to say that he's being held in Gaza City with at least 8 other hostages in the area. If Hamas thought this would stay the IDF's hand in the city, they were wrong. Here in Israel, anti-war demonstrations have been ramping up this week as hostages' families warn that the Gaza City offensive will endanger the lives of their loved ones. The IDF acknowledged this would be a consequence of their operation in a meeting with families today. After 700 days of this war, it's harder to find things to inoculate against the inertia and despair.
I love how Channel 4 is still sticking to calling this a war. 700 days in, still calling what is an obvious genocide a war.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Okay, let's keep this thing moving. One more video. This one just popped up in my feed. I am disturbed by it, but here, this is from 28 minutes ago.
Let's return back to Gaza City, where Israeli airstrikes have hit a high-rise building shortly after issuing forced evacuation threats. The residential tower is located opposite an UNRWA building. Well, Hani Mahmoud is in Gaza City. He joins us from there. Hani, what can you tell us about these quite dramatic pictures we're looking at of a huge cloud of smoke hanging over Gaza City?
Well, Sammy, this is part of an already in place Israeli tactics of destroying Gaza physical structures, and it just goes beyond the physical structure and the physical outlook of the city. It's part of it largely is the forced evacuation and displacement of people, the psychological warfare, the erasing of civilian infrastructure of the whole entire population here. Just about an hour ago, these were the 2 residential towers in Gaza.
There we go. Israel obliterating another massive residential building with no military value. Another clear war crime that will go unpunished. That was 51 minutes ago from Al Jazeera. So it's just a systematic destruction, demolition squad type, one by one, just obliterating all the remaining places for people to hide, to shelter themselves in Gaza. And they're trying to force the ethnic cleansing. People have not left. They're just trying to force the matter. They really are at this point. I think genuinely Israel think that they can create enough suffering to cause people to leave. And honestly, at some point, people hit the breaking point. We just got done watching a video where that man was literally just weeping, openly weeping. Now, while all of this has been going on, something has been happening outside of the Israel and Gazan territory. Israel has been attacking its neighbors as well, including Yemen, where they assassinated the Houthis' prime minister. Here is Democracy Now! From 3 days ago on this story.
In Yemen, thousands of mourners attended a funeral today for 12 senior Houthi figures who were killed by Israel in an airstrike Thursday. The dead included the Houthi Prime Minister, Ahmed Ghaleb al-Rahoui. The Houthi military leadership that holds most decision-making power was not targeted. Israel's previously targeted Houthi ports and infrastructure. The Iran-backed Houthi rebels began launching missiles at Israel, most of which have been intercepted, and attacks on commercial ships in the Red Sea after the start of Israel's war on Gaza in what they have called actions in solidarity with the Palestinian people. The Houthis have controlled Sana'a and much of northern Yemen since 2014. This is Omar al-Bukaiti, Houthi Deputy Minister of Information.
Our media is just like that. It's gross. I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, what do you you watch this stream, Sammy? You watch a shit ton of France 24 around here. I know how your media is one of the worst. I mean, France 24's Israeli propaganda has been utterly terrible. Just a pile of trash.
Our message today to those inside and abroad is a message of challenge and steadfastness, and that we are standing side by side with our revolutionary and political leadership. We present a convoy of martyrs to join the ranks of the martyrs of the leadership of the government of change and construction. Many have gone and many will come. We will make sacrifices for the sake of the cause, for the sake of the challenge, for the sake of the steadfastness with our brothers in the Gaza Strip.
Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has vowed to continue the retaliation campaign against the Houthis. He addressed the Israeli Security Cabinet on Sunday.
The Houthi terror regime is learning the hard way that it is paying and will continue to pay a very heavy price for its aggression against the state of Israel. Whoever attacks us, we attack them. Whoever plans to attack us, we attack them. I believe the entire region is learning about the strength and determination of the state of Israel.
To discuss this and more, we go to Rami Khouri. He is a Palestinian-American journalist who's...
Okay, that's all we're going to do on that one. Mostly because this whole situation is stressing me the fuck out. It really is. I hate to say it. But it is. yeah, Israel looking to sort of go, I mean, seemingly, I mean, I think they have the sense that at some point, once they finish the Gaza City operation, they're going to be at the tail end of their a campaign of ethnic cleansing in Gaza, and they're already green-lighting the annexation of the entire West Bank. So time to pick it back up. They also did a strike on Syria, which we're not covering right now, as well as there was some sort of skirmish, something going on with Lebanon. I'm trying to remember. Actually, no, it was a different situation. No, I take it back. Don't remember. No, forget the Lebanon situation. No, I remember what that was. But I mean, Israel just wants to continue the fighting as long as possible, specifically Benjamin Netanyahu, but he's not the only one. But it keeps him in power, so long as he continues this fucking genocide. Okay. I'm going to do something unprecedented. I'm going to take a break, just because that, all the Middle East discussions just got me all stressed out. I just need a second. I just need a second, chat. I just need a moment to gather myself. I am still sort of, like, broken every time that we get to this point in the stream. Every time. I swear to God. It just causes me a great deal of, like, pain. Like, the fact is one of the main reasons why I started this show was because of how upset I was about the fact that nothing was being done. The United States government was continuing to fund and allow this genocide to continue on and attack protesters in the United States over this and all the other things surrounding this particular crisis. Among all the other things that I care about, this was one of the things that really drove me to start this show all the way back in February of last year. And we're less than 6 months away from the second anniversary of this show coming up. And if by that time this thing has not ended, I'm going to probably lose it. I'm going to have a goddamn existential crisis.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
So I'm gonna take a quick break, and I'll be right back. I'm not even going to force you to listen to brief space messages. I'm just going to play some music. I'll be right back. And then we'll finish the show. I claimed that was the final half of the show. That was a lie.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
This next half is going to be the actual final half of the show. Well, Space Fams, I'm back. Early end to that impromptu break. Time to get back to the show. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Okay, we left off talking about the Middle East. Israel's continuing to be the least likable country in the Middle East, somehow. Continuing to hold that place of honor. Now let's move on to talking about Asia, which is going to be somewhat dominated by the discussions around the military parade held in Beijing earlier this week, where leaders from dozens, at least 24 countries showed up, but most notably Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un attending. Okay. By the way, I just noticed something pretty cool. We are at 1,099 subs. Only one sub away from 1,100. If you are a viewer watching right now and you haven't subbed yet, please just click the subscription button with your finger. It's super easy and it helps us out a great deal. All right. Let's go here. BBC News from 3 days ago. Get us started off talking about this military spectacle in China.
China! Welcome back to Verified Live. Let's turn to Beijing and the power play of images we've been seeing. The leaders of China and Russia have been meeting ahead of a huge military parade, which will take place tomorrow to mark 80 years since the end of the Second World War. President Putin said relations between the two countries.
Oh yes, good point, Christy, and Narendra Modi. Although there less was made of Narendra Modi's appearance. And I think the main focus was around those three leaders, partially because they had never been seen in the same place all together at the same time.
Reached an unprecedented level. President Xi said their governments should strengthen their coordination on the world stage. Joining President Xi and Putin and more than 20 other leaders at Wednesday's spectacle will be the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un in what is his first trip to China for 6 years and the first time he's ever attended an international gathering. Here's our China correspondent, Laura Bicker.
Kim Jong-un is making his boldest diplomatic move in years. This is his signature armoured train moving through Beijing. China has not officially announced his arrival, but his motorcade was caught on camera in the capital. He's here to meet his two neighbours, who already had talks over tea, where Vladimir Putin touted his close ties with his friend Xi Jinping. The nature of Russia-China relations are at an unprecedentedly high level, he said.
I know.
The Russian leader may be by his side, but this is Mr. Xi's moment in the spotlight, a chance to showcase a new world order, one not led by the United States. This was a key embrace. The Indian Prime Minister, once a US ally, now hit with...
Well, there's your Modi for you. Little Hindu nationalism making an appearance at this thing.
With Donald Trump's trade tariffs is moving closer to Beijing. All three were at a summit earlier this week, hosted by Mr. Xi, along with more than 20 other world leaders. But the biggest spectacle has yet to come. The final rehearsals for a parade to mark the end of the Second World War are now over. The city is ready for a grand display.
The parade is important. It will highlight the discipline of our soldiers, and their morale will be high.
The parade will showcase China's strength and let the world know we are a big country and we have power.
President Xi is the senior partner in this trilateral relationship. North Korea relies on China for much of its food, and the heavily sanctioned Russia needs China to buy its oil and gas. And although they've seen each other at some point, this is the first time all three have been seen together in public.
All right, let's keep going through these videos from BBC to CNN. Putin hails unprecedentedly high relations with China.
China.
Right now, two of America's global adversaries get closer by the moment.
I thank you for the warm welcome extended to our entire delegation. Our close communication reflects the...
We actually talked about this story, Christy. We absolutely talked about this story a little early at the beginning of the stream when we were in the U.S. portion of the stream. I don't know how. I don't think I see you at the beginning of our streams too often. I think I see you show up early mornings most often, Christy. But we do American news, American-centric news at the beginning. Even though U.S. stuff obviously bleeds into the world politics. Even more so these days with Donald Trump being president. But we discussed that, and it was actually not Chinese workers. It was, my understanding is it was broadly South Korean immigrants that had been brought in, assuming by Hyundai. I guess they just usurped the visa process. There were also American citizens there that were also swept up in that raid by ICE. Which I found disturbing. For any American to spend a single second in an ICE detention center is a fucking travesty.
Right now, two of America's global adversaries get closer by the moment.
I thank you for the warm welcome extended to our entire delegation. Our close communication reflects the strategic nature of Russia-China relations, which are at an unprecedentedly high level.
China's Xi Jinping called Russia's Vladimir Putin his old friend moments ago at today's summit. The headline event of Putin's 4-day visit will be a massive military parade in China's capital that's happening in the coming hours. Also traveling to Beijing, North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un, along with a total of 26 foreign heads of state. It will be only the 10th time Kim has left his country since taking power. Joining me now to discuss, the CNN correspondent Mark Stewart in Beijing. Mark, we're talking about Putin here, Xi, Kim, all together. Is this rare, or have these powers been coming together more recently, more often?
This is rare. This may be the first time, if our history is correct, that we will see all three of these leaders perhaps standing together in front of Tiananmen Square. This is an event that certainly is going to be rich in optics, and really it's the symbolism that is going to be the story. To see two established nuclear powers, being China and Russia, the leaders of these two nations, and then an ambitious nuclear nation, North Korea, hoping to develop its nuclear program first.
They already had we watched this one yesterday. This first minute just genuinely pisses me off. It's like CNN is determined to sort of like pigeonhole and like demean North Korea, like talking about them like they don't have a nuclear program, which they absolutely do. They're constantly testing that. We've seen nuclear tests from North Korea. They have them. They have them, and I don't know why we're pretending like they don't have them, or like, oh, they don't have as many as China and Russia. Oh, little North Korea. It's like, dude, just settle down, okay? This is unnecessary banter coming from you. Just fucking annoying. All right, let's just go to this incredible spectacle in China.
China!
Hold on, can I do this? Oh, nice. Yes, all right. Let's do this. Just for funsies. Because we watched this in great detail the other day.
In the new era, China-Russia relations are more self-confident, firm, and resilient.
I figured we watched this
From the 17th President Xi Jinping made a state visit to Russia
on 3X. There goes Putin.
In World War II, China was the main battlefield in Asia, and Soviet command was the main battlefield in Europe.
Not gonna lie, this is kind of hilarious at 3x. Now, a great deal of leaders arrived. Some of the people that were shaking hands with Xi Jinping were people like the Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan, Azerbaijani President Ilham Aliyev, a Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko, Cambodia's King Norodom Sihamoni, Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel, Vietnamese President Luong Quang, Indonesian President Prabowo Subianto, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, President of Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Laos, Malaysia, the Maldives, Mongolia, Myanmar, Nepal, Pakistan, the Congo, Serbia, Slovakia, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Zimbabwe, all making appearances. There we go, walking up a very long ramp. Some say the world's longest ramp ever seen. The great, great ramp of China. Here we go. China proves to us that they can, in fact, sing in a group setting. Then they start the actual parade.
Inspired market years, disinfection of war resistance. The Thunder Guns resembles wars of soldiers on the battleground. It is also like a song of flight, sending time and space to tell all jokes. China today is a great country with a general mountains and rivers, and its people full of fight and ambition. Great changes have taken place over many years from 1945 to 2025. Today, safeguarding world peace and contributing to the progress of human civilization is fearless fights and determination. The Great Wall symbolizes the unwilling spirit of the Chinese nation. This great nation never bows to any enemy or any force. Those who dare to invade us are doomed to crash. The fire of the Great Wall was bloodshed.
The uniformity of that marching group is pretty impressive.
From the monument of the people's heroes to the national flagpole, and from the great victory to great rejuvenation, the Chinese nation has walked a long way of innumerable difficulties and hardships. This is a road to national independence and people's liberation. It is also a road to national dignity, prosperity, and strength, and a road.
You know, Killer Tom saying they practiced 364 days for this. I've seen claims from a bunch of people now that this training for this took a whole year. I didn't quite look into it in that great of a detail, but it's pretty. It makes sense. It's like an entire. It's like. I mean, it's a 2-hour long production with what seems to be tens of thousands of people participating, all sorts of props. I mean, Broadway. Eat your heart out. Welcome to China.
China! The Chinese organization and the global community for a shared future. The national anthem, March of the Volunteers, was born during wartime, will soon be played. It was written in 1935 in the early years of the war against Japanese aggression. The national anthem.
Then Xi Jinping gives a big old speech, and then let's see, where does he pop back out? He pops back out, I think, over here. Yeah, and then he shows up in the limo, making Donald Trump literally cry into his pillow. I'm sure. We determined yesterday that this is the moment that Donald Trump decided that he had done his military parade all wrong. In fact, this is where I decided that Donald Trump had really lost the parade games. I mean, they had already been pretty astounding in the first 15 minutes. But this was where I was like, Donald Trump has got to be the most jealous person on the planet watching this thing. Watching Xi Jinping outside the... He's got 4 microphones, a body half outside of the vehicle, going through the sunroof like a badass, getting chauffeured in a limousine through the parade.
Let's begin.
Then they make the long procession past all of these troops and what must be billions of dollars worth of Chinese military kit. Might be more than tens. It might be hundreds of thousand troops. I don't know. It's an undetermined number of troops. It is an ocean of Chinese soldiers. I wonder how many people were actually at this. I should look that up.
In typical back and forth, President Xi says, "Salute to you, Congress." The soldiers reply, "Hail to the chairman." The President then says, "Comrades, thank you for your hard work." To which the soldiers reply, "We serve the people."
Okay, it's saying there's only 12,000 troops out here. It feels like way more. They're saying, yeah, CNN and Wikipedia saying like 10, 12, 15,000 troops. Okay, if you say so, it looks like more. Although, I guess some of them are in really thin lines like this, in front of the rocket launchers and the nuclear missiles. Honestly, at 3X, it's kind of fun. It's really, the soundtrack is pretty bouncy. It's like a parade. It's like a circuit. It is a parade, I guess. Yeah, but it's like a wow. There we go. Nuclear submarines, or those are actually the drone subs, I think. Stealth bombers. Okay, you get the point. You've probably seen this already, which is why I decided to watch it at 3X rather than regularly. Because we already watched this earlier in the week. But I just wanted to remind everybody on the Weekend Report of some of the things that had happened. Now let's go to here, BBC News. The first to post in the wake of this tremendous Chinese parade.
China!
China's President Xi Jinping has said the world faces a choice of peace or war as he watched a huge parade of Chinese military might flanked by Russia's Vladimir Putin and North Korea's Kim Jong-un. It marks the first time the three leaders have been seen together. President Xi said that humanity was again faced with a choice of peace or war, and that common security could only be safeguarded when nations across the world treat each other as equals. Donald Trump has reacted to the meeting on social media, accusing the three presidents of conspiring against the US. The massive military parade commemorates 80 years since the formal surrender of the Japanese at the end of the Second World War. President Xi said his country is unstoppable and will never be intimidated by bullies as he unveiled China's arsenal of weapons, including nuclear missiles with global reach. Well, let's go live then to Beijing and my colleague Steve Lai, who's been covering these events. Steve, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Sally. It's been a real show of military might here in Beijing. We heard the sound of jets overhead where we are as the parade showcased China's military capabilities on land, in the air, and at sea as well. Among the notable new weaponry we've seen are laser weapons, nuclear ballistic missiles, and giant underwater drones. China has also been investing in artificial intelligence and autonomous weapons. One example is the AJX-002. It's a giant 60-foot underwater nuclear-capable drone. China's nuclear arsenal number in the hundreds of missiles. It still lags far behind those of Russia and the US, but it is rapidly increasing in size, and that is perhaps the point to keep in mind. Now, as you've mentioned, President Xi was joined by 26 heads of state at this military showcase, including Russia's President Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un as well. This is the first time Xi, Putin and Kim have met all together, and for more on the significance of that, let's go first to...
Okay, we don't need to go through all the significance of it. We know what there's great significance to all this. The clear message coming from China, suggesting, that they are the alternative to U.S. Hegemony and military power, showing that they can bring people together, that they can provide peace to the world. Something that I'm fairly certain Donald Trump is probably maybe one of the most things that he's most upset about is that Xi Jinping is claiming that he's going to bring peace to the planet. And it would be really funny to me, I think to a lot of people, if Xi Jinping got the Nobel Peace Prize before Donald Trump. I'm just thinking about it now. I wonder. That would be funny. Okay, I've lost my place. CNN. 3 days ago, Xi, Putin, and Kim put on a defiant display of unity.
We're watching live pictures tonight. Right now, a massive parade underway in Beijing as the Chinese President Xi Jinping is showing off his country's arsenal and military might to the world and to the more than 24.
Why is this so damn quiet? Oh, I think I know why. Hold on. Let me see. Will this fix it? I bet you this is the reason. 360p. Is that a joke? Are you making funny jokes to me right now?
We're watching live pictures tonight. Right now, a massive parade underway in Beijing as the Chinese President Xi Jinping is showing off his country's arsenal and military might to the world and to the more than 24 foreign leaders who are there in person attending this military parade that includes those from Russia, North Korea, and Iran. In a speech just a few moments ago, President Xi warned that the world needs to choose, as he put it, quote, between peace and war. I want to get straight to CNN's Ivan Watson, who is live on the ground in Beijing. And obviously, Ivan, we're watching this play out and just seeing, how extensive this military parade is so far. What's clear to you from the message that China is trying to send tonight?
This is a message of strength. This is a message of victory. After all, they are commemorating the 80th anniversary of the surrender of Japan. China was a major battleground in World War II for 8 long years, to the tune of perhaps around 20 million Chinese casualties during the Japanese military's invasion and occupation of parts of China. This is a demonstration to China and the world that China is strong, it can protect itself.
China!
And that Xi Jinping is
China!
the ruler of this country. He has just done a review of the troops in his presidential limousine, and now we're being treated to scenes of uniformed soldiers with helmets, jogging alongside tanks and other military vehicles and jumping into them. We're seeing drones on display, and they will be part of the parade that is at hand here. Caitlin, I think on the one hand, this is a demonstration of Chinese military muscle and discipline. It's a scorching hot day here in Beijing, and the troops are out in full uniforms and helmets, jogging, marching in unison. But by the same token, there is a demonstration of China's friends outside of China. And I think one of the enduring images that will emerge from this is of Xi Jinping walking up a red carpet towards the Tiananmen Gate, from where he and other world leaders have been reviewing this parade, and walking alongside Russian President Vladimir Putin to his right, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un to his left. Those two very important guests, the VIPs, and demonstrating how important they are to Xi Jinping himself by placing them front and center during what is effectively a Chinese celebration here.
Yeah.
Have to have my China.
Have to have my China. Well, there we go. That was CNN's live-ish coverage on the day of the Chinese military parade celebration of the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. Let us go now to France 24 English from 2 days ago. A not-so-subtle swipe at Trump as Xi warns of war or peace.
Russian President Vladimir Putin met with North Korea's Kim Jong-un for talks in Beijing today. At the start of the meeting, Putin praised what he called the bravery and heroism of North Korean soldiers who fought alongside Russian troops in Ukraine. Putin saying the Korean soldiers helped repel a Ukrainian incursion into Russia's border region of Kursk. Now, Kim did not specifically mention the Ukrainian war, but he did say North Korea was prepared to do everything possible to help Russia. Those two leaders were the VIP guests of Chinese President Xi Jinping, there to attend China's biggest ever military parade that marked the 80th anniversary of Japan's defeat in World War II. Now, this was the first such gathering of the three countries' leaders since the early days of the Cold War. For the latest on what's happening in China today, we're going to bring in now our regional correspondent, Yan Kamazin-Brumby. Yan, what are the biggest images today, the symbols to note?
Well, as you've been mentioning there, these streets in Beijing have been shut down entirely as a procession, a military procession that has been practiced for weeks. We've seen videos of these soldiers practicing their marching, their steps, shut down Beijing. It took hours to pass through. It's marking the World War II defeat of Japan. Japan that occupied large areas of China during that period of time and committed war crimes and atrocities across China. People lined up to watch it in Beijing. It was a guest-only event to get into the actual event, but locals in Beijing lined up on the sides of the streets to try and catch a glimpse of these new military technologies, new weapons, robots we've been seeing moving their way down as Xi Jinping also moved his way down in the back of an armored vehicle inspecting the troops. The main sight, of course, the big thing that we've all been wanting to see, we've all been looking out for the last few days, has been that big trilateral meeting between Russia's Vladimir Putin, North Korea's Kim Jong-un and China's Xi Jinping, who of course was playing the role of a host for this entire event. That's something.
Well, there we go. China earlier this week displaying its military might, inviting all of its closest friends to the party. Now let's see how Donald Trump and some back in America have been taking it. Here's a Forbes breaking news clip from 2 days ago. Watch Donald Trump's very quick response when reporter points out that he wasn't invited to China's military parade.
How rude.
You were not invited to the parade in Beijing.
Never even thought about it until just now.
President Kabelski, what's your message for President?
Never even thought. It wouldn't have been my place to be there.
He looks really sad. Look at him. Look at him. He is sad. You can see it in the president's face. He's saying he doesn't care, but his face is saying, I definitely care. Oh, poor Mr. President. Oh, that's sad. I hadn't even thought about it until you brought it up just now. You have just offended me. A terrible question. Fake news. Let's see how they're handling it over at Fox News. 2 days ago.
Today, you saw the video, the new axis of evil, as they're calling it, met in Beijing. So Xi Jinping put on a really big military parade to greet his partners in crime, Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un. Now, the CCP was showing off some new weaponry, some laser weapons, nuclear ballistic missiles, robotic wolves. The day ended apparently with a musical gala, because what dictator doesn't love song, dance, and poetry?
Yes.
Meanwhile, President Trump is not in the partying mood.
I love how Laura says what dictator doesn't love song, music, and poetry. Interesting take, Laura. What sort of dictator doesn't love song, music, and poetry? Certainly not our dictator.
Question on the musical. Have you seen the musical before? And do you identify more with Jean Valjean or Javert?
That's a tough one.
Oh, that's a tough one.
That's tough.
That is tough.
You better.
Jean Valjean?
I don't know. I've seen it. We've seen it a number of times. It's
seen it a lot of
fantastic.
times.
But it was just about our first choice. That's what we got. And we have others coming. Other great ones are coming.
Everybody's coming. Everybody's coming for the great musical experience. I've seen a lot of times. Our beautiful dictator has seen a lot of musicals, as it turns out.
Today, you saw the video, the new axis of evil, as they're calling it, met in Beijing. So Xi Jinping put on a really big military parade to greet his partners in crime, Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un. Now, the CCP was showing off some new weaponry, some laser weapons, nuclear ballistic missiles, robotic wolves. The day ended apparently with a musical gala, because what dictator doesn't love song, dance, and poetry? Meanwhile, President Trump is not in the partying mood and posted a message for the three amigos, sending his warmest regards as they conspire against the United States.
They were hoping I was watching, and I was watching. My relationship with all of them is very good. We're going to find out how good it is over the next week or two. We helped China very much, as you know, when they talk about freedom. And I don't believe that, and maybe I'm wrong, I hope I'm wrong, but I don't believe that America, that the United States was acknowledged for helping China to gain its freedom. But perhaps
China very nastily forgot about America and their end of World War II celebration. Not enough America at that Chinese parade.
Just that was a sleight of hand.
And if he seems ticked off at Xi, it appears he's even more upset with Putin.
I have no message to President Putin. He knows where I stand, and he'll make a decision one way or the other. Whatever his decision is, we'll either be happy about it or unhappy. And if we're unhappy about it, you'll see things happen.
Here to react to all of this, Victoria Coates, Heritage Foundation's National Security and Foreign Policy Advisor. She was also Deputy National Security Advisor.
Okay, we don't need some Heritage Foundation idiot to tell us things. Thank you, Laura. Really good reporting. We couldn't take a stop at midday Fox News television without checking with the friends, Brian Kilmeade. Let's see what they're saying over here at Fox and Friends.
Yeah, not close. Thanks so much, Jackie.
Thanks, Jackie. Love that Chuck Schumer has to read that. Someone wrote that for him.
Yeah, he's always glued to his notes. Yeah, but I mean, look, they were trying to send a message with that meeting. If you look at all those people, they're the reason why so many Ukrainians are dying. Look, for example, India, who was there 2 days ago. If it wasn't for them buying oil at 30% of the market price, there wouldn't be anything to fuel the Russian war machine. If it wasn't for Israel, China sending all the electronics and dual-use material to them, they wouldn't be able to fight. If it wasn't for the North Koreans sending literally their soldiers to fight as well as work in their factories, they would still have Ukraine in Kursk. So, and they are providing raw material, raw artillery to the Russians who were.
Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting. I wonder if the president's listening right now. I mean, he's most likely to have at least been listening to Fox News of all places. I wonder if he's hearing any of these things being said by Brian. Some of that was actually accurate. Shockingly. Not something I expect over there at Fox News. All right, let's move away from the parade. Talk about this. On the same day that the parade happened, for, I'm sure, completely unrelated reasons, Taiwan Semiconductor, a Taiwanese company, had its ability to export chips to China revoked by the United States.
Illegal.
The US revoked TSMC's fast-track export status for China on Wednesday. Taiwan's TSMC is the world's biggest contract chip manufacturer. It, like rivals Samsung and SK Hynix, have until now had exemptions to sweeping restrictions the US has imposed on chip-related exports to China. TSMC said the privilege will end December 31st. It means shipments of US chip-making tools to its main plant in Nanjing, China, after the date will require US export licenses.
Like I said, I'm sure this has nothing to do with the developments. That would be petty. That would be petty to revoke a multinational company's ability to export its own chips to another country over a parade.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Nobody in their right mind would do that. Raw artillery? Yes, raw artillery. I'm going to make up a definition for raw artillery right now. Raw artillery is what you get like directly from the artillery shell company, right? The manufacturer. As before you've cooked it, right? Like you can't just eat a raw artillery. That's bad for you. You got to cook it first. Then and only then can you try to consume it for human. No human. I mean, you could maybe feed raw artillery to your gerbil, but not to a human. All right, let's go here. Now, after this parade, a number of other things have been going on with regards to some of the people who were at that parade, like Vladimir Putin and the war between Ukraine and Russia that is still ongoing. 200 and what? Where are we at now? Trying to think. 215 days away? No. 225? 215 or 20, like something like that. Like 200 days into Donald Trump's term. The man who said this would be one day and it'd be over. Well, we've gone a little longer than that at this point. Actually, it's longer than 215. What am I talking about? It's like 240. Right? Yeah, it's like 245. My brain broken. We've been going for like 10 hours. Jesus Christ.
That's too much, man!
All right, let's go here. Talk about Ukraine. BBC News from yesterday. Ukraine. 26 countries ready to send troops for ceasefire.
Welcome back to today's Verified Live. Let's turn to the war in Ukraine because President Macron says 26 countries have signed up to contribute to Ukraine's security once a ceasefire is achieved. These would be part of a reassurance force in Ukraine or be present on the ground, in the sea or in the air. Speaking after today's summit of the so-called Coalition of the Willing in Paris, he said US support for the security measures would be finalised in the coming days. Well, with me is our Ukraine correspondent, James Waterhouse. And James, the difficulty for a gathering like this is the sort of almost illogical position that they're talking about what happens after a ceasefire when there is no ceasefire.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, these endeavours are still very much political rather than some kind of military blueprint. You've just said, 26 out of 30 or so countries are willing to send troops, but there are notable absentees from that. Italy, Poland, yes, supporters of Ukraine, but clearly unwilling to provide boots on the ground to sustain some kind of peace. You heard the German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, again call for a ceasefire to be put in place first before any kind of lasting peace deal. And what I think they're trying to do at the moment is to show Donald Trump who they need for those boots on the ground, who they need for that military equipment. That is inescapable for the Europeans. I think what they are trying to do is say, look, we are willing to commit as much as humanly possible. We just need you. And I think they're also trying to strip away the noise and show or reveal the Kremlin's unwillingness to engage in peace and put the brakes on its invasion in any way.
So many of the roads actually lead back to the White House and to Donald Trump because they were talking about upping the pressure on Russia. And so far, the US president has resisted any obvious moves. And that is a real problem, isn't it, for the Europeans who may want all sorts of things, but it has to be delivered in part from Donald Trump.
Yeah, and Donald Trump has the ability to apply pressure on Vladimir Putin to change course. That is the consensus.
Now, I've been trying to figure out exactly which 26 nations vowed to give support to Ukraine. One could assume it's 26 of the 28 or so countries that have already given Ukraine aid during the war. People like Australia, Austria, Azerbaijan, Argentina, the broader European Union, Georgia, Ireland, Cambodia, like all these, some, of course, the United States being one of the biggest ones. It's not clear that the United States is even on that list. You've had dinner, slept, woke up, had coffee, and walked in the space of this live stream. See, that's a beautiful thing, says Avian. That's a beautiful thing. That makes me happy to know that that's, like that you, like that's, I like to think of this place as a place that you can, kind of count on throughout your day to be able to turn in, or throughout your evenings, wherever you might be. Some people are in Europe, some people are in America, some people are in Asia, too. We've got a lot of diversity and viewership. I like to think people can turn in during different parts of their day and enjoy it. And I've been considering rerunning my streams. Like I've been thinking about maybe finding a way without jamming up this computer and maybe premiering. I think that's probably what I would do. Is just re-upload the stream and then premiere it. Although it's difficult, it would be difficult to do. But although that's a part of the problem with that, is it would take a really long time to upload 9-10 hour streams. So I think I might have to I'd have to re-stream it. It would be way easier for me to just watch the video on YouTube and just re-stream that. I've been thinking about making it so that I literally just have content going all day. So when I end the stream, it just restarts and people could watch from the beginning for those who maybe missed parts of it, I like to think that people go to bed and then wake up and come back to GNN for more content. Makes me feel like I am providing something. All right, let's continue talking about the reassurance force, the 26 countries, coalition of the willing, prepared to send troops on the ground in Ukraine to ensure peace. Here's Emmanuel Macron speaking after the meeting. The second element of these peace and security guarantees is what we call the reassurances of forces. Indeed, today we have 26 countries that have formally committed themselves. Several others are still clarifying their position. But 26 countries that have committed to deploying troops as a reassurance force in Ukraine or to being present on the ground, at sea, or in the air, to provide this reassurance to Ukrainian territory and to Ukraine the day after the ceasefire or peace. This force does not have the will or the objective of waging some war against Russia, and provide, it is a force that must guarantee peace and provide very clear a strategic signaling. It will be deployed within the framework of a ceasefire, not on the front line, but in geographies that will be defined. But they aim to prevent any new major aggression and to involve the 26 states very clearly in the lasting security of Ukraine. This meeting is needed. This is not a matter of a desire. This is a matter of necessity. We support any format, bilateral meeting, trilateral meeting. I believe that Russia does absolutely everything to defer it. American partners told us that Putin invited me to Moscow. I believe that if you want the meeting to not happen, then you have to invite me to Moscow. I think that Russia, having started to talk about a meeting, is not bad already. However, we don't yet see their desire their desire to end the war, and I believe that adult leaders must leave meetings of such level with some result. There we go, both Emmanuel Macron and Volodymyr Zelensky speaking after this multilateral meeting between allies, 26 nations, a coalition of the willing. The mostly Europeans, assurance force, you would assume. Probably, most of the countries are probably EU, UK, maybe the United States. I'm trying to think of exactly who. Probably Australia, some other Asian nations. Canada, you would think, may be involved. All right. We are getting through these, people. Jesus Christ. We've got 7 videos left. I mean, it's about time. We're 9.5 hours into this puppy. Let's go on. This is France 24 from yesterday. What do we know about the reassurance force for Ukraine, and how will Russia respond? Yeah, it's a fair question. How will Russia respond? I mean, actually, I take it back. I actually think I have that answer. Yes, I do. I forgot it.
In Ukraine
I forgot.
be considered legitimate targets, once again rejecting any notion of security guarantees for Ukraine. Take a listen to President Vladimir Putin, who just spoke in the last couple of hours.
Regarding the possible deployment of military troops in Ukraine, that was one of the root causes of Ukraine's desire to join NATO. So should there be any troops deployed in Ukraine, especially now, in the course of the military action, we would treat them as legitimate targets.
Having troops in Ukraine now was the reason why Ukraine wanted to join NATO previously? That doesn't make any sense, stupid. Your propaganda's wires are getting crossed.
There you have it. It comes after a meeting on Thursday in Paris, where more than 24 countries pledged to join a force to deploy inside Ukraine after any eventual peace deal. The extent of involvement from the US remains unclear. Here's hoping that Foreign Affairs editor Philip Tell can shed some light on it for us. So, first of all, who's taking part in this coalition?
Okay, I'll come back to what Putin's been saying in just a moment. But first of all, yes, there has been some progress as far as the coalition of the willing is concerned. Up until yesterday, we know that there are about 30 countries involved, and 2, France and Britain, had pledged troops on the ground. Now, we know, according to what the French President Emmanuel Macron was saying yesterday, that 35 countries are involved. 26 of those countries have pledged troops on the ground, in the air and at sea. So we're getting a bit more information coming through. This is military chiefs who've been meeting over the last couple of days, have come up with a document outlining what they're going to do once a ceasefire deal has been signed with the Russians, and how all of this is going to be rolled out once that is over. This is a 2-point action plan, in fact. The first one is that there is something they can do immediately, and that is the Ukrainian army will continue to receive a maximum amount of military support from coalition partners, and there will be new sanctions against the Russians. 19th sanction package from the EU. Still a question being raised about just what sanctions the US could impose. And then a second action plan after the ceasefire, which is the rollout of peacekeepers on the ground in Ukraine. Of course, something we've just been hearing about from President Putin, saying he's against that. So what we know is that there are 26 countries involved that are ready to send those troops. We don't know whether that will be including Germany, which is dependent on what the US is going to do. Poland says it won't be sending troops because it needs them to protect its own borders in the event of Russian aggression against Poland. And the other one is Italy. Italy says it won't be sending troops, but it's willing to help to train Ukrainian forces, if necessary, in Italy. So that's the way things stand at the moment after that meeting yesterday, but not that much information, basically because what the French president has been saying is that the more information we give out, the more that's going to go into the hands of Vladimir Putin, the more he can prepare himself to fight back against what we are doing. That's why we're being very, very reluctant to hand over many more details about what this coalition of the willing is going to try to achieve and when that is all going to take place.
Yeah. Still sort of an amorphous, some opaque coalition of the willing. It's not clear exactly which 26 nations have signed on to this. More clear which ones are not on board. Poland, Italy, of the more notable of the 35 nations that took part of this. So really you got a little over 2/3 of the nations that were at this meeting pledging their support with forces on the ground or the air or in the sea. All right, let's keep this going. We're on a roll as it is. We only got 4 videos left to get through on all of this. Pretty wild when you think about it. Considering we've gotten through, I don't know, like 125 or something. I can't remember the exact number I started with anymore. Like 130, I think. 130 vids. Okay, let's go here now. BBC News from yesterday. Kremlin tells BBC foreign troops in Ukraine would be a danger. Danger to who?
Hello, this is BBC News. I'm Catherine Biarahanga. Russia's President Vladimir Putin has said that any Western troops deployed to Ukraine would be legitimate targets for Moscow to attack. His warning comes after France's President Macron said 26 Western allies had pledged to deploy troops by land, sea or air to Ukraine as part of security guarantees as soon as any ceasefire or peace deal was agreed with Russia. President Putin was answering questions after giving a speech to an economic forum in Vladivostok in eastern Russia, where he's been giving more details of how he plans to further economic and security cooperation with China. He's just returned from a summit in Beijing hosted by Xi Jinping, where the two men stood shoulder to shoulder with the leaders of India and North Korea. Will Vernon, who was based in Moscow for the BBC, has been watching Vladimir Putin's speech. He gave us his assessment.
He's been making lots of very grand statements about the strengths, alleged strengths of the Russian economy and the benefits of cooperating with Russia. One thing he did mention was developing the Arctic, right? Development of the Arctic for the economic benefit, not only of Russia, but also of America. And we know that this is something that plays very well with Donald Trump. He's very interested, isn't he, in the kind of strategic significance of the Arctic. We know about his views on Greenland, for example. And Mr. Putin said today that he has received proposals from US companies to work with Russia in developing the Arctic. Now, that may or may not be true. I can't imagine there's a very long queue of American businesses waiting to re-enter the Russian market, especially seeing as there are, of course, still sanctions in place. But I think it does show that Putin is very keen to explore the possibilities of doing some sort of deal with America, most importantly of all, over the heads of the Europeans, because Mr. wants to sideline Europe, sideline.
Yeah, I think that's been pretty obvious that Putin's hoping that he, and it's been working. I mean, at least to some degree tricking Donald Trump for quite some time, like 8 months now, basically, of Putin basically demanding on bilateral talks only with the United States, rather than having everyone get together like we should have done 8 months ago, or actually longer, when you think about it. Including the European Union, everybody, all the people necessary and important to bringing peace about. Rather than doing that, we've had, Putin just basically leading Donald Trump along by a nose tied to his tiny pecker. I just want to go to the end of this BBC piece because they actually spoke directly to the foreign minister. Sergei Lavrov, I think, right?
In Vladivostok and asked him about the talks between President Zelensky and other European leaders.
As far as we can understand, they're speaking about ensuring security guarantees for Ukraine by deploying European forces, European regiments in Ukraine. Thus, they're returning back to the main reason of the conflict. The main reason of the conflict was the attempt of NATO to infiltrate into Ukraine, thus endangering our country. So we consider it a danger for us, presence of international forces or any foreign forces or NATO country forces on the soil of Ukraine next to our borders. So in our understanding, it will not help us get closer to the solution of the Ukrainian conflict.
But why doesn't Ukraine have the right, as far as Russia is concerned, to invite whoever it wants, whichever soldiers it wants onto its territory? I mean, Russia is inviting North Korean troops.
Then it's
like something like it's like territorial sovereignty. I mean, shit, Russia invited North Korean troops literally onto the ground in Ukraine, but they're complaining about Ukraine having their own friends come onto the territory.
This is ridiculous! Danger for us. It's a real danger for us because we are an enemy of NATO.
Oh, it's a danger for Russia. Finland is on the border of Russia. They're in NATO. Does that mean that, I mean, honestly, it might mean that. I don't know. But does that mean that Russia gets to invade Finland next? Is that the plan? They have a massive, massive land border with Russia up in the north. They're in NATO. So why would troops in Ukraine be more of a threat than those in Finland?
North Korean troops are a danger to Ukraine.
Written in NATO's documents. So we cannot afford that. And we'll do whatever is necessary to ensure our security. Preferably, would like to reach our goals by diplomatic and peaceful means.
Really? Is that why Russia hasn't sent you or any other top-level diplomats to any of the attempted multilateral talks like the ones in Turkey earlier this year? You're taking peace so seriously? Is that why? All right, let's go to this fascinating and disturbing piece New York Times has put out, which CNN has the scoop on. Apparently Donald Trump in 2019, the back half of his first term, attempted a SEAL Team 6 mission into North Korea and failed.
What?
That's right. Supreme Leader Trump attempted to do a little
fascinating investigative
espionage and failed on Supreme Leader Kim.
A fascinating investigative report out today by the New York Times reads like a Hollywood action movie. The headline, how a top-secret SEAL Team 6 mission into North Korea fell apart. Now, this operation, according to the Times, took place ahead of this 2019 summit between President Trump and Kim Jong-un. And it had one major objective, to plant a high-tech electronic device on North Korean soil and try to intercept Kim Jong-un's communications. It was incredibly risky. The stakes were very high considering how volatile the regime in North Korea is and their nuclear capabilities. Things definitely did not go as planned. Unarmed North Koreans were killed, and the mission has never been reported on until now. According to the New York Times, President Trump approved the training for the operation and gave approval to undertake it. Late today, he was asked about it in the Oval Office.
There's some new reporting on North Korea and this Navy SEAL incident in 2019. Can you say if the administration has engaged with North Korea on that incident since it happened recently?
Yeah.
And then can you share some recollections?
I don't know anything about it, no. I could look, but I know nothing about it.
Can you confirm that it happened?
I'm joined now by one of the reporters on the byline, David Phillips, national correspondent for the New York Times. David, incredible reporting on this. Can you just walk us through the overall step-by-step of the mission, how it went wrong? Because obviously the planning was intricate and involving a huge...
Yeah, and I'm fairly certain that the Navy would not do espionage in North Korea without the explicit permission and perhaps explicit orders of the president. That's insane. That is fucking insane. That sort of thing could start a fucking literal war. There is zero chance, exactly 0% chance, that the Navy would send SEAL Team 6 into North Korea without the explicit permission from the President of the United States. Never heard of it. What? I'm just hearing about it now. First time ever. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Submarine that got very close in North Korean waters to shore and then actually sending SEALs onto the land.
Yeah, my colleague Matthew Cole and I uncovered this, and basically the plan was to send a massive nuclear-powered submarine about 2 football fields long right up to the North Korean coast, and then release 2 mini-subs, and those are about the size of like a killer whale, and those would go almost to the shore. There, they'd released a small team of Navy SEALs who would swim to the shore and plant this electronic listening device. Now, the SEALs expected to get in and out unseen, and that was critical because if they got caught, that could spark a hostage situation or escalating tensions with, like you said, a nuclear-powered or a nuclear-armed adversary. So they expected to get in and out unseen, but what they didn't notice is as they were on their way to the shore, a very small fishing boat or open hull boat came into the area. The SEALs at the shore only noticed when they were on land almost that this boat was there. The boat seemed to be right on top of where they had parked their mini-subs, and they were really in a tight spot at that point because if these boats discovered their subs and called in authorities, they might not get out. And so the SEAL.
Yeah, no, it's insane. This whole this story is wild. We're gonna have to dig into this more tomorrow because this shit is insane. This popped up in my feed right before we started the stream. Like this literally posted 9.5 hours ago. And we are just approaching 10 full hours of galactic content, Space Fams. I just want to point that out to you. I mean, that's real. That is cheap. That is cheap when you think about it. You know, 10 hours. Only 10 super chats to get those 10 hours, which is really means it's like $5 an hour that has been collectively paid for this content, not counting things like our patrons who are, of course, intrinsic in keeping this stream properly funded. I just thought about that. I was like, you know, that's quite a good deal when you think about it. All right, let's go down to the Philippines. Talk about something has been going on there. Now, we've been talking about Indonesia and how protests there have been spilling over into massive sort of back and forth between them and police trying to crack down on the protests there. They've been now going on for like in whole like a couple of weeks, maybe a little longer. But now in the Philippines, similar scenes, protesters filling the streets. Here is breaking points from 2 days ago. Not a lot of people talking about this situation, I've noticed.
All right, Ryan, let's move on to Asia, where we have actually a lot of video here. You're going to walk us through what's happening in Southeast Asia and Indonesia and the Philippines, because it's not getting a ton of play in American media.
So yes, we're seeing unrest all over Southeast Asia, particularly in Indonesia, but also in the Philippines and Malaysia. We can put up E1.
Before Ryan Grimm gets too far into this, I just want to give you all a round of applause. There you go. A little round of applause for you, Space Fams. This is the penultimate video of the stream. That's right. Only 2 left. This one and some mystery video in the future.
Here, all of these are corruption related and also related to people's sense that they're, working harder and falling farther behind. Prices are getting out of control, and that the elites, and in particular the lawmakers, are enriching themselves while not doing what they're supposed to be doing. In some cases, through some flagrant corruption, where they're taking millions of dollars or millions of whatever to build things, not building.
The fact is, until this story, I hadn't even heard of the ones happening in Malaysia. I feel like I'm pretty dialed in. It's tough, people. It's an entire world of news every single day.
And then people are catching their kids going out and buying fancy cars. In other cases, in Indonesia, the Philippines, lots of foreign travel and like lavish stipends for these lawmakers while people are suffering. In Indonesia, protests began about these ridiculous stipends and travel that Indonesian lawmakers were getting, as well as corruption, and then it really exploded. We can put up E4 here when a police vehicle, you can see it here, smashes into a delivery driver who was not involved in the protests.
Okay, right. Okay, hold on. I forgot. This is still Indonesia. Now, we've been covering the protests in Indonesia enough that I don't think we need this part of it. I do want to get to the part about the Philippines. When do they switch?
Parliamentary building, not the main one, but one elsewhere, it was burned by protesters, killing some people inside of it.
This is still Indonesia, I think. Here,
one of the big scandals being these what they call ghost projects, Emily, where it's like the government will say, all right, we're going to build a seawall because there's so much flooding, and we're going to appropriate money, and then the politicians buddy gets the contract, throws a couple stones, and calls it a day. And the president recently went up there and looked at the seawall and was like, "Wait, there's no seawall here," and it's still flooding constantly. We could jump out of this and go to E8, which is a bit of a mashup about what I was just explaining.
Since July, there's been massive flooding over there, with over 25 people dead, hundreds of thousands more displaced, schools and offices, air travel all suspended. And what's come to light from all this is the catastrophic failure of the Philippines' flood control systems, which is weird because they've spent a lot of money on this, around 5 billion USD this year alone. But it doesn't seem to be working at all. So where did all that money go? Well, it turns out it's going right into the pockets of the politicians and their families. The whole thing is corrupt. Tons of flood control projects were found to be poorly documented or unfinished, and there's been huge outrage from the public.
For instance, the other week, the Philippine president, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., to this town of Baliwag, which is just north of Manila, and you can see that there's this river that flows through it that dumps into the Manila Bay, and it floods all the time, so much so that the government decided to invest 55 million pesos, which is an equivalent to about 1.24 million US dollars, to build a 220-meter river wall, which would have stopped the flooding. And official paperwork from the Public Works stated that at the end of June that the project was completed. And when President Marcos arrived into town in August 20th, he found that there was no wall and there was nothing but a field where the water was getting dangerously close to the houses made of wood. Or this other flood wall in Lucena City that just cracked and collapsed earlier this month after it cost the government over 100 million pesos, or roughly about $2 million, to build. When you have people like Sarah and her husband Curly Disgaea who own a couple of these construction companies, one of which that had a 96 million peso contract, so roughly about 1.96 million US dollars, to build one of these flood mitigation structures. And when the president of the country goes to Bulacan to visit this project that was allegedly completed earlier this year and finds a wall that is barely started and clearly abandoned, right after Sarah Disgaea just made a vlog showing off her brand new Mercedes Maybach, Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and Porsche, where she basically states, "Oh my God, I bought this Rolls-Royce because it has an umbrella in the door."
Check it out. Check it out. Sweet umbrella, dude. That totally justifies it. That makes it all worth it. You know? I don't often engage in flagrant acts of governmental corruption, but when I do, I prefer ones that afford me a lifestyle that can get me a goddamn umbrella in the door of my Rolls-Royce SUV. Jesus Christ, Southeastern Asia, just... wow. Things out of control. Very similar situations going on in Indonesia and the Philippines, both rampant corruption seemingly in government leading people to protest. All right, final story of the evening, of the day. In Australia, where protesters are demanding, student protesters specifically, are demanding that their government impose sanctions on Israel. TRT World from yesterday. Let's see what those Australian students are getting up to.
Day and night, east to west. 2 weeks, 20 campuses, 2 motions.
Raise your hand.
And one overwhelming verdict.
97% of those 5,500 people voted in support of Palestine.
Thousands of students across Australia voted to censure the government for its role in the war in Gaza. They have called for sanctions on Israel and demanded that universities and the government cut ties with Israeli weapons companies.
My grandmother was taken by Nazis in the Holocaust and lost her family. I think to really make never again mean never again, we have to stop what's happening in Palestine.
Demonstrator Tim Rawson called his father, a Vietnam War protester in the 60s, to tell him his legacy lives on.
Congratulations.
Thank you. A very proud anti-war history within Australia, and it feels good to carry that on.
The last student referendum on this scale was in the 1990s against apartheid, the South African government's policy of racial segregation. That vote influenced real policy change and was an inspiration for this Gaza vote.
Well, there we go. Students in Australia standing up for the right things, for a free Palestine, and for their government to stop working with Israel, to sanction the government of Israel. That would be huge. If the government of Australia were to sanction Israel, it would be incredible. That would be something else. Whoopsies, what have I done? There we go. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and incredibly arduous, but thankfully, we had each other. That's gonna be it for me today. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons: Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoip, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X. But wait, there's more. Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, and HBX. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce this show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for the low, low price of $3 a month on Patreon. All right, let's do a super quick early morning, super secret after hours galactic chill stream. What to listen to is the question. Yeah. Well, I hope everybody enjoyed the stream this Friday on this week-ending report. I am going to do something I like to do, but don't always get the opportunity to do. And that is raid another YouTube channel that I personally follow. And I hope you spread the space love over at The Discourse with Brandon Sutton, a frequent guest on the Majority Report. You might even see me in there before I take a nap